I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here. And you could just look and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital. Mm-hmm. And I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs. And you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account in the morning. I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
I'm Mark Drager, and as an entrepreneur and strategist, I've built a multi-million-dollar marketing agency. I've helped launch startups and transformed international brands. And yet, despite all the success, I still wake up every morning with the feeling that I'm just not good enough, that I've not come close to hitting my potential, and I may never achieve the high hopes that I have for myself. I believe that we all have something to prove to the doubters, to the haters, to the voices in our own heads. And so each week, I share real, tactical advice and the most interesting and inspiring interviews, because my goal is to help those of us who have something to prove show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. Welcome to the We Do Hard Things podcast.
Today's guest is a serial entrepreneur who was raised in poverty, so much so that at one point he was actually homeless. But he did not let that stop him. He went on to build up multiple 8-figure businesses. Now, what I appreciate most about having the chance to speak with him is that he's not all talk. He started from nothing, he built and he lost. He's seen success and he's seen major failures, and he carries that into everything he does. Whether it's as the best-selling author of the book, The Journey Principles, or the creator of the life-changing program, Transformation U, or even as the man who helps people like you and me go from excuse land to building massive success. He believes that you are not living a life you love, not because you're not capable of it, but because you just don't know how to get there. I cannot wait to share with you the insanely inspiring talk I had with the man who can help anyone reclaim their hope and go from stuck to unstoppable, Stephen Scoggins. The place that I want to start the conversation in is, you mentioned within your bio, specifically 30 years of hardship. 30 years of hardship. I'm 37. I feel like I've run a business for 14 years. I built a multi-million-dollar company. Great, but I'm 37 and I feel more behind now than I did in my 20s. I feel that when I was in my early 20s, I had more hustle, more progress, less to lose, less at risk. I was bolder. I was more ambitious. And so when I read 30 years of hardship and everything, I go, isn't time running out? When does this get better?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so. I grew up in an interesting time and situation. My grandfather survived Pearl Harbor, which started the alcohol train into my father. Right. My mother had suffered a lot of physical and emotional abuse when I was younger. And as a result, by the time I was I think I was maybe 5 years old, they had already divorced and went their separate ways. And then I was raised by my grandmother. Well, that was great for 2 or 3 years, super loving, super encouraging, super empathetic, and everything that you would want a parent to be, right? Well, she comes to me when I'm about 9, just after I turned 9 years old. She sits me down and she says, Stephen, I need your help. And of course, I'm 9 years old. I literally have a G.I. Joe in one hand and a Transformer in another, right? I'm okay, maybe she's going to ask me to take out the garbage that I can barely lift, right? So I'm thinking about through that. And, and then kind of go with that scenario. And then she says something that I'll never forget. She said, I don't know how much longer I'm going to be here. I'm very sick. And even at 9 years old, I was kind of I wasn't exactly sure what she meant. I wasn't exactly sure where she was coming from. But then she made me pull this chair over from the kitchen table. When we lived in a little 1,000 square foot brick house in Wendell, North Carolina, pulled over to the stove, and she began teaching me how to make oatmeal and macaroni and cheese and hot dogs and all this kind of stuff. And my brother was 3 at the time. No, I'm sorry. My brother was 6 at the time. I had to get him up and get him dressed and all kinds of stuff. And that was essentially the start of what I've referred to as a massive uphill battle my entire life. Now, being where I am now versus where I came from, I'm incredibly thankful that was my journey. Incredibly thankful. It has taught me a different level of empathy when people are going through various struggles. My dad and mom came back into the picture about the time she passed, which is about a year and a half later. Chemo got the best of her. She had cancer. So my lifeline, my stability, my safety net, that was the first time I can remember it actually being yanked out from under me. That was the one time that I had the hardest time recovering. It took me several years. I had to repeat the 5th grade and all kinds of stuff. But, from that standpoint, I went to go live with my dad, and when I went to go live with him, I went into the construction industry immediately. Every Saturday, every Sunday, every holiday, every weekend, that's where I was at, working, carrying studs for $1, $1 an hour. But, it's funny. The one thing the construction industry taught me growing up throughout it was it taught me how to use my hands, which taught me how to use my head, which now I get to use my heart. I was very fortunate that it forced me to face things that I didn't want to face. It forced me to face fears I didn't want to face. I mean, all of that stuff. And that's when I met my first mentor. I was probably 13 or 14 years old. He was my dad's employer. And I remember him, he used to drive around this white Jeep Grand Cherokee, right? And they always had a dent in the right-hand rear bumper because the dude was forever backing into stuff. And he would just get the bumper replaced, and he would do it like a month later and whatever. He was in his maybe 70s at the time. He had perfect dentures, perfect big white smile and all this kind of stuff. And, but he took a liking to me, and I never understood why until he put me in his car to talk to me. I was working on my dad's framing crew. It was hot as Hades outside. And I was like, he's got the AC on. I don't care if it smells like mothballs or not. I'm getting inside, and I'll sit in there as long as he wants to talk to me. Don't care what he tells me about. Well, I'll never forget this because he sits me down and he goes, "Did you know I used to work for your grandfather?" I'm like, "No." "Did you know your grandfather taught me the construction business?" "No." "Well, your grandfather's the best carpenter in this state, hands down. And he said he would be a multimillionaire 10 times over, be far wealthier than I ever would have been if he had just stopped drinking." "Stephen, I've watched the dude go from your grandfather to your daddy." And that's how he talked, right? "Your daddy." I remember that. He goes, "I don't want it to happen to you. You work hard, you're smart, you deserve more and you deserve better." I'm like, again, I'm like a teenager, early teens. I'm like, okay, all right. And then he goes, "I want you to hear me out." I said, "Okay." He said, I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me an honest answer." I said, "Yes, sir." "All right." He said, "What's the difference between a rich man and a poor man?" I'm like, "Well, duh, money, right?" Dude, if he could have slapped me in the back of my head, I think he would have, right? Because I'm like, I was like, duh, what do I know? I know, but all I know is poverty, kind of more or less, or paycheck to paycheck scenario. And he goes, "No, the difference between a rich man and a poor man in any area of their life is the way they think. You can choose to think like me, or you can choose to think like your daddy. And you got to decide now, not when you're 50. And I was like, man, it stunned me. And then he says, "I also want you to remember this. You got to be willing to do today what others won't so you can have tomorrow what others don't." Now here's the contrast. Not even a week earlier, I remember my father, we were on a job site, and I was telling my dad about my big dream to become a professional ninja. I seriously wanted to be a professional martial arts ninja guru because I idolized Bruce Lee and all this kind of stuff. And,
so I wanted all that to kind of furthest thing for a little boy in North Carolina, man.
I don't know. I grew up throwing stars and nunchucks. I don't know. But, and he laughed it off, and I'll never forget this because this is like a week before. He says, "Stephen, Scoggins don't get ahead. They just get by." I'm like, I feel like I'm meant for more than that. Like, I don't know what that is. I mean, I wasn't thinking entrepreneurship. I wasn't thinking owning companies. I wasn't thinking of developing teams or leading. I didn't know how to lead myself, let alone believe in myself. And that conversation and that conversation collided right at the same time. And that's when I actually started reaching out and started reading. The problem is because my household was always unstable financially. We were always getting the lights turned off and the cockroaches in the mobile home we were in and all kinds of stuff. And my dad had a successful company, and then unfortunately went through a downturn in the late 90s or about mid 90s during the Gulf War and some stuff like that. We went through all that and we lost everything. Foreclosures, repossessions, all of it. And I watched my dad work his absolute butt off. I mean, absolute butt off, 18-hour days, day after day after day, never stopping, but he never could actually, quote unquote, get ahead, right? He kept making bad financial decision after bad financial decision after bad financial decision. And then he make a bad relational decision after a bad relational, like it was like this influx of like every single area of life I watched him struggle with. And as his oldest son, all I wanted to take it away from him, take it off of him.
And
right, because I would watch.
Was the alcoholism a side effect of something bigger or deeper, or some kind of mental health issue, or in your mind,
I think the alcohol started with my dad specifically as a way to fit in when he was younger, right? Because when he was going to school, you remember the Grease Lightning days. Well, that's his era, right? So the leather coats and the slick back hair, and you're either a prep or a jock or grease, right? So, that was kind of his thing. And, I remember him getting, he tells a story about his first, not his first car, but I think his third car was like a 68 Camaro with white interior. And he's like, and how he wanted to be like fast off the line and all that kind of stuff. And I think that's where it started. And then it got intensified when he joined the Marine Corps. Right. So he went all the way through the ranks, got to about the place of what they refer to as a gunny sergeant. And he worked, so he was stationed at Paris Island as well as Camp Lejeune at different points in time. And I don't know if you've ever been to those areas, United States, but they are relatively uneventful. So what do you do with jacked up Marines, right, that are being trained to the hilt, not giving them any kind of outlet? Well, they go hang out at the bar.
The drink and shoot, right?
Yeah, exactly. So it's kind of like, I think that's kind of where it started. Now, my mother, on the other hand, was a little bit different. My mother, on the other hand, actually had a dysfunctional family after my grandparents had separated and divorced. My grandmother, who raised me, my mother's mother, spent a lot of time, unfortunately, trying to fill the void of the husband that she lost, kind of thing. Mm-hmm. And as a result, she would attract different men. Of course, I didn't know this. I didn't know this until I was well into my 30s. I couldn't understand why my mom struggled to be a mother to me for so long until I understood where her influences came from, right? So we went through that process, and as I discovered that my grandmother wasn't great with money. My grandmother actually struggled with alcoholism, which I didn't know because I never saw her drink when she was with me. Turns out she stopped drinking the day I was born and referred to me as her second chance.
Mm. Isn't it strange? I mean, you talked about empathy, but isn't it strange how, as you get older, with more perspective, and you realize that everybody's just doing the best that they can, and you think they got it all figured out, and then you hit, the same age. I remember the moment, my mom and dad divorced or separated the week I was born. My dad left the week I was born. And so I was never raised in a type of household with two parents like that. So I didn't lose anything or mourn anything for that. Mm-hmm. But, I hit the age, I have 4 kids. When we had my second child, so we had a daughter and then a son. I have an older sister, and then I'm the son. Same age difference, same everything. Yeah. And when my son was born, something really got me angry. It got me angry because I looked at him in the hospital and I turned to my wife and I said, "This is the moment that my dad decided to leave." Right? Like 2-year-old daughter, baby in my hands. This is the moment. And then I had to address it with him, and I had to talk to him about it, and I had to work through it and all of that stuff. But you talked about empathy. I find the struggle is as I get older, I become more aware and I become more empathetic to certain situations. And at the same time, I become less sympathetic as well. How do you balance that level of empathy with also the fact that, sometimes you got to push through. Sometimes you got to be hard. Sometimes you got to cut people off. Yeah. Sometimes the empathy doesn't help. How do you balance that?
Yeah. It's funny. I always lead with empathy, but then kind of back it up with understanding. And here's what I mean by that. So I came at a point in my life, I was probably 28 or 29. My first company that I built from the ground up was doing decently well. And I was getting the phone calls and the answering machine version of the phone calls long before we had these technology devices everywhere, right? And my mom would ask me, why don't you ever come over? Why don't you ever come over? Come see me, just she was being a typical mom. And I would go spend time with her. And, and unfortunately, every time I went to spend time with her in that season, it was always a discussion about how bad life was for her, right? Kind of almost like the victim kind of mindset a little bit.
A pity party.
Yeah, it was a pity party, right? And then there's a couple things that I won't share publicly that she chose to do that directly affected me, that gave me every right to be very angry, be distant, all that kind of stuff. Problem was I was carrying that with me, which was harming me, and it wasn't allowing me to even potentially connect with her. So here's what happened. I had a buddy of mine who's also in the influencer space. His name's Chris Lacurto. In fact, I need to introduce you guys for sure. And I met him through the Dave Ramsey organization. I'm good friends with their organization, and he doesn't work there anymore, but he used to. And I remember him talking about his mom and about how he had to heal from his mom and all this kind of stuff. And so I was very inquisitive. It's like, well, how did you do that? Like, he goes, it was simple. He said, I finally realized that every parent has never been actually trained to be a parent other than the parents that they were visibly associated with. And I was like, I've never thought of it that way, right? Because up until that time, I was just judging my mom and my dad every time they made a mistake, right? Well, then he took a step further. He goes, if you truly want to get healing and restore all of those relationships and you truly want to work through that, here's what I want you to do from now on. He says, now he and I are both people of faith, so take what I'm about to say with a little bit of grain of salt. And in that, he said, I want you to start to realize that there's a creator that loves her just as much as they love you. And rather than view her as this villain, what if you actually viewed her as the child with skin up knees that's simply asking for a parent to pick them up? Mm-hmm. The crazy part is like, I had to ponder on that for probably a solid month, but in the moment, it instantaneously unlocked like this weeping fit out of me. I just started crying like crazy, because all of that judgment, all of that burden, all of that stuff, I was saying, it's all your fault, right? And then as I began to change my perspective, shift my beliefs a little bit, even in that moment, it was like a weight lifted off me. And then I was able to go back to her and begin to rebuild a relationship with her and actually teach her the same thing I was just taught. Mm-hmm. So my mother is now walking around in freedom where she used to be walking around with chains on, so to speak. You can either choose to become the person that your parents have been, right? Because there's a good chance you're going to marry one of your parents. There's a high likelihood statistically, right?
You're
good, bad, or indifferent.
And then you're going to become one of them as well.
Yeah, exactly. Or you can look at their mistakes, learn those lessons, apply those new principles, and heal from those things and actually be the thing that cuts the quote unquote bondage, if you will, right? I don't know if any better word to say it. For example, have you done anything with ancestry.com? Like you ever gone down the rabbit hole of all right, so I have. Okay. Well, they have this thing that's called the Ancestry DNA kit. So I went down the rabbit hole first.
Talking to someone about this morning, because on my dad's side, we don't know anything about our family past my dad. Like we just don't know anything above that. And so I was just talking, I got to do this DNA test.
Yeah. So I did it like a year ago. We're Scandinavian. So technically I'm part Viking, which is kind of funny because I'm like 5'0". And then we have the southern tip of Scotland, the northern tip of Ireland, and then Denmark and Wales. So that's the thing. Okay. So I went as far back in my dad's tree to discover how the Scoggins, quote unquote, came to be inside of the United States of America. It turns out my family was sent here on a penal. But here's the thing. The reason I'm bringing this up is because They got arrested, prosecuted, and put on a boat to basically become indentured servants, if you will, here to the United States, or what became the United States, because they were trying to feed their family, and they basically killed a deer on a lord's land. So I've had hundreds of years of poverty, hundreds of years of, we don't get by, or we don't get ahead, we get by, like hundreds of years where that's been. And I remember this. I was, again, I spent this time praying. It's one of the things I like to do. And I did this when I was like 13 or 14. I was in the trailer park that we had to move into after my dad lost his business, that Steve Myrick actually owned. So Steve Myrick actually owned this mobile home park, all the units, and allowed us to move into one. And I had this like surreal, somber moment where I just decided I was going to go for a walk. It was a fall night, stars out everywhere. I don't know. I almost feel like I'm being called out of the mobile home. I walk down the street, go all the way down to the park, which is probably a good 6 blocks from the place my dad stayed in. And out of nowhere, I was just staring at the stars. And then literally, I just found myself like kneeling down and saying, there's got to be more to life than this. I don't care what it takes, what needs to happen, what I need to do differently. I want to be the one to break this family. And in that moment, not knowing any better, I actually used the word curse. 2 things happened. First of all, I'm very thankful that I actually asked for that. Second of all, I did not understand what I was asking for.
How hard?
Okay, because yeah, dude, to break through all this crap, right? I had to face homelessness. I had to face a suicide attempt. I had to face all the failure and all the limiting beliefs and all the junk that come along with generations of not believing you can measure up or become something more, become stronger and better. I had to face my attraction to toxic relationships, because that's what I witnessed, right? It's like I walked around with a big L on my head saying, please date me, right? I had to face all that stuff. And as a result, now I get to sit here and have this conversation with you. Hopefully that somebody's going to take something away from this and actually go have their own moment where they're saying, let me be the one. But I'm going to tell you right now, it's going to hurt, but it's going to be so, so worth it. The life that I live now, dude. Oh,
so if I can ask 2 questions. One, can I circle back on I understand the polarity of the 2 moments, the conversation with your dad and a week later having this conversation. Was it actually a choice? And is it a choice that you had to make over and over and over again because you were tempted to regress and to go back and to give up and this and that? Or were you actually built for this and it wasn't a choice? It's actually coming natural to you. You just needed someone to show you to connect the dots. Because if it's a choice, it can be taught and learned. And if it's inherent to you, then you got really lucky.
I think habits are inherent, but choices are chosen, as strange as that sounds. So what I mean by that is, yes, I had Steve Myrick. Yes, I had Susan Bass. Yes, I had Dave Ramsey and John Maxwell and all these other people lead me along the way, that I've actually had the distinct honor of and pleasure of spending one-on-one time with these people over and over again, right? That's a rare opportunity. I never take that for granted. At the same time, I did have to make the initial choice, okay, which was yes, I'm going to do this, but I did regress several times, right? I had that conversation with Steve as a young teenager, but yet, 19 years old, I find myself sleeping outside and sleeping in cars and just trying to figure out where I'm getting food from and shelter from.
Right, but how do you not go, you told me it wouldn't be this hard. You told me all I had to do was just, not be like my dad. And now look at me.
Yeah. For me, it's always come down to 4 different phases and a lot of reflection time. And I don't think people do enough reflection time. I think people, when they do reflect, they judge and condemn themselves. Like, I made this mistake. This is who I am. Like, they tie their identity to their mistakes. And because they tie their identity to their mistakes, they can't actually tie their identity to their strengths. They're so focused on looking in the rear view mirror that they're like,
sorry, say that again. Say that again for me.
yeah, I mean, they're so focused on their mistakes that they're not focused on their strengths. And as a result, they don't get to move forward. You know, it's like driving a car, wanting to go from here, and I'm in North Carolina, to California, so coast to coast, but never looking in forward, always looking like this. Like, you can't look backwards and keep the car on the road, right? And when I began like really studying myself, I really, you know, one of the things that irks me, and I think when Evan and I were chatting not long ago, I think it kind of irks him too. But right, so because he has this thing where he says, "You're one of the good guys." I'm like, what does that even mean? Because like people kept telling me that. What does that mean?
I know what that means. I know what that means.
If
he said you're one of the guys, he didn't even tell me that. That means you're one of the good guys.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, but so here's how I took it. There is a world full of quote unquote gurus, but nobody wants to be a guide. So there's all this theology. There's all this philosophical behavior. There's all these 10 ways to do this and 3 ways to do that and 5 ways to do this and 6 different ways to do that and 3 different ways to do this. And, you know, here's the 5 top 10 ninja hack secrets for mindset and like all these different buzzwords, right? And I can't really say anything. Some of my videos are named that way. But at the end of the day, it's because people don't want a guide. So what I thought I would do differently is I thought that maybe the change would be if I could break things down. At the end of the day, I've been trying to summarize these things, and I came down to this, what I refer to as the 4 phases of transformation. And you can't skip them, and you can't do them out of order. But if you'll do them repetitively over time, the choices are actually made for you. So your routines actually reinforce the person you're trying to be, not the person that you are. And the first phase is, I just call it gain perspective, right? So you look at things from as many possible different angles as you possibly can, ask as many questions as you can about your identity, about how you were built, about where you came from, about your parents, about your friends, about your economy, about your environment, your geographical location. Like, spend time with a pen and a pad and ask as many possible questions that you can possibly do that. Jot down all your answers, and then go to the top 3 people that are closest to you and do the same thing over again. Hey, what do you see? Right? Because we don't objectively see ourselves. We see ourselves by our actions, we see ourselves by our intentions, while other people see us by our actions or our outcomes. Right? The next phase is to actually recognize and remove a roadblock. All right. So case in point, one of my main roadblocks in becoming the person I am today was getting past this thing where I felt like I was worthy and valued enough to actually experience a life that I was dreaming about. Now, a lot of us will dream about the life we want, but then we tell ourselves all the reasons why we can't have it.
Yep.
Right? Seriously. Like, and then you start to think, then you start to make progress, and then you're like, and then somebody says, well, you're not who you think you are. And all of a sudden you go, I guess I'm an imposter. You have to understand where it comes from and rip it up by its root. It could be a number of different things, okay? But if you can gain enough perspective to recognize what those things are, then you can remove them. Most people don't actually take the time to recognize them to begin with, which is why they keep biting them in the butt. That kind of like shifts how you look at just how you assess yourself, and then how you assess yourself on a regular basis to keep yourself moving forward. The third one, everybody and their brother talks about all the time in 50,000 different ways. I don't care what influencer you're listening to or what let's organize a plan. Where do you want to go? What are your opportunities and what are your threats? I believe that nobody does it because no one comes alongside of other people as a guide or a mentor and says, this is how you do it, right? We can say, set it out. What are your goals? Well, I want to make $1 million. Okay, well, you need to make 10 first, right? There's this fear of not taking action simply because you don't know any better. Like, for the longest time, I didn't want to touch anything or take any step forward or gotta go move forward in any way, shape, or form until somebody said, hey, you're going to make mistakes and it's okay.
Yes.
Like, it's okay. Like, it's okay. I'm convinced I sit in the seat that I am sitting today, not because of my successes, but because of my failures that taught me something. right? We look at failure as final all the time, and we shouldn't. I know it's cliche, but we shouldn't look at failure as final. It is an opportunity to learn. Either you learn or you win. It's one of the two. You know, when you look at the final phase, which is work your plan, which is just putting in the work, right? All right, so there's at this time of this recording, you and I are like everybody else in the country. We're facing COVID. We're tired of hearing about COVID. We're tired of having to argue about masks and who's doing what or whatever.
Hold on, I'm in Canada, so
we
don't argue.
COVID
No, we don't argue about masks. We all just put them on.
Well, you're lucky. All right, so my country is arguing about masks. So,
we just do what we're told by the government. The government says do it. We go, okay, we do it.
I think we did that at first, and then now it's getting a little like, come on, dude. But anyway, in this particular environment, the U.S. economy was going like gangbusters, right, for several years on a row. Okay. Well, I weathered the 2008 downturn, which was, for the U.S. economy, which is all housing, right? So, and hence I was in the construction industry, and I was one of the last guys standing. And at the end of the downturn in 2008, because I put those principles into place and began using those principles over and over, it became second nature. It's like muscle memory. When you do martial arts and you do certain techniques over and over again, it becomes like crazy automatic. Same thing happens in life. Same thing happens in business. I don't remember which person said this, but obviously they said success leaves clues or leaves footsteps or something like that, right?
Tony Robbins. Okay. Success.
Right, shout out to Tony. There you go, Tony. Yep. And if you follow the clues, it's Hansel and Gretel had to follow the crumbs, right? It's the same stinking thing, right? It's the same hero's journey over and over again. You are where you are. You got to face something that you never thought you'd face. You have to get stronger. I mean, it's Rocky Balboa. It's Luke Skywalker. It's like every single hero that you know, right? There's this massive adversity that you face, and then you get to go through the transformational moment all over again, and then guess what? You get to start all over again, right? Go to the next level. Seriously, I mean, that's essentially what it is, right? Well, most people are living by the wrong movie. So if you change the way you think, you'll change the way you act. You change the way you act, you change the way you get results, right? Most people don't want to look at that stuff. They're so, I don't have enough money to get around. I'm tired of crying my pillow again because the one I just broke up, right? Not realizing that all of that stuff can actually be prevented. Here's what I mean by that. So in the U.S. economy, our guys shut down our government as a whole, unified, all of them, all the knuckleheads, shut down the entire country. The one thing that I did differently than other business owners that are currently struggling is I began preparing for a COVID-like experience long before COVID was ever here. While everybody else was saying, let's run with the bulls, let's run with the bulls, the whole bull market thing, the bull's here, let's get it. I was going, okay, bull's here, that's awesome. Let's make sure we take enough advantage of it, but let's also realize that there's always a bear that follows the bull. Mm-hmm. Right? So my company's out of debt. I had, 6 or 8 months of operating capital in the bank. Okay? So when everybody else was like, okay, we're shutting down. And I'm not taking away from business owners that struggle, because I have been there, which is how I learned the lesson. So this is the lesson they probably need to learn, right? This is how you learn that lesson, right? Be prepared. In fear, they're laying off people left and right, all kinds of stuff, and then they're beholden to any kind of stimulus and all this kind of stuff. I was prepared, and as a result of being prepared and having cash on hand, not being in debt, not being leveraged, owning my properties, my live event, like one of your early questions was like, is it choice? Like, what is it? Is it choice? Is it something that you get luck into? Yes, it's choice. It's you choosing on a daily basis to live by principles in life and business that are predictable in that they always bring results, albeit many of those results happen slowly over time. Mm-hmm. Impatience is what ends up basically becoming catastrophic. That's my opinion.
I've got to say it's interesting because so I started my business in 2006, mm-hmm. very, very small, $7,000 of capital, service-based business. So I was only 23 at the time. Didn't know what I was doing, but let me tell you, 2009 was not fun for us. Ate through all of the cash on hand, had a 3-month period with no work, no invoicing, nothing. I found maybe about a year ago, I found my daily journal of,
Yeah.
for like April 2009 or something. And it said, on number one, it was like, finally a paying client. Like it was like April. But I have been, that scared me so much that I'm anti-debt as well. I'm not super bullish. And so for the last 3 or 4 years, I've been actually kicking myself for slowing our growth down.
Mm-hmm.
And going and speaking with my controller and saying, I don't understand. Like, people are taking money from here to pay over here, and they're leveraged and all of this stuff. I can't even think this way. Why aren't we more aggressive? Why aren't we leveraging capital and resources the way that we leverage people? Like this is killing our growth. And yet then when this all happened, I was like, oh, okay, that's why.
This is a reminder. Yeah,
this is why my conservative nature is actually paying off. Because, yeah, I mean, listen, 2010 to 2020 was a 10-year run where for 4 years I'm like, oh, recession's coming every 7 years, typically on cyclical recession's coming, and waiting, and then going like, am I just the fool? Like, am I the fool because I'm wasting time and I'm not leveraging finances well enough, and I'm not this and I'm not that. And so hearing other business owners, because you talked about the fact that construction isn't sexy for Forbes. Well, when you're focused on an entrepreneur podcast or a scaling podcast or a growth podcast or whatever it is, nobody wants to hear that you built it very, very slowly without financing. Like, nobody wants to hear that story.
Maybe that's why I'm struggling. But it's true. I mean, look, there's a lot of entrepreneurs, I'm sure, even listening right now, that they have a dream, they have a goal, they're out there doing it. Maybe they're 6 months in, maybe they're a year in, and they're at this decision stage where a bank is like, no, seriously, let me lend you money. No, seriously. You can get a nicer piece of equipment, a nicer toy. We get brand new servers, and
don't do it, man. Don't do it.
Don't do it. I mean, there's no reason to do it. Just be consistent. Right? Shoot, when these downturns and stuff happen, if you're consistent and you're putting money away for a rainy day kind of thing, some would call it emergency fund, some would call it just savings, right? Maybe it's in a money market, so it's making a little interest. It's not going to be a lot, but at least it's something, right? Then when things like this happen, and they will happen over and over and over again. Why? Because people are dumb. And I don't mean, I mean, we make. Right? You were talking about the economies and how they're cyclical, and every 7 years, like, it's fear that drives the spending habits. Anytime someone's scared, watch the stock market. Mm-hmm. Like it's a big yo-yo. All right. Mm-hmm. You can choose not to participate in that stuff. You can, like, I remember this. I got, a little over 400 team members in one of the companies that I'm, and people that were, and then one of the I had this, COVID happened. They made the announcement that, hey, we're going to start, and the state started shutting down slowly. We were one of the last ones to kind of get shut down, which I guess we're also one of the last ones to open. So for that matter, but that whole thing began. I never forget this. I went to my team. I looked, we had some people that were zooming in from out of markets because we have business in various states plus here, and you could just look, and they had that glazed look. Like, I don't know what we're going to do. I know he's going to tell me we're folding. I know he's going to tell me I'm getting fired. I know that's what he's going to tell us. And instead, what they got was, hey guys, we're not going to operate in fear. I've got X number of months of operating capital, and I've got these different trip wires. So if we trip this wire, this will trigger this event. I got this trip wire that will trigger this event. I said, you guys can go home and tell your families you guys also have jobs, and you can also go home, by the way, and take the $300 or $400 that I just deposited in your account tomorrow. And I want you to go grocery stores right now and load up.
Buy that toilet paper.
Dude, yeah, toilet paper and the water and, like, I don't know. But anyway, North Carolina is weird about water, toilet paper, and milk and bread. But, but it removed the fear. But I made those decisions that had those outcomes years ago. How can you lay the groundwork by choice now that is reinforced by a principle-based behavior that gives you the outcome to pivot when you need to pivot? Because if you're not thinking ahead, you're going to get left behind over and over again. It happens. It's cyclical, right? Building a business doesn't have to be difficult as long as you're consistent. It's not like you're going to not have days when things don't work out and you lose a customer, or maybe you're mad at a customer and you want to have a verbal. Well, if you can take fear out of each one of those situations, then you're able to operate when nobody else can.
So anytime that you grow, there's tension. You mentioned when you were 19, the movie reel and what have you. I was having a conversation 1 month ago today with Evan, our mutual friend, Evan Carmichael.
Yeah. Yep.
And I'm very good friends with him. He's been pushing me very hard for the last few years. And I said to him,
that's only he can do.
What's that?
That is only he can do.
Yeah.
That's only he can do.
I get a very unique version of it that I'm very grateful for most of the time. But basically everything was like a month ago, a lot of things were crumbling around me. And I've been able to rebuild and repair and whatnot since then. But I'm talking to him, and while I'm talking to him, I get this text, which is like from someone, which is kind of like a linchpin, right? Like they're like a domino person. When they fall, everything else kind of falls around.
Yeah.
And I said to him, dude, if you didn't push me so hard, I wouldn't have any of the problems that I'm facing right now. Mm. And what I meant was, if I was living a smaller life, and if I may be unhappy, but I'm unhappy now too. But at least I was ignorantly unhappy back then and not dealing with all of this stress and pressure and all of these things. Thanks, Evan, for pushing me to be better. Now I get to deal with harder things. Like, thanks so much for me now having to deal with even tougher things. Like, maybe I was happier back then living ignorant and unhappy versus self-aware and unhappy. And he was like, screw you, Mark. Do you know, he's like, we're friends, but do you know the gift that I've given you? Do you know how hard, I've pushed you? Do you know how much time I've put into it? And now you're going to say like this to me? And I said it in jest, but there is some truth to it. Like, if he hadn't pushed me, I wouldn't be dealing with any of the things that I'm dealing with now. And so in your life, struggle after struggle, challenge after challenge, what I struggle with is knowing in the back of my mind, I feel like if at any point I just give up, things would be easier. I can't give up. I don't know why I can't give up on things, but I really go like, I'm always just like, if I just gave up, things would be so much easier. Have you found in, the embezzlement or the struggles or the businesses or the family staff or this, like, don't you ever just want to give up?
There have been numerous times where I wanted to give up, and here's what would happen. I would literally go to bed that night thinking I'm done. I'm done. I'm exhausted. I've been betrayed. I've been giving. No one cares. Because I'm a proponent of taking really good care of your team, loving on them, mentoring them, all that kind of stuff. And I found that just getting rest recharged me just enough to take another step. And then I had this interesting epiphany about 2 years ago while going through the embezzlement stuff, is that no one climbs a mountain without their legs getting stronger. And you can stay in the valley of life, or you can operate from the peaks. Now, as soon as you get to one peak, there's going to be another peak that you see on the horizon.
After every mountain is a mountain.
Exactly. And then I decided, the other thing that I decided is, after because when you go back and look at your life and you're able to see that this thing happened and it should have taken me out, but it didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and didn't. And then this thing happened and it should have taken me out and then didn't. What you see is, when you have the tenacity and the willingness to learn from mistakes, from people, from mentors, that you truly become unstoppable, right? So we use a slang term called stuck to unstoppable, right? We help people go from stuck to unstoppable. And, especially, and at first when we first started talking like that, people were like, that's cute. It's nice, whatever. And I said, no, you don't understand. Are you making the progress you want to make right now? Yes or no? Well, no. Why? Why aren't you? And they give you, I don't have the money. I don't have the resources. I don't have the relationships. I don't have this. I don't have this. I don't have that. And I'm like, what if you just went out and tried to serve somebody, right? What if that created momentum to move you forward? Because I had I had lots of interesting epiphanies. One of the epiphanies that I had was the greatest purpose you can ever have in life is serving the person you used to be. And I think Evan even put that in his recent book, something along those lines, like the same wording, which means to me, that tells me that means it's a life truth, right? Rather than looking at your adversity as a stumbling block or something that's going to hold you back or whatever, instead look at it like the Navy SEALs Buds Camp, right? Lifting logs, doing the push-ups, getting drowned underwater, being brought back to life, learning how to be a sniper, like all that stuff. Making that shift, understanding that as trials came and didn't take me out, I was going to get stronger, prepared me for the next level, which is what you just got through saying, right? That means it's a life truth, right? If the longer you're looking for bliss and utopia and stuff like that, the further it's going to be from you. Because what happens is you go through a growth cycle and then you get a bliss cycle. You get to experience the fruit of that work that you did here and the sacrifice and the fears you face and limiting beliefs you face. You get to that point, right? And then for another 6 months, maybe you get to go buy the nice car. Maybe you get to go out and do the nice thing and go to the nice travel, and right? The tricky part is not getting lost, like not losing yourself in the win or in the struggle. The tricky part is understanding that you cannot have one without the other. It's the yin and yang, right? Peace, harmony, joy, contentment, hope, all of that stuff is found in the center, right? Why is it that people in third world countries can make a soccer ball out of leaves and be totally happy, but yet we get totally depressed if someone doesn't give us enough likes on Facebook? We want to harm ourselves because someone told us they didn't love us.
At Starbucks, they spell your name wrong on the cup.
Exactly. How dare they, right? You know, It's just like, come on. Like, you're not looking at life with the right lens. You're looking at life through the lens that everybody tells you should be looking through. The most successful people on the planet do exactly what Steve Myrick taught me to do years and years and years and years ago. They think different. Look at your struggles as a tool to propel you forward, not to hold you back, not to take you out, not to keep you in fear, not to lose all hope. Okay, because the strength comes in reclaiming your hope, like saying, that's mine, you can't have it, I own it. And you're going to have lots of people who are going to come in your back pocket and try to take it out of your back pocket, right? You get to choose about whether or not you release that or not. You are going to face difficult stuff. It's going to happen, okay? And the further you want to go, the more difficult things are going to happen, okay? At the same time, if you want to have a legacy that outlives you, okay, then you have to do something that's going to affect change long after you're gone, right? I built a construction company. Fantastic. Yay me, right? I got great team members, okay? My gift is not the fact that I built a multi-million-dollar business. That's what maybe the world would say, hey, this is awesome, like he's whatever. That's not important. What's important to me is, how did I lead that team? Do they have more opportunities to better their lives and better their family because I was one of the leaders? Was I worthy of being followed? Was my character and my integrity and my passion, was it so succinct that they had never had a doubt that they should just keep going? When they went through struggles, did they have me to say, hey, look, keep going. You got this. Come on. Just one more step. Just one more step. I know it hurts. I know your legs are burning. I know you want to give up. I know you do. I know you don't feel like you can breathe. I know it. I know. I've been there. I know. Just do it. Trust me. Trust me. Just please trust me. Right? That created what I'm walking into now. Right? Is this ability to affect lives at impact at scale. Rory, a good friend of mine, Rory Vaden, he helps a lot of people build a lot of personal brands. He helps them get clear and even helped me with mine to a degree. Actually helped me a lot, to be honest. One of the things that he shares with people a lot in building personal brands is he says, what's the one thing that you've earned the right to talk about? Earn's a big word.
I used
Earn
to,
implies sacrifice.
so I do brand strategy within with people, and I always say that if you want to go to market with something, nobody is waiting for you to show up. No one is like, oh, thank goodness you're here. I needed your services, and here you are, right? And so earn is the perfect word, because it's not only what you have to earn the right to talk about, you have to earn existence and attention and you have to earn the right for people's attention. You have to earn so much and then deliver on that and so on. So that's perfect.
I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been so thankful for people like Evan and Bo and some of the other people that we're definitely, mutually connected with, is because I've been trying to do this, what you and I are doing right now, which is just share my heart, share my experiences, and hopefully, drop some value where somebody can, just one nugget that they can keep them moving forward, for 5 years trying to cut through the noise, 5 years trying to cut through the clutter, 5 years saying, hey, look, I've actually done it. I'm not just talking here's my playbook. Here's how I did it. Like, I'll walk with you. Let's talk together. Like, let's reason together. Right. And it's hard, but it's supposed to be. Why am I going to get mad if another speaker gets chosen over me for a different event? Okay, that's fine. Shouldn't affect how I perceive in going to market or going to help people, because I'm actually wanting to help people, right? And one of the things that you learn, I know that the three of us, Evan, myself, and you, have all shared this. Once you get to the place where you've earned an income that's like really more than, I don't mean, and I use this loosely to kind of know what to do with, so to speak. It's, you've earned the right and the respect to steward wealth. Let's put it that way. You learn that it's empty. It's totally empty. Okay, I got a nice house. Okay, I got a nice this. I got a nice this. And you look around, you're like, is this what my life measures up to? Mm-hmm. Interesting fun fact. So top 1%, okay, have 8 to 12 mastery level skills at any given genre. Okay. Tony Robbins, good example. Okay. Tony Robbins has mastered the business and the life mastery space. Like, he's the godfather that set the stage for a lot of us other knuckleheads. Okay. It is, right? And like him or hate him, quote him or not, right? The guy paved the way, but he learned from Jim Rohn. Mm-hmm. Right. And then Jim Rohn learned, like you see what I'm saying? It's like, the deal is people at that level, top 5%, top 1%, have 8 to 12 life mastery skills. I'm sorry, not life mastery, mastery level skills. However, only 22% of them share it with somebody else. So they leave this earth after accumulating wealth, after traveling all over the world and doing all kinds of fun stuff, and, Kilimanjaro and, whatever, in Belize, and flying on private airplanes back and forth, and you see them on the Instagrams, and they're driving their Ferraris around, and they're flying, they're got to make sure I got the picture in front of my airplane, and, kind of thing. And I probably shouldn't say that.
I think we know who you're talking about. Your friend down in Florida.
Yeah. So the question becomes, I have zero problem with people earning wealth. I'm personally, I have zero problem with people earning that wealth as a result of serving well. The tricky part is did you affect a life in such a way that had you not been there, life would have been different? Jim Rohn poured into Tony. Tony's affected millions upon millions of people. Some of them went on to be incredibly high performers. Some of them didn't. That's where the choice lies, right? You can teach all the principles you want, but you can't make anybody take action, right? So all of that rolled up into one to say, you just got to keep going. If you feel like giving up, just keep going. Just keep going. Take one more step.
Wasn't that something? Stephen's story can help us fight our own uphill battles in life. The 3 takeaways for me for this conversation were, number 1, be willing to do today what others won't, so you can have tomorrow what others don't. Number 2, transform your life with baby steps. Don't think about the giant leaps. And number 3, prepare now for the challenges before the struggles come. You cannot operate in fear. Fear will keep you standing still, and standing still is death. I just want to remind you, that I would appreciate it so much if you went over to Apple Podcasts, leave us a review, leave us a comment. It would mean a lot to me. If you're not subscribed, be sure to subscribe. And if you want to connect directly with me, you can find me on IG. Remember, those of us who have something to prove can show the world and ourselves that we have what it takes to make it happen. But you have to think big. You've got to be bold, and you must say yes. Why?
Rain, and we've got snow on the ground here in Austin.
Oh, wow. I didn't even realize that it snowed in Texas like that.
It doesn't. But last year it did, and now this year. So
crazy. Well, thank you so much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to hop on the Life Coach Zach podcast today. As you know, we love talking about all things mental health, mindfulness, spirituality, health, and well-being. And you are the perfect guest to have on the episode today. We're going to talk a lot about energy healing. We're going to talk a lot about how you're a psychic and how amazing that is. We're going to talk a little bit about my experience working with you, which has been nothing short of amazing. So to all the people that are listening on Apple Podcasts and Spotify, my guest today is Amira Hall. Amira is a psychic, not psycho, with 22 years experience, over 23,000 clients around the globe, and 300 plus trainings. Amira, thank you so much for joining me today.
Oh, it's my pleasure. I'm super excited about what's going to come out in our conversation today, because with me, there's always some surprise or twist.
That's it. You never know with you. So tell us a little bit about what you do as a psychic. How do you have these psychic powers? And yeah, I guess we'll start there. How's that sound?
Yeah, I love it. Well, honestly, it's been a very long time that I've never admitted that I was a psychic. I tended to call myself an intuitive and then a spirit medium, and I've called myself every name in the book. And so that's pretty wide. But here's the thing. I believe we're all psychic. And that word is getting thrown around and bantered around in ways that it frightens a lot of people. And really, psychic means the unseen or invisible, right? So I'm accessing information. I kind of relate it to being able to look into, let's say a back office or an archive of information that's stored in our energy records. And so I'm able to see and connect with thoughts and feelings and patterns. And so it's, in a way, I gave myself a new title. I'm an interdimensional analyst. How do you like it?
Amazing. Interdimensional analyst. So how do you see the interdimension?
Well, if I could ask you to imagine a rose, or if you've got one on your table or a flower, and then close your eyes and visualize it, that's how we see. And we all see. Call it a visualization, call it an idea, an inspiration. I've trained myself to be able to zoom in on a specific, let's say, entry point. I call them pictures. It could be a thought, it could be a belief, it could be a memory. So when I can dial in, it's like when I look at the energy centers, the chakras, or the energy field, it's almost like I see a kaleidoscope, a spinning wheel of all of these incredible colors and patterns. And then when I zoom in or one color jumps out at me, I sort of go down that rabbit hole. It's like stepping into a stargate where all the information starts unraveling and I get a story. So the story is then translated in my head and I reveal the story. It might be a metaphor.
Yeah.
It might be a literal experience that the person's had.
Right.
So sometimes we have a little discussion trying to define or interpret. Is it a real life situation? Is it a metaphor? Or is your soul trying to give you, your next step information? So it's kind of a translation. And I think over the years, as I've developed an expertise in being able to, as much as a natural ability we all have, I've been able to refine it and tune it in. And that's what I teach people to do. Amazing. Because we're all highly intuitive, call it psychic. And when we access those parts of ourselves, there's so much more information that's available to us.
Yeah. I would say this has a lot to do with the spiritual realm, right? I mean, when we start to link quantum physics and science and brain waves and the natural law of attraction and manifestation, I mean, there are a lot of pieces to the puzzle that fit perfectly. And a psychic is part of the spiritual realm. I mean, we send out information from our brain through our brain waves into the quantum field, into the ether, into the universe, if you want to call it the universe. And if we can feel the right feelings, the high frequency emotions of joy, love, gratitude, appreciation, what we're trying to manifest will come back to us. And I am a firm believer. However, there are a lot of people out there that don't believe in this. There's a lot of people that don't believe in the law of attraction. There's a lot of people that don't believe that we can manifest our goals and dreams through intentional thinking and high frequency emotions. So, what do you say to all the doubters out there? And what proof do you have that proves them wrong?
Well, you might not like this, but I don't need to prove it to anybody. And after all this time, I'm so convinced, and I've had to prove it to myself because I came from a corporate background and not trusting my intuition and doubting myself or hesitating or being uncertain. When I was finally able to dial into the specific information, is it any different than being able to access a certain program or software? Right? If we have the right tools, we can, let's say with Word, a simple thing like that, we can type and send information through the air, right? Well, science is refined now compared to when this started happening for me 22 years ago. Now, science is coming and really showing us how this is all stored information. And, there's a lot of different psychics. And I want to just back up on that thought because, some people misconstrue psychic with or associate that with only card readers. I'm not going there. I'm using my natural, innate, God-given abilities of clairvoyance, clairaudience, clairsentience, which we all have. It's part of our natural GPS system.
Right.
And our soul's path. Yes, this is a spiritual journey. As we start awakening and become more desensitized to being programmed by everything in our environments, all of these natural abilities just start coming online.
Yeah.
And
Right.
so it's a wonderful process of discovery. And I really feel, going back to what your comment was about mental health and the work you do, I often see it. People that get depressed, I know for myself it's happened, it's stuck energy. It's not even mine.
Right.
And so the wonderful liberating thing was, okay, if it's energy and I can clear it without meds or drugs or, destroying everything in my life, then that's great. That's a win. Just show me how. And so that's where I started embarking on teaching people to clear their energy field, quick, fast, and easy, so that they can come back online and be that inspirational or that be on purpose with manifesting.
Yeah.
And coming back to the doubters, I think doing a reading, like, I don't know what your experience was, Zach. We haven't had a chance since I spoke to you about that. But that's how a lot of doubters come back to really believing. They need proof themselves.
Right.
And when I connect with them and identify things or articulate circumstances, and they go, holy geez, how did she know that?
Unreal.
I never told her.
Unreal.
You know?
And I had such an incredible experience on our session last week. I'm just so thankful that I was able to meet you and come across who you are and what you do. And I want to take a step back and talk about a lot about manifestation, because I feel like these manifestation and our energy is very interconnected. I myself have manifested amazing things in my life, amazing things, from my dream lifestyle to my dream car to a relationship with friends and family that are just constantly growing and getting stronger. And I believe it to be true. I believe that if I meditate and if I feel joy, love, appreciation, and gratitude in my heart, and I believe that if I am going to get what I want, then subconsciously my thoughts, decisions, and actions are going to align with what I want, ultimately creating that, bringing it to fruition, right? So I don't need to prove to anyone either that manifestation and the natural law of attraction is true. I don't need to prove it to anyone. But if they were to look, they would see that, these are the receipts. And I'm someone who loves to study the natural law of attraction, and meditation is the foundation for that, right? In order for us to manifest what we want, our goals and dreams, we have to be present. We have to live as if we already have what we want, whether it's a beautiful house that's paid off, or if it's our dream job or our dream relationship. You have to live, you have to feel, you have to believe that it's already true. And it's easier said than done. So when it comes to the phrase easier said than done, I want to ask you a question. How do you, as a psychic, as an energy healer, sharpen your skills and get better at what you do each and every day?
Thank you. That's a great question. And I want to say that, I totally 100,000% believe in the law of attraction. I believe we're here as creators. That's our spiritual purpose. We're here to learn about who we are. And unfortunately or fortunately, we've all been programmed. And what we're not realizing is that as an energy being that came into form, we're programmed and we're camouflaged our true purpose and our true abilities. And so we have to dig through that or begin releasing it so that our natural self can shine. And so that's why, I started this journey just simply to heal me. After a near-death experience, I was in a really dark, destructive place in my life, and I hung out there I couldn't get out of it. I didn't go see a psychologist because I figured they're going to lock me up and throw away the keys. When I started hearing things and seeing things, all of my abilities got so turned on. It was like having a speaker blasting in your ear super high. You can't really hear it, right? So I had to learn myself. I had to prove it to me, Zach. I had to prove it that this was worth a damn and that it worked. And this was way before the law of attraction came into vogue and everybody was talking about it. But, they've oversimplified it. And I feel like the general message behind it, they've left out some important ingredients in the recipe. And that is your vibration. So they talk about feelings, which is key, as you mentioned. But all of your feelings, if you've got these unconscious blocks that are sort of tucked away in the back closet that you don't know about and you're not looking at it and it doesn't matter to you because you're just focused and you're hell-bent on getting that beautiful home or whatever it might be, you're missing out. And there's that skeleton rattling in the closet that is dragging you down, and it is unconsciously lowering your vibration. So the trick is, how do we get to that crap that's behind us that we have no idea is there? And that's the part I work at, because it's the unconscious quantum part of you that's hidden from view. And it's real simple when you have the right tools. You can't vacuum your house, the whole house, with a little handheld vac, right? That's just going to take forever. It'll work in little one square at a time, but it's like that. Meditation is key. Listening as the intuition starts to come alive is not doubting it, and to taking specific action when you are hearing that little voice.
Amazing. So when it comes to past trauma, because that's something that you and I discussed on our session last week when you were, diving deep into my subconscious and feeling my energy and reading my energy. And it was very eye-opening. But as someone who likes to be aware of not only what's going on right here, right now, but what's going to happen in the future and what's happened in the past, how can anybody that's listening be more aware of that skeleton in the closet? Like, what if they have past traumas that they don't even know of? And is that a common occurrence where people have past traumas that they kind of block out, that they don't even realize is there?
Yes, we all have trauma. We all have experiences that have derailed us, and those are stored in your archive, accept it or not, believe it or not. Is that you ringing, or is that me?
You. No worries, though. No stress.
Okay, sorry about that. we can't see or know what we don't know. And so I think it's a journey of first making the body feel safe and the mind being retrained, because nobody's helped us train our minds, and our little monkey minds are jumping around all over the place. That's what spirit does. When we think of going to Hawaii, we go there. It's a flash, but our spirit literally leaves the body. If you've ever come in the house and put down your keys, and then you're going to leave next time, you can't find your keys. Where the heck did you put them? In that moment, you were out of your body. Your spirit was somewhere else, focused on something else. And same thing when you're barreling down the highway and you miss your exit. It's because you were at the grocery store thinking about what you're going to pick up, or that meeting that you're going to have. You left your body for an instant, or most of it. A part of your unconscious or your subconscious self is driving the vehicle because it's rote memory. So, this is the point where we have to retrain ourselves, not only to be mindful, but to have our spirit be in the present. And that is the most powerful place to manifest whatever it is we want. Because I see the energies on the planets is shifting. And we're coming into a phase where, as you think, you create. And so where it might have taken a month or two to manifest something, it's going to happen in a flash, because you were thinking it, and oh my gosh, somebody just showed up and said the very same thing and invited you to an opportunity. So it's happening fast. So equally as fast, we're also destroying things in our life, destroying or missing opportunities. Or so we're just, nobody's ever been here at this time, I think, in the evolution of our spirit and the planet. So I know that we have to be more and more diligent, vigilant on paying attention. If you're anxious and you're just losing your mind, you're too far into the future. What's going to happen? Well, what if this doesn't work? Well, what if that's, not true? Getting clear, being able to be present and focus on what you see as the absolute next step is key.
Right. And I love that.
The trauma is, when we have the trauma, it's basically we're connecting to a memory or a feeling that is in a past experience. It's not real. And I'm not saying it didn't happen, but it's your memory and your energetic connection to that point in time that keeps it alive in this present time. So we have to purge that. And it's like, how do you remove malware or viruses from your computer? You run a software, right? You deprogram it. And that's what I teach people how to do.
Interesting. So I love how you mentioned about we're kind of destroying ourselves too. I forgot exactly the verbiage used to articulate that thought, but it was like, we manifest good things, but we also manifest bad things. The natural law of attraction works both ways. You don't just manifest good things. You can manifest bad things too. And to all the people that are listening, that are like, whoa, I didn't realize that, I want you to really start to become hyper aware of your thought patterns, right? Are you in a positive feedback loop, or are you in a negative feedback loop? Because a lot of the times when we have a shitty day, we allow the shitty day to turn into a shitty sleep. And then the shitty sleep turns into a shitty morning. And then the shitty morning resonates and comes in throughout the rest of our day. So be really careful about your thoughts. Be really strong-minded and exercise your free will to choose positive thoughts only. What do you think about that, Amira?
Well, I think, again, meditation is key, and it's a form of meditation that I'm speaking about is a tool or a practice that actually purges what we don't know is there. Because I see a lot of people going out in the world, and they've got this happy face on, and they're perfectly groomed, and they're bragging about all the shit they manifested and all the good things. Meanwhile, they go home and their relationship is in tatters, or they're really not being honest with themselves. Or even if they are thinking, I'm positive, I'm optimistic, I've got these affirmations plastered all over my mirrors, but then all these things are not so good happening. Right? So it's like their split personality. They want to believe those good things are happening, but there's something inside of them. They don't know where that is. That's just tugging them back. And that's maybe a sense like I've tried everything. In fact, I'm thinking out right now that most of the people I work with are highly successful and they're well educated. They've got successful, amazing businesses, but they hit a wall and they can't figure out, because they're really smart, what the hell did they do wrong? Where did they go wrong? And so they analyze it and analyze it and analyze it. And it might come back to a memory or something that happened so long ago. Man, it is in the back archives. And they have no direct tie to it, so they don't think it's haunting them. But it is. It's coming up for removal.
Yeah. And
Because we're on a journey.
Yeah.
We're on a journey. It's not a stop and start, or you hit a button and you're finished.
So what's the process you go through? If you can explain it as simply and as succinctly as possible, what's the process that you go through to help people accomplish that?
The very first thing that we all need to learn, including myself, it's a continual practice, is being grounded.
Yeah.
And I ground from the base of my spine. So it's like I've got the base of my spine. Imagine right now I've got a USB wire plugged right down all the way to the center of the earth. So if anybody blasts me, with a criticism or a big surprise, or, somebody shut something down now or something, I've got a way for the body to discharge that energy. And that energetic surge doesn't get stuck or locked in my body. So that's the first thing. Second thing I work with people is clearing the center of their head, because you can't be clairvoyant or inspired or have a vision to where you want to go or what you want to create if that space isn't clear. So if it's filled with worries or lists of things to do, or constantly looking at your phone, did I miss something? Did I miss something? The distractions. We've got to clear that inner space. And it's like a reset. When you reboot your computer, it's like you got a fresh software, connection.
Mm-hmm.
So that way our higher self and our guides, our angels, they can all, give you the messages with the utmost clarity. And then the third thing is to be able to have a practice where you are aware of where your aura starts and stops. So a lot of mistakes people make is they may be very gregarious or outgoing, but they come home and they're just flattened. And it's because they've went out into the world, or even online, it happens. You're plugging into everybody and everything, and they're all jumping into your energetic field. And then you're overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know, nobody's taught us how to have a healthy, clean, fresh aura, how to stay present and not go into somebody else's energetic field. Like, what do you do when you go there and you come back feeling really crappy? Have you ever had a call or a phone call with somebody and you were feeling great, and then after you talk to them, you're like, oh man, I want to commit suicide.
Right.
So that's what happened. It's their energy.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of times we just blame ourselves, or we think something's wrong with us, or we can't identify it. So the beautiful thing is, I teach people to use my stress buster, and they can just run those energies, the cosmic and earth energies in our channels. It's kind of like having an acupuncture session, right? Just keep those channels flowing. The body and the spirit know what to do when they're clear.
Yeah. Amazing.
That's key.
That's a process.
So those are the basic ones. And then being able to reclaim your energy. If you've gone on an adventure, you've had an event or a project, you've left your energy in that event. Oh, it was great. There's no question. You manifested a pile of money and all these people were praising you. However, your energy's still there.
Yep.
So in order to get back on track and be present and to continue to, the momentum of manifesting, you have to reclaim that energy.
Absolutely. And the best way to do that is to give you a call, reach out to you. To all the people that are listening, you can go to chakra-clearing.com. That's chakri-clearing.com. Connect with Amira. Have your psychic reading done. I did it. It was amazing. Looking forward to continuing to work with you in the future. To all the people that were listening on Apple and Spotify, thank you so much. Go ahead and subscribe, share it with your friends. All the people watching on YouTube, I'm going to drop the link to all of Amira's socials and her website and how you can connect with her below. Amira, it was nothing short of a pleasure again to have you on the podcast today. Thank you so much for your time. Is there anything you want to leave the audience with today?
You're a manifester. You're a creator. Go do
That's it. Go do it. Go do it. Be present.
Be
meditate.
Be it.
Right. Exactly.
Thank you so much, Zach. It's such a joy.
My pleasure, Amira. Have a wonderful day. Wishing you all the health, wealth, success, and happiness for this year.
Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure, I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment. Today is my day. I deserve this life. I am happy with my body. I am precious and amazing. I will make today meaningful. I can do it. God be with me. As long as I believe, then nothing is impossible. If I don't pursue what I want, I will never have it. If I don't ask, I will never know the answer. If I don't take a step, I will always be in the same place. I will make sure I have to try. My dream will come true from this day forward. Start from small things. Start from myself. And starting from this moment.
What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? I am not shouting, but I cannot tolerate the way you people behave, right? All of you have no consideration for me. I'm such an important person. 10 o'clock, I've got a board meeting, I've got to be there on time. And here you people raise up such petty things. And then you say, don't shout. What do you mean, don't shout? Who's shouting? Understand the way that you provoke me, and you don't have any consideration for me. What do you think I should behave as?
What is this, yeah? All the time telling me don't cry, don't cry. Obviously, I'll cry, right? Look at the way you behave. Look at this. Even I have to go for work. I'm getting delayed. Oh my God, this unreasonable behavior. It's too much. I'm not able to deal with it. I don't know what to do about it.
Okay. Taken you a little by surprise, but this is reality. There was this very famous book by John Gray, which says, Why Men Shout and Women Cry. It's one of a lot of books written by him, which are very, very useful at a practical level, and I have read it more than once. I have quoted from it. I have used it for helping, counselees and all that I've done. So at one point, when I was talking to somebody like this, it just struck me that I should also, try and see if I can convey that message in a more of an interactive manner, knowing how many of us nowadays read books. So I thought, let me put it in a more interactive and a more visual form. So that's why I took up this topic. Now, if you observed these two quick clips that you saw, first it was me, the man. Then it was Seema, the woman. What do you think happened? What do you think are the emotions? Dissatisfaction, irritation, being let down, feeling unwanted. The emotions were exactly the same to the man and to the woman. But did you see the outburst? Did you see the typical reaction, a male reaction and a female reaction? So what happens is that the women say, why do these men shout all the time? Can't they control their emotions? Why do they have to be so loud and brash and angry all the time? And surprisingly, I have so many men who come and say, I can't even carry out a decent argument with my wife. Anything I say and she breaks down and starts crying. That is her weapon. Now she starts crying, what am I supposed to do? I have to leave the place and go away. I have to stop the argument. Wonderful, isn't it? See how she uses crying as a tool to get the way that she wants. I can't even raise my voice. I can't say anything because she's got this wonderful tool, no? Breaking down, crying, whining. Now, this is what I want to discuss today. Right. Firstly, let us understand that a lot of women feel men do not have emotions. I want to clear that myth. Men have as much emotions as women. This has been proven by research and surveys and whatever it is. You don't have to take my word for it. A fact like the soldier who sacrifices his life for the sake of his country. It is a purely emotional act. I will go to the extreme of giving up my life for my country. A man who slogs away to glory, works in a horrible job for years and years because he feels only then he will be able to give a good education to his children. He is governed by his emotions. A person who wants to achieve, by achieving career-wise, even a person who wants to win over the love of his girlfriend, It is purely an emotional act which makes him go out of the way, promise her the moon, do anything for her. These are all emotions, right? So let us understand that men have as much emotions as women do. The only thing is the expression of those emotions comes out in a different way. I would not even say wrong way, I would say a different way. So there are innumerable instances, for example, where a man is so busy with his work, 24/7, he is at work, in office, or even when he comes home, he's on the laptop or he's on the mobile. And the family, particularly the wife, feels this person is so indifferent. This person doesn't love his family members. This person only thinks of his work. Now you ask the man, and like I mentioned a minute back, he says, I do it because I love my family. If I did not have a wife and children, I could stay in a one room or rough it out somewhere, and whatever I earn, I would have been very happy. But I've got this responsibility. I have to provide, I have to get a good house, I have to provide basic amenities, I have to give a good education to my children, I have to give them so many things, no? I love them so much that the only way to be able to fulfill what I want to do with them is to work harder and harder and harder. It's a highly competitive world out there, dude. You don't know. Unless you are on your toes and perpetually struggling, you will be left out. So that is what I do. So what I was saying is that the expression of love is in a different manner. And that is what they don't understand. Similarly, men who claim that my wife is perpetually nagging me, she's always correcting me, she's always making demands on me. She breaks down and she cries, she sulks. She points out so many fingers at me and she says, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. Doesn't she understand what I am going through? But now, if you look at it from the feminine perspective, why is she doing it? Because she loves him. If she did not care, she would have said, okay, he is the provider. He goes to office, he works, he earns money and he gets the money, and I enjoy myself. I will spend my time with my parents, my friends, my children. She could have given up, isn't it? Why is it that she doesn't give up? Because that is her way of expressing love. You are my life partner. I love you. I want to have a good, harmonious life with you. And that is why I am constantly behind you, telling you. Even a simple thing like, a wife telling the husband, don't smoke or don't eat rich food. Or, doctor was saying that your sugar levels are high, so don't eat sugar. To the man, it may appear as though she's perpetually nagging me and she's behind my back and she hates me so much that she doesn't let me live in peace. I come back home and all the time, this is what she is behind me. But to the woman, it is her way of expressing her love. The other factor, which I've spoken of earlier, but I want to reiterate the same point, is generally men are left-brained and women are right-brained. Mostly, not all. Now, a left-brained person is a person who is logical, sequential, analytical, mathematical, critical. These are the traits of a left-brained person. A right-brained person is emotional, intuitive, interpersonal, creative, literary. Now, when a person is right-brained, the habits, the behavior, the interests, the talents are different from a person who is left-brained. Nature has made, probably with some wisdom, that men should be left brain and women should be right brain, because only then they complement each other. Now it is up to us whether to use this complement. When you have a North Pole and you have a South Pole, they attract each other. Imagine if both were North Poles. Imagine if a man gets married to a man or a woman gets married to a woman. Of course, now it is accepted and permissible and all that, but there's a very, very interesting thing. I know a lot of same sex couples, right? Inevitably, one of them plays the male role and one of them plays the female role. Starting from the way their demeanor, their dressing, their expressions, their way of talking, the profession that they choose are typically male and female. So even though physically they belong to the same gender, they again attract each other and they live with each other and they love each other because they complement each other. This is what I want you to understand. There is a beauty in that, difference. The French always say that, men and women are different. Long live the difference. Life would have been very boring if men started behaving the way women do, and if women started behaving the way men do. And that is what John Gray points out to us and says that women expect their men to behave, to react, to respond the way they would have done in that situation. And the man expects his woman to react, respond, behave in the way he would have done it. And when that does not happen, men shout and women cry. And there is no winner or loser in this game. Just because a man generally ends up shouting, it does not mean that he wins the argument or he gets the upper hand. Sometimes the person who's crying gets the upper hand. Anyway, this is not a ding-dong battle. This is not a court of law where we are trying to prove one is right, the other is wrong or something. But this is what we have to accept in order to have more harmony between the, the genders, right? Okay. Now, why are men left brain and why are women right brain? This is another very interesting aspect. It is partly because of genetics, maybe, I don't know, I'm not a geneticist, but it is a lot to do with the learned phenomenon. Men have been cavemen from prehistoric days. The hunter, the gatherer, and the protector. Women, right from the beginning of history, have been the nurturer, the caregiver, the lover. It is so ingrained through generations and generations of our ancestors that we cannot give it up. Even in a world today, in the 21st century, in metropolitan cities, women are playing as great a role as men professionally. You'll have women CEOs, you'll have women engineers, you'll have women surgeons, you'll have women playing all sorts of roles which traditionally were restricted to men just a couple of generations back. But has that changed the demeanor? Has that changed the approach or attitude or the emoting and the relationship? No. A woman who is a highly qualified person, holding a very, very strong career position and whatever it is, when it comes down to family, when it comes down to personal level, she still behaves the same way as her grandmother or great-grandmother did. And the same thing with the man. Let's say here is this man, who has a partner who is not only doing as well as him, maybe doing better. Maybe she is the main breadwinner. She's the one in the limelight. He acknowledges that. But because he's relegated to playing this role. There are men, for example, who are nowadays I come across who are doing a lot of the cooking or taking care of children, which traditionally men never did. So you have this man who says, okay, you are busy, I'll take care of the baby. Or you are tied down with something else, I'll cook the food. So they are taking on feminine roles, right? But their demeanor, their expression, their behavior is not changing. When it comes to behavior which involves emotions, they still behave the way. Now, this is not going to change in the near future. If it has not changed in thousands of years, please don't have hope that it will change overnight or within this generation or even within the next generation. Huh. What we can do is, as far as the next generation is concerned, teach them a little more. Teach them to understand. I have a small little incident ingrained in my mind that I must have been 5 or 6 years old. I was running and playing. I fell down. And I saw small red spots on my knee. Some thing had grazed my knee, and little blood was coming out. The moment I saw that, I thought I'm dying. And I let out a big shriek and I started bawling, crying. My father came running out and said, "What happened? What happened?" I pointed my knees. He went down and looked at my knees. He took his hand and brushed it aside so those red spots disappeared. And he said, "What's wrong with you? Why are you crying away to glory? Nothing has happened to you." I said, "No, I'm dying." He said, "No, you're not dying at all. Nothing is happening to you. Go wash your knees and this and that, and then go and play do whatever you want." And he said, "Don't cry like a girl," he said. At that age, daddy is the ultimate. He is the end all and be all. Whatever he says is the absolute truth, right? So this great daddy told this little 5-year-old fellow, that is me, don't cry like a girl. But daddy never told me how to cry like a boy. So what did I do after that? Anytime I had something disturbing me, I would make sure that I don't cry. And because of that, what happened? Emotions started getting suppressed, suffocated, stifled, till I came to adolescence. And when I realized that I'm a big boy, I have power, I have control, I have strength, I used to bring out my irritation, my disappointments by shouting. And daddy never said, "Don't shout like a boy." In fact, I vaguely even remember if mummy would complain saying, "Look at your son, how he is behaving. Why is he so uncouth? Why does he shout?" Daddy would probably laugh and say, "Oh, he's a boy, forget it. He'll get over it." So directly or indirectly, that thing was propagated, that it is okay for you to shout, but it is not okay for you to cry. Now, all the girls sitting out there who are listening to this program, go back into your childhood. When you were a small child, and if somebody did something to you, and if you picked up your fist and started boxing that person, what would your parents say? "You're a girl. Don't behave like this. What's wrong with you?" Even if you shouted, they would have said the same thing to you. That is how that indoctrination came in. But when you cried, what happened? "Oh, my poor baby. Come here, sit in my lap. Don't worry, Mama is here. No, we'll take care of you." So, time and again, it was reinforced to the boys that you shout, And it was reinforced to the girls that you cry. Now, when you are 20 or 40 or 60, can you change so easily your entire basic demeanor? No, you can't. In fact, as I was mentioning to you about a girl, protecting herself or hitting or whatever it is, boys and men are made to believe that they are physically stronger than women. In many cases, it is true. A woman is built in a slightly smaller frame and a little more delicate demeanor and all that, but it is not always the case. I think yesterday or day before, what's that girl's name? Nikat, from a small town in Nizamabad, is now on the way to becoming the world boxing champion. So do you still think that girls are weaker than boys? If any roadside Romeo wants to tease her and she gives one box and that fellow will go flying 10 feet into the air. Okay, now you may say, no, she is one exceptional girl. But if you read her interviews, there's something very significant. She said that my parents, though my father was also a sportsman, and though he encouraged his daughter for sports, but he said not boxing. Both father and mother said, if you do boxing and somebody hits your face, and if there is a mark on your face or your face gets disfigured, then nobody will marry you. Imagine telling that to a little girl who's aspiring to become a great sportswoman. Have you ever heard a parent or a coach telling a boy, don't get into boxing because if somebody hits you and your face gets disfigured, then no girl will marry you? See the irony of the situation. I'm very proud of the fact that here is an Indian girl who, went against what was indoctrinated into her and has achieved something. Now, she's a good role model. Before her, Mary Kom was also a great role model. So many of them. But like I said, they are exceptions because the others succumb. And once you succumb and once you're made to believe that you're not physically strong and you cannot protect yourself and you should not protect yourself, the only way that it comes out is in the form of frustration, crying, whatever it is. It goes right up to the, extent where the girl grows up, becomes a mother. And now she is supposed to be all the time that great sacrificial mother. Whatever else she may do, she has to give first priority to children. One excellent example is this great lady called Indra Nooyi. She was the CEO and even the chairman of PepsiCo. PepsiCo is one of the maybe top 50 organizations in the whole world. Indra Nooyi, a girl born and brought up in India and in Chennai, migrated to USA. Her parents didn't go. She went over there and went up the corporate ladder. And eventually, as I said, she became the CEO of PepsiCo. At the same time, she married and she had 2 daughters. While she was going up the ladder in the corporate world, she was also bringing up 2 little girls who eventually became 2 teenagers. How did she balance? How she balanced is one thing, but the pressures that she was under, not only from others, but even from her own self. Am I justifying my role as a mother? She has a very understanding and a very supportive husband. Despite that, she was always made to feel doubt and question that whatever I am doing, am I justifying my role as a mother or not? In fact, her mother gave her a very interesting piece of advice. She said, you go to office, do your work, come back home, and when you park your car in the garage, leave your crown in the garage. What is that crown? The crown is CEO, chairman, whatever she was. She said, leave that crown in the garage and then come inside as a wife and mother. Have you ever come across an upwardly mobile or a successful man being given that advice by his elders? Leave your crown in the garage and come back to being a husband and a father. This is where we need to work on. We need to work with children. There's a lot that can be done. The children who have not yet come to that stage where the gender differences become very obvious. The 4-year-olds, the 6-year-olds, the 10-year-olds, both boys and girls, can we help them to understand that while you belong to one gender, and you should be proud of your gender, you should be proud that you are a boy or you're a girl, nothing wrong with that. At the same time, you need to understand the other genders. And that includes more so particularly the boys. I remember, I think it was the first Independence Day message that Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave from Red Fort. And he raised a very interesting point. He said, we are so protective, so possessive about our daughters. We keep asking our daughters, तुम कहाँ गई थी? किसके साथ गई थी? Where were you? Why did you come late? But he said, we never ask our sons, तुम कहाँ गए थे? किसके साथ गए थे? क्यों गए थे? क्यों late आया? When we are encouraging the boys to start feeling that way, what do you expect will happen when they grow up? We have been doing this one generation after another. At least now, can we put a break to it? You cannot change grown-up men, you cannot change grown-up women. Men will continue to shout. Women will continue to cry and say, kya karun, maa hu na, typical Bollywood dialogue. So there's not much we can do about it. But there's a lot that we can do with regard to the next generation. This men crying and women, men shouting and women crying, as I said, is not genetic. It is an inbuilt thing which comes out of indoctrination. It is based on the upbringing. It is based on the lessons and examples that are taught. It is based on the role modeling that we do with our children. Children growing up, particularly boys, watch their father shouting and their mother crying. And nobody seems to be bothered. Nobody points out and says, this is wrong. Why can't mommy shout and daddy cry? So what happens? He grows up thinking this is what life is all about. This is one strong message which I would like each one of you to please spread this little message after today to whichever adults who are concerned about the next generation. Please start changing that outlook, the demeanor, the attitude of both boys and girls. Don't tell a girl that you cannot do boxing because somebody will hit you and your face will get disfigured and then nobody will marry you. You're pulling down the self-esteem of the child. Don't tell a boy that, yeah, boys will be boys, it's okay, he will get all right. Let him shout, let him get into brawls or whatever. That's not fair. So please take this message with you. And I need that 1 minute break as always. Seema has got something very interesting to share with you today. I'll be back in a minute.
Hi, today you can see all of us wearing, I don't know if you can see it, yeah, Banjara Right Forever t-shirts when you walk into Banjara. All of us, including Ali, to each one of us here in the staff. And why we are doing this is because today we are all going to Manthan. So it's picnic time, it's team bonding time, team building time for us. And yeah, we are going there only with open minds. We don't know what Ali has planned for us there, but yeah, the whole idea is to be together, eat together, and we'll stay the night over there. And yeah, we will do certain activities and stuff to know each other better. We work here together, but yeah, those nice moments, the personal journeys. So it'll be nice sharing with each other. And yes, really looking forward and really, really excited. So we'll be shutting down Banjara at 3 o'clock today. We'll be closing office and we'll all be going there. And yeah, that's the plan. And we'll stay the night. Tomorrow, our friend Asra, she's opening a kennel called Off Leash in Manthan. So tomorrow is the inaugural. She's invited everybody, all the dog parents and dog lovers to come and spend the day there. So that's another thing we're looking forward to. So that's what's happening here. And of course, as usual, the place is bustling. Banjara is bustling with our new babies coming in DCS 23. We had a very nice program last Saturday. And they were here and we interacted. It was nice. And every day we have, many of you coming here for inquiring about the program as well as for admission. So yes, admissions are going on at full speed. So do come. 25th June is when we officially start. But don't even wait till then if you're planning to take this up or you have somebody in mind who wants to take it up, because we've already started the entire process of rapport building and meeting up. So do reach out for DCS 23 and all other programs as usual are there on the website. So, all right, that's what's going on in Banjara. Thought we'll keep you posted.
Manish just showed you a poster of an interesting program that I'm doing. Can't really call it a program because it involves 5 minutes of your time every day for the next 3 weeks. But if you're interested in something like that, do get in touch with Anis or any of our people in the office. It's a very simple thing of how to enrich your life through the thought and the experience of death. Don't get scared. I'm not going to ask you to do something like PUBG or something that you jump over the roof or something like that. It's just at the thought process. And as I said, 5 minutes of your day. These are the little unusual things that we keep doing all the time, just to keep ourselves occupied and to do. So we've got this break in between the DCS 22, which ended, and DCS 23, which is going to start next month. So I thought, let me use that time. Okay, so now Anis is going to show me which are the comments and questions that have come up. So Vidya says, why is it so tough to make the men express his emotions? It is not at all tough, Vidya. Men express their emotions immediately. You say something and he gets provoked and he starts shouting. That is expression of emotions. What we need to do is not to make the men express emotions, but to express it in a different manner. There's a lot on that. I don't want to take the time of all the viewers today, but in a very simple form, I will tell you, do not get into arguments. If he's shouting, you don't start shouting. Be assertive, accept his behavior for the moment, keep quiet. He will calm down. He cannot be angry all the time. He cannot be shouting all the time. When he is back to a good mood, that is the time you bring up this question of next time when you're angry, next time when you're upset, next time when you're irritated, can you tell me in a different manner? You will get results and I will respond much better to you. Start with that. Sheila says, tough to understand what men are thinking. Sheila, take a survey of men. 9 out of 10 will tell you it is tough to understand what women are thinking. I can never understand. And even if they understand other women, they generally don't understand their own wife. So it is a ping pong battle. Both of them can keep on complaining. Now, my question is, when you say tough to understand what men are thinking, it is tough. It is not impossible. So, what efforts have you made to understand what men are thinking? Have you spoken to men of different ages? I mentioned to you, you go younger and younger. If you are a grown up adult and your partner and your peers are people of your age, go lower down. Maybe talk to a man who's 25, 20, 15, 10. You will get an idea about what the male person thinks when he's 10, when he's 15, when he's 20, when he's 25. And from there, a pattern evolves. And then work with the men who are important to you. Vidya says, why is it that certain men don't understand that these are wife's way of expressing love? Rather, they just complain that you talk to me only when you need some household products, and they doubt that we are in relationship with somebody else. That is a very, very sad situation. Be it a man or be it a woman, if you doubt without any concrete evidence, yes, there are people who get into relationships and that has to be dealt with by the spouse. I'm not talking, those are very rare, and whatever happens, that's a very serious situation which has to be dealt with. But if there is a man, as you gave this example, who perpetually thinks that his wife is in relationship, you know what, it has nothing to do with his wife, it has nothing to do with his relationship with his wife. It is his own feeling of insecurity. It is his low self esteem. It is his loneliness. It is his feeling of being isolated. And he doesn't know how to handle it. So he hits out by making some accusations and saying this is what it is. Okay. The same way as you said that, okay, you said that why is that how much Yes, we are back again. So sorry for the rukawat. Technology sometimes also behaves like human beings, throws tantrums. At least it doesn't shout or cry, but it makes life miserable for us. I was answering Vidya's question. Why is that however much a man shouts, it is expected that the woman should keep quiet? Now, when you say expected, who brought in that expectation? Please go back and reflect. It was your mother, your grandmother, your teachers. So many people told you that you are a girl and you should not shout. If they themselves have indoctrinated this into you in your innocent and vulnerable years, obviously it becomes part of your personality. And that was never done to your husband or your brother or any other male member of the family or in the class, right? Now, that is what I want us to understand that we are doing. And that's the reason why I said before we closed for the break that please work with the smaller men before the men become men when they're still boys, when they still listen to you, when they look up to you, when they have this great regard and respect for women and for mothers and for elder sisters and all that. That is a time to help them to understand. If we start now, maybe 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we will be creating a generation of equality. Saraf Saab says, women's bearing capacity is inherently more than that of men. That's why men are in a hard condition to digest something done by women, whether she be his wife, daughter, friend. Yes, same thing I will tell to all of you, including Mr. Saraf, that when you say bearing capacity, where has this bearing capacity come from? Why is it that a soldier's capacity to bear physical pain, even when he is shot and he's got a bullet in his leg, he still moves forward and he still continues to fight? If you or I were to have a bullet in our leg, we'll just collapse. Now, this bearing capacity of the soldier is not genetic, it is not inborn. He was trained in that manner, he was indoctrinated into that manner, he was motivated into that. Both body and mind was told that you are a soldier, you have to defend the nation, you have to do this and that. And that is what made him a hero when he has to face adversity. The same thing apply. Women shout and cry, Sheila says, while men only shout largely. It is a fact. That's the reason why I brought up this topic. But it is how you shout and how you cry which is important. In fact, since men hardly cry and definitely not, in front of their spouse or somebody, I have also come across, unfortunately, one odd, in a rare instance here and there, she tolerates, she accepts, she somehow, carries on, she gets fed up. And she says, more, I am going to take things in my control. And the moment she announces that, this man breaks down, starts crying. And the woman is so overwhelmed that she feels that nothing can be sweeter than this, that my man is crying and asking for forgiveness. And everything gets deleted and she goes back to be what she was. Please be aware of that. Roshan says, very lucky to get a life partner who never ever shouted at me and never did I cry. Fantastic. Congratulations to Roshan. And I also feel that while the partner may have had a good upbringing, hats off to his parents and elders, at the same time, it is also how the wife behaves with the man which makes a difference. What is needed in these circumstances is assertiveness. neither being aggressive nor being possessive. Giving away easily and becoming submissive. Assertiveness wins the day against people who unnecessarily lose their temper and who shout. Sureka says, how can we help our counselees help them behave in ways that their love and care reaches the partner? Here, one thing is very important, Sureka. You have to deal with in two different ways when it comes to a male and when it comes to a female. By the time this counselee has come to you, the person has grown up in a lot of indoctrination, behaviors, and attitudes, and is also experiencing certain things, right? So we have to deal with the men differently and the women differently. With the men, if it can be made to understand that I understand your anger, I understand that you are very frustrated and you are pushed to a corner, and that is why you shout or that is why you get so angry. But do you get results? If you do not get results, would you like to try out a different way instead of shouting at your partner or creating that ruckus? Would you like to try? With a female, you have to tell her that whatever the person is doing to you, do not get provoked either way. Don't break down and cry and show your vulnerability, and do not start countering and shouting and arguing. Be assertive. We have to teach women assertiveness. And that assertiveness, believe me, is directly connected to self-esteem. Innumerable Indian women suffer from low self-esteem because of the way they have been brought up. I am not capable. I am a girl, my own dreams. And I have to listen first to my father, then to my husband, and then to my son. We have to break that. Any girl who has good self-esteem and who is assertive can easily handle a father, a husband, a brother, a son who tends to get angry and shout. Over a period of time, the change can be brought in. Conclusion is seeking help or counseling. Don't wait till it comes to that exhaustion stage, and where you get so frustrated that you may actually do something which is very impulsive. Do it while you feel that things are a little better. This is another thing which I have experienced with so many people. Let's say you have this man who keeps shouting all the time, and the wife is very submissive. You know what she thinks? No, if I am nice to him, then he will stop shouting. If I don't argue, if I don't, present my viewpoint, and if I accept his anger and do as he tells me to do, even though I don't want to do that, slowly he will realize what a good partner I am, and he will start being nice to me. Sorry, it doesn't happen that way. You have to take it as early as possible. And this includes what Sureka has asked: handle unresolved feelings from the past. This is something which, as you know, you will recall that I have been constantly striving on. Take this man-woman situation where the man shouts, the woman cries, whatever it is. Somebody had also mentioned the man always doubts his wife whether she is having other relationships. All this is based from the past. It starts in early childhood. And a lot of things from our childhood need to be resolved. Even if it is not currently an issue of shouting or crying or whatever it is, but a lot needs to be resolved. Our education system does nothing to help us learn life skills, to build up our emotional intelligence. But it's never too late. Even now it works. And this is something very, very heartening when Sheila says, being politely assertive has been working for me. I think we should give an applause to Sheila for not only believing in it, but practicing it. She's used a very nice phrase, politely assertive. Yes, I know you're angry. I know you've got meetings and you're very stressed out and you're a very important person. At the same time, I think we need to resolve this. I don't feel that I am going to give in at this stage. I need to do this. In whatever manner, whatever words, whatever expressions, but politely assertive can really go a very long way to help people. So these are some of the very, very important things. As I said, number one, we need to keep feeling frustrated because the woman cries all the time, or the woman is feeling frustrated because the man shouts all the time. It is not impossible, but it is tough to handle it, to deal with it, to try to slowly bring about a change to the extent that it is possible. Don't expect miracles. Don't expect overnight change from the person. But I can assure you that 10%, 20%, 30% more harmonious relationship goes a long way in making you feel contented. And it sets the ball rolling for better and better and better relationship. At the same time, look at the younger generation and see what we can do. Let us not be so selfish that we work only for our needs. We owe it to the next generation that we have to leave a good world behind them. There's so much talk going on about global warming, about wars and whatever we have been doing, the way we are destroying the world in so many ways. I am equally concerned about the way we are destroying the younger generation at an emotional level. I have told this a number of times and I repeat again that emotional intelligence can be built up at any time. And what are the first two pillars of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness. Yes, right now I am getting angry, I'm getting irritated, I'm feeling very disappointed, cheated. Awareness. The second pillar is managing the emotions. Now that I know that I am provoked, I am angry, I am feeling very restless. How do I manage? Which is the best way to manage my emotion? Roshan says, keep giving love and one is bound to get back love. No shouting and crying will happen. You're very lucky if you keep giving love and you do get back love. It doesn't happen all the time. I'm sure all of you have heard that little proverb that, you pick up a street dog and you nurture it, feed it, take care of it. Take care of all his needs. He looks up to you and says, you're taking such good care of me. You must be God. You pick up a little kitten and take care of it, feed it, groom it, protect it, do everything. The kitten looks at you and says, you are taking such good care of me. I must be God. Remember that some of us are dogs, some of us are cats. So you have to take that chance. Sureka says, how can we work towards better emotional autonomy, which prevents us from developing dependency? Yes, Sureka. Since we live in families, since we have to interact with people, I would suggest that we don't work towards developing or, working from, the dependency, work towards what I always call as interdependency. It's the same way as there may be a family where the man goes out to work and earns the salary and the livelihood, and the woman takes care of the house and the kitchen and the children. They are not dependent on each other. They are interdependent. They are complementing each other, and men and women complement each other in 100 different ways. So learn to enjoy that aspect of it. That is what is needed. It can be done. It requires some time and effort, and it can be done if you decide on the next Saturday's topic, that is, don't grow old. I'll be seeing you next Saturday. There, we will be talking about how, while the numbers pile up, you ensure that you remain young till the last day of your life. So, have a nice, wonderful week. I shall see you next Saturday. Bye bye.
Hey.
Hey.
I'm gonna get some feedback here for a split second, but maybe not. We'll see, okay? Still trying to figure out the Telegram situation.
Did it even work last week?
No, but I got it working now. I know how it's supposed to work now.
Cool.
So what's up? Hey, y'all. Hey, we got a bunch of you popping in here super fast. Let's rock and roll.
I thought you were going to play us intro with a different song today.
What? Why would I do that? You want to have a Nagila?
I thought it was going to be like a little, birthday jingle or something.
I should have set that up. Happy birthday, Elon. Elon, it's your birthday. I actually... Go ahead.
No, someone sent me a video of these like weird monkeys singing birthday, like a birthday song. It's like some weird stuff out there on YouTube.
I actually just learned a new birthday jingle, like song, which is so much better than the run-of-the-mill happy birthday, but I haven't learned all the words yet. So by next birthday, I'll get you. 42, okay. I'll get this thing down. It's spiritual, it's sweet, it makes you feel good in your body, and like it relieves that embarrassment that you always get when everyone's singing you happy birthday.
Oh, it's nice. I actually used to have to sing this jingle at the restaurant that I served at. It was like a steakhouse.
Yeah.
And we always had to it was like happy birthday, like something. I forgot all the words, but yeah, there's some weird things out there.
Well, in case you guys are wondering what the hell we're talking about, it's Elon's 41st birthday. So Mazal Tov and happy birthday to the big.
Thank you.
To my bigs.
Thank you.
Still here for y'all. We enjoy this.
Happy to be here with you guys on my birthday.
On your birthday.
Being here with you.
So feel free to say hello in the chat box there, especially if you are, well, not especially, but and if you're new, let us know, because we want to give you a special hello as well and welcome you to the Old Souls and Seekers community. Today we're going to touch upon kind of like a progression in transformation and mindset, and like what are these quote unquote levels that people attain, reach in their understanding and wisdom And we want to give you maps because it kind of shows you where to look and what to reach for and what kind of work you may need to put in place in your life right now to create these habits and these foundations in your life. Because what we want for you guys, just to understand, if you're part of this community, it's not just to transform, right? Like any of us can go out and have an ecstatic experience this weekend if we so choose. You can go to an amazing class, you can go do breath work, yoga, like there's a lot of things you can do for yourself to make you feel good. And when you go home, is that sustainable? Are you applying that in your life? And that's what Elon and I really care about, is not just having transformative experiences, but the understanding and wisdom and experiences that one requires in order to have sustainable transformation in their life, to have more fluid relationships with yourself and others, to live a healthier life, to be healthier in your mindset, to be honestly more fluid, because life is a fucking shit show oftentimes, and it's not about making life perfect. It's about how you get to respond to the way that your life is arising so that you can maximize the benefit of the moment instead of losing time and then repeating the mistakes that you've repeated. So if you are new to the community, that's really what these conversations are about. It's what all our education and programs and community is here for. It's to support you in giving you tools and resources and experiences, most importantly, the experiences to create fundamentally a new place for you to live from in your life, for a new perspective to arise naturally without you having to like force some kind of outcome. So if you are new to the party or old to the party, again, please feel free to smash some likes and hearts. Let us know that you're out there, say hello, and just know that you can ask questions. You guys can probably see the comment box there, and so we can see your questions, we can interact with you. And so as we go through this, if you want clarification, if you have something specific, of course, if we have time, we'll get to as much as possible. So awesome. Anything you want to say?
Let's say hi to some new people here.
Cool.
Who do I see here?
Sharon.
Mary Elliott is new. I see Sharon. I'm maybe butchering that one.
Might be Sharon, which would be really cool.
Sharon. It's a cool spelling.
Mm-hmm.
I think those are all the newbies I saw, and then we have a bunch of.
And P.S. guys, if you see your name showing up as a Facebook user in the chat box,
Yoav, she's got to be a fellow Israeli for sure. Yeah, go ahead. Tell them about the link.
I'm dropping it right now. So guys, I'm going to drop a link for you real super fast. If you want if you see your name when you drop in a comment as a Facebook user, that's because we are in a closed group. So the software can't pull your name out. So I'm going to put this link in there right now, that chat.restream.io. If you click on that and you just go through the app's permission, it will then start pulling your name into the software so we can see who you are as well. Okay?
Cool. Well, welcome everybody, one and all. Again, just great to Russian Israeli. Welcome to the family then.
Yeah, totally.
Interestingly enough, before we dive in, I was with a group of people this weekend, and we were meeting them for the first time. And people always ask, like, what nationality are you? Especially because my wife and I have kind of weirdish names. And what was very strange is that I stopped myself from saying Russian, and I actually purposely said Ukrainian. And I stopped for a moment and realized that this is the first time ever that has crossed my lips, just because of the situation and everything. I think part of it is like, if you say Ukraine to someone, they're like, and where is that? Is that in South Dakota or something? Now, obviously there's more knowledge around it, and there's this big thing. It's like Russia and Ukraine is very different. So it was just interesting for me to notice, like, holy shit, now it's almost like we got to make that distinction. And then just to give you guys like a super side funny story, we run Facebook ads, and guy was telling me that we had this ad that was working really well, and Facebook chose colors, and it was like yellow and blue.
I chose the colors, but chose them before the event had occurred and had not even crossed my mind.
Yeah, this was like, months and months and months ago this thing has been running, and the guy's like, all of a sudden there's all these like more comments than usual, and he's just like, this is odd. So he goes and checks the comments, and people were just blasting this for us, like milking the Ukrainian thing and using the colors and blah, blah, blah. And I'm just sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, if this was like 5 months ago and you walked on the street and you were like, what colors are the Ukrainian flag? If 1 out of 1,000 people were able to say it that was not obviously from there, I'd be in absolute shock. And now everyone knows exactly what the flag looks like and all that stuff. So just interesting side notes.
Also another side note. This reminds me of when I was younger, I used to tell people my middle name, and this will probably be the first time I've ever shared this publicly here because I don't really use my middle name. My middle name is Barack, like Barack Obama, and it's a Hebrew name. So when I was a kid, I used to tell my friends that my name was Guy Barack, but then they would be like, nobody had ever heard that name before, so nobody conceptualized what that meant, and they would always be like, what's that B name that you had? So I stopped using it, and then Barack became president, and I was like, oh, that's my name, and everyone's like, no, it isn't. Like you just can't. I couldn't win, so I was like, all right, I just won't use it again. Oh my god!
Elon Musk is like the best thing that's ever happened to me, and not even from the fact of Tesla. Just like he's made my name a household name. It's a household name.
It's a household name.
It's a household name.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the meat and potatoes of today.
Let's do this.
Enough of this birthday Ukrainian Russian Elon talk.
Well, hopefully Russia doesn't invade Latvia, so then you have to call yourself Latvian too. Yeah.
So we're gonna walk you guys through kind of this 3 stages of transformation today, and we're gonna kind of talk about it from 2 different perspectives. When we created our ascension model here, so obviously we do these calls every week. You can come and enjoy these for free for forever. I mean, we have coaches from our organization that come to these calls for free. So once someone is ready to kind of like jump in and work with us, what we have done is we've taken these 3 levels that we're going to talk about today, and we turned it into an ascension model, meaning that we can actually walk someone through the process of what we're going to be discussing today. So wherever you may have found your way into our home, you're already on one of these levels, right? And so as we're discussing this, what I'm inviting you to is to just sit and allow this kind of information and let it kind of marinate over you, and just notice where you are in the process. And wherever you are in the process, I just want you to realize like you get to acknowledge yourself for being there. Right? The human mind always wants to be somewhere else. It's like where I'm at is not good enough. Let me get over there, which is fine. And just know that as we walk through this, it's like, okay, where do I find myself on the map? And we'll actually work with you and share with you like what are the pieces that one would need to kind of get themselves to the next one. Okay. So I'm going to describe this in 2 separate ways, and then I'll have a guy come in and interject this as well. We're just going to start with level 1. And level 1, we're going to speak from a place of awareness, and then I'm going to also map it out on your journey. So level 1 is, in the way that we describe it here in the Awareness Effect Academy, is awareness is trapped inside the mind. It's like when people kind of start to find it, it's usually they point to somewhere here or somewhere behind the eyes, etc. And as long as awareness is trapped there, which it is for basically everyone, unless you've done a lot of this work, then the world has a certain color and tint to it, because the only way that you can ever perceive the world is through these 5 senses. Right? So if awareness is here, it's basically using your eyes to see, using your ears to hear, using your nose to smell. It's constantly chatting and talking to you, right? And this is where people have their first real breakthrough at level 1. And that first breakthrough, which my assumption is most of you have already had, is that this voice in your head that most other people think is themselves, you've already come to the realization like, holy shit, that voice is not me. And that was a really profound moment for every one of us on our personal development journey. I still remember to this day when I was sitting there and they were like, notice the voice inside your head. And my voice is like, what fucking voice is he talking about? There's no voice in my head. And then the guy goes, you know, the one that just said there's no voice inside your head? That's the one. And I was like, huh? Right? And then you really start to get the sense of how this thing controls your life. And so when we're in this level 1 phase, what tends to happen is we are constantly acquiring information. Like when you have that epiphany, whether it came from a book, whether it came from a seminar, whether you hired a coach or whatever it might be, you remember that moment very, very well. And if you guys do, like, share what your moment was. You know, was it a class? Was it a book? Because I want you guys to get like how impactful that first moment of awakening is.
Yeah.
I mean, like I can describe to you the moment of the day that I got unplugged from the Matrix. Guy can describe it like, you know, to the T. Like he remembers when his foot hit the stairwell, like the heel hit the stairwell, and then this light bulb moment went off. I remember mine. I was just driving down the highway going back to this class, and literally it was like someone. It felt like I was like on mushroom experience. All of a sudden, all the trees became so bright. I had to pull over to the side of the road, and like I thought I was hallucinating. Right. So what happens is in this early stages, like the phase 1 of your growth, this level 1 phase, is everything is impactful. The next book is amazing. That next video, the next seminar, everything you take on is so juicy and so delicious. And it's just like, wow, after wow, and aha after aha. And you get so excited. You kind of probably go out and destroy a bunch of relationships by sharing with everyone. Like, you have to read this book, you have to do this program. Everyone thinks you're fucking crazy. But it's serving you so well. It's like, it's creating so much impact in your life, moment by moment by moment, that you become addicted. Right. And that kind of is that in that phase 1 practice. Here's where it gets into a little bit of a shaky situation. If awareness is in the mind and only in the mind, then guess who is doing all of these practices? The mind is actually doing the practices, right? Like people call it mindset work, and it is. You're basically giving your mind more tools to view the world through the senses differently. And that's very, very enlivening. And then one other piece here that's really important is in this phase, you switch from this notion of everything is happening to me, right? Like the world is coming at me, and you gain this new level of responsibility, like I am responsible. And then it starts to shift as you go from level 1 to level 2 into this place of everything is now happening for me.
And can we pause there for a moment?
Yeah.
And I just want to talk to Natalie's question. So Natalie said, put it on the screen for you guys. She's asking, it's a really good question, and I think this may be a concern for some people that arises. It's like, so when we unhook from the conditioned mind, do we lose senses? Well, the first thing we want to realize is at that location. It's what I wrote. You can scroll through the comments and find it. Is that in location 1, you are like your reality is merged with the mind. And so everything in the mind, this narration that's inside that Elon's talking about, this little voice, you're merged with it. And so you have this, you don't see a separation between awareness, what's aware, and this like dictation, this narration that's happening. And so you're using your 5 senses as the primary way to navigate reality. By the way, most of humanity is still doing this, so it's not like this puts you in like a bad way, but what we want to recognize is that our perceptive reality, what our 5 senses allow us to perceive, is just a very small band of reality. I could prove this to you, okay? Whether we're talking about sound or light, in either case, we're talking about a vibration. I think with sound, the smallest amount of vibration we can perceive is something like 30 hertz per second or something like that, all the way up to 38,000 hertz per second, okay? Now, there are obviously vibrations lower than that and higher than that. And don't quote me exactly on these hertz, but like give or take, that's the range that we have. So like here's what we can hear. Now, anything lower than that or higher than that to us is silence, non-existent. Okay, and we've all been in a situation where we thought somebody said our name or we thought we heard something and we turn around and maybe nothing is there or not what you believed would be there is there. And so what we want to recognize is that when we test our senses against what is real, what you will find, whether it's your eyes, right? Again, we've all thought we saw something in the distance that wasn't there. Same thing again, by the way, with heat or with color. These are just certain vibrations and frequencies and bands that we can perceive. But we know there's gamma radiation. We know there's infrared radiation, right? Like we know there's all these bands of colors and things that other animals can see and sense that we simply can't. Does that mean that they're not real? Or does that mean that we just have a band of reality that we're limited to? And so we wanna throw a wrench at our five senses and understand that while they are a tool for witnessing a part of reality, we cannot see or experience or feel the truth of our reality. And again, we know this from endless studies now, is that your conditioning will predicate how you view your reality, your perceptive reality. I'll give you another example on this just to kind of like hit this home, because what we want to do is we don't want to be like, oh my God, my five senses don't work, but you want to call into question what your five senses are creating and be like, you know what they're creating is an illusion. No matter how much I believe in this illusion, no matter how real it seems, it's still not what reality is. Okay, so here's an example. We were talking about Russia. These are real scientific studies that have been done. They will take like a palette of color, let's say blue, and they will draw it against a wall, like every different shades of blue. Now they will put an American, in front of that color palette, and they say, well, how many shades of blue can you see with your eyes? And let's say there's 35 shades, and the American will say, well, I can see 25 different shades of blue. And then they'll put a Russian person in front of these shades of blue, and the Russian person on average will see like 30 to 32 different shades of blue. Why does that happen? Very simply, because in Russian, there is more descriptive language for shades of color in blue than there is in English. Let that sink in for a moment. There's more descriptive language in Russian for colors than there is in English. And so to the eye, literally, in its reality, it will see more or less colors based on the language that it has to work with. There's this like common belief or saying that when Christopher Columbus was sailing to the New World and the Indians were looking out at the water, they had never seen a ship before. And so that they can see the ripples in the water, and they were trying to understand what was happening, but they actually couldn't see the ship because they have never seen a ship nor heard the word ship. And so their reality, their eyes literally could not perceive it. Okay. And so we want to begin by at least, how do we transform? Well, we start asking questions. We get curious. People who are so sure of their reality are stuck in the matrix of their mind. Now, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. They're living their lives, doing what they're doing. However, we want to recognize that if we don't call things into question, then we can't widen our view of reality. And really what we want to get to with these next layers, these next levels of where do we get to and how do we do that, we want to start understanding our true nature. Because if we ever want to be liberated and free in our own lives, in our own reality, then we get to actually experience our true nature. Now, how are you going to experience your true nature when you're taking the conditioning of your mind, and the only way that you can perceive yourself, others, the world, etc., is through these five senses? So if you've never taken the time to question that your five senses are not a great test for reality, boom, there you have it. You can at least start with that and be like, hey, is what I'm seeing real? And again, we know it's not. We just today scientifically can prove that you are seeing about 0.00001% of reality every second. The rest of it is pretty much formulated by your conditioning, the way that your memory works, and your preconceived belief systems. Okay? And this also, by the way, should give you a little bit compassion for yourself and others, understanding that we're all trapped in this matrix. And a lot of times when people have certain belief systems that impair their judgment or maybe cause even harm to other people, it is not because they are like vile human beings. They are just trapped in a certain reality that has never been put into question in a way that fundamentally helped them shift and see more of reality in a different way in true nature. And they're trying to deal with that, right? A lot of people who are in pain, notice in your life, we loop and this pain. And we often deal with the same kind of circumstances over and over and over again. Now, a lot of people say this is suffering. We have learned that this is not suffering. This is actually how the quantum physics, like matrix, works. It has to loop in order to give you opportunity after opportunity to basically like clear your karma, learn from that experience, and grow in ways that your soul came here to grow. If it didn't do that, and it was always a novel experience, you would never learn anything at all. Like humans learn through contrast and repetition. And so we actually need a mechanism that allows for things to loop in our system until we can literally clear it from. And these next two layers that Elon's going to mention here is the process of beginning to actually clear those things so that we can get out of those loops and get out of those matrices.
Yeah. So when you're in phase one of your journey, right? Like exciting, everything's amazing, amazing, amazing. And then inevitably, whether it takes you a year to get there, 5 years to get there, or like Guy and I, because we're really slow, 15 years to get there.
Speak for yourself. I'm on an accelerator path.
You begin to find the edges of that mindset work. And what I mean by that is this, I'll give you an example. How many of you guys, and just let me know in the comment box, how many of you guys have worked on something? It could be a relationship, it could be your health, it could be your money situation, and you've done a lot of work, like you've invested time, money, energy into it, right? And you figured out things. If I said to you, hey, why is it that you keep having this self-sabotage or this pattern show up? You're like, oh, well, because when I was 3 years old, this happened to me and mom did this or dad didn't do that. And then this happened. And so now to protect myself, I have that. And you can give me the whole fucking roadmap, all of it. And yet that thing is still running the show. Like maybe the gaps in between of how often it kicks, maybe those got longer, but inevitably something's going to happen in your life. And that same part that is afraid of being alone or afraid of being abandoned, the same part that feels like it's stupid, the same part that feels like it's a failure, the same part, all of it like just keeps popping its head over and over and over. How many of you guys, just let me know in the comment box, know exactly what I'm talking about? Yeah. So Alex is saying, yep, understood it all, but nothing ever changed until I found you two. It's like, and what happens is you hit that part again, and then what do? The mind's like, all right, we need more information. We need more information. We need that next seminar. We need that next program. We need that next code. And you do that thing again. And because, again, it's in the mind work, you keep bumping up against that same thing. And so what happens is, if I can kind of like draw this map, when you start your personal development journey, it's like a meteoric rise. And then this part that I'm talking about right now, it's like you can feel that begin to plateau.
Taper.
And as it begins to plateau, with the plateau, because you've been rising and everything's been going, as this happens, it starts to kick up all these other patterns of I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm not worthy, everyone is better than me, this just doesn't work for me, whatever it is. And now the plateau is no longer a plateau, but it actually begins to dip back down because all the stuff that you did before, you are now doubting. You think you wasted your time, your money, your energy. You think it's all bullshit. And from that lens, you start to look for other things. But because you're already in that place, it becomes very difficult. Yeah, so I see some of you guys are like resonating with this. And again, I know I'm kicking up some stuff. Here's the good news. Like, and the more of you guys that respond to this to let other people know, like, I want you to get, this is the human experience. It's not that you did anything wrong. In fact, I will offer, and I don't think I've ever said this in this way, I will offer that if you don't feel that part, then you're not actually on the journey, because it is an impossibility to have a meteoric rise like this forever if you were just to do mindset work. It's an impossibility, because at some point you're going to hit that wall, you're going to hit that edge, and that disappointment is going to kick up. And what we're going to talk about next in this like level 2 is, as long as awareness is stuck in here and awareness is doing the mindset work from here, all you're getting is great information on how to manage and understand how things happened and then manage your way out of them. Like manage your anger, manage your stress, manage your heartache, manage your disappointment, manage yourself, right? But if you actually tune in, was any of that actually healed? And when I say healed, I mean like fully completed and eradicated out of your system.
Yeah. You are liberated from it.
Yeah, I love that word. You are liberated from it. Like mindset cannot liberate you from that place because those aspects of yourself don't live up here. This is like the computer that processes all of it, right? But all of those traumas, all of those heartbreaks, all of those sad moments, they live in here. And your mind has no access to it. It can look down and understand it. It can make sense of it all, but it can't shift anything. So now, right? So phase 1, it's like we go up. Now we're starting to kind of plateau and then even go down. And then how do you get into a phase 2? How do you go from that dip to here? And that, I just want you guys to know, that's what Guy and I have invested the last 6+ years of our lives exploring. So if you are in that state, which I just spoke about, first, I want you to get you're not alone. Second, I want you to get like wonderful. It's a human process. And third, I would invite that you even found us here because your soul already knows that it's time to change the trajectory and go back up. Okay. And so I'm going to share with you what we have found. To switch from level 1 to level 2, awareness you must learn how to shift awareness outside of the mind and then allow that awareness to sit inside the body. Michael Singer calls it the seat of awareness. This, my friends, is where healing actually takes place. Mm-hmm. When you combine awareness with the body, like you can actually shift awareness into, and if that voice in your head we call the subtle mind, you begin to practice subtle body. Mm-hmm. And as awareness sits here, you can learn tools that actually help you heal all of those aspects that have kicked up all of those patterns. So instead of like a doctor where you're like, doctor, my toe hurts. And he's like, here's medicine for your toe to stop hurting, without ever getting curious about like, why does your toe hurt? Maybe your toe hurts because there's a misalignment in your hip or there's a nerve that's pinched in your back. Why are we dealing with the toe if the thing that's constantly causing the toe has nothing to do with the toe? And so mindset is almost this like, you're dealing with the symptom. You're not really dealing with the root cause. Healing, awareness actually goes and starts to deal with the root cause. So we're going all the way back, no understanding necessary, just to witness these places. And once you can bring awareness out of mind and into body, you now transition yourself into phase 2. This is called level 2 awareness, right?
Yeah.
So in the Awareness Effect Academy, this is level 2. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and so I just want to let you guys know, if you are like, because obviously we're talking about it and around it. If you want to put this on the court, you actually want to do this practice that Elon's talking about. You want to, a lot of you guys have done a lot of mindset work. It's fine if you haven't. You can still apply this work regardless, okay? We find that the marriage of the two is the most powerful kind of cocktail that you can get. And you can certainly go right and do the energetic awareness work as well to liberate energy in the body and metabolize it. If you want to learn how to do that and you don't have this resource yet, type meditation in the comment box and someone from our team will actually send you what we call our active healing meditation. P.S. Even if you hate meditation, even if you think you suck at it, do this meditation, try it. This is not This is not a meditation about learning how to quiet your mind or sitting in silence with nothing happening and just listening to the wind. It's not that. And it's important that you understand that, because a lot of people go into meditation with the idea that the whole thing is about quieting the mind. Here's the truth. Elon and I have been meditating for about a decade. We've been doing about our work for about 20 years. I've sat in silent meditation for 10 straight days. The mind doesn't just quiet itself down. It doesn't work. And even to this day, Elon and I are very proficient practice meditators. There are days where you sit down and the mind is not quiet. And if you sit down and your first thing is like quieting the mind, you're going to be very upset that your mind is not quiet, because the mind doesn't care about your desires. It has its own agenda. It's its own mechanism, and it's playing a role. It's a way that we process life. Beautiful. So a lot of you guys are asking for it. You'll see Corey, Sarah, Tobias, or Jasmine scouring the chat boxes here. They will be in contact with you and send you some resources. There's actually also a 30-day meditation challenge going on inside the group right now. And even if you didn't get started on the day of, it's perfectly fine. You know, like, don't do the meditation challenge because you're like, I need to compete with people. Like, it's about cooperating with yourself. Okay? And we do have some cool prizes coming up here on June 9th. And again, if you need information on that, just that's awesome, Stevie. Let us know and stuff like that. But that's how you can apply it. And here's the thing. If you apply meditation with an expectation, you're going to get nowhere. Let me say that again. If you apply, you can quote me on this one. If you apply meditation with an expectation, that rhymes, yes, you are going to get nowhere. You want to sit agendaless. You don't even want to know why you're sitting today. Yep. There's just you coming to sit. Let the work reveal itself to you. Let the work dictate why you're sitting in the first place. Because when the outcomes begin, when your own awareness begins teaching your awareness, and it's not Elon and me dictating a map or a territory for you to understand, although they're useful, don't get me wrong. Elon and I consistently have worked with teachers for 20 years. We think it's crazy to not work with a teacher, right? You might disagree, you might agree, but no one in their right mind can see themselves the way that a person who's subjective about your life can mirror your life back to you. It's crucial. And we can tell you, even from energetic healing, we've tried healing on our own, doing our own practices. You can do it, don't get me wrong, it works. And there's a limitation to healing yourself by yourself, because we don't live on an island in this world. And our bodies are biologically built for connection. How many of you guys know that you seek connection? You need it, right? Like, there's a reason when we put people in isolation in prisons, they go batshit crazy. There's a reason when you see homeless people on the street without connection, that they have to form another persona to literally talk to in order to try to establish some kind of connection within their system. Okay, so because of that, there's certain healing work that can be done individually, and then there's healing work that has to be done with another person present. There's healing work that has to be done in a group setting, because these are the layers that humanity deals with, and we have trauma at every single layer. And so if you have trauma at every layer, in order to liberate and free that trauma, you also have to do the work at that layer, right? Like, I don't know about you guys, but like, I remember doing like a lot of relationship work for like 6 years, and I was like, oh my God, next time I'm going to be in a loving relationship, I'm going to fucking crush this thing. And then I got in a relationship, and it's like I did no work at all. Why? Because I wasn't in a relationship. I couldn't do that work. I had understanding, but it wasn't applied wisdom. Exactly. And wisdom has to be applied. Right? Yeah. It has to be applied. I had to be with somebody grappling with my programming, with their programming, seeing how things arise, and then looking, how do I get to clean that up now and liberate myself so I can have a more loving relationship. And that's an ongoing process, like it is for all of us, right? We're all evolving, growing, and learning. Last thing here before I hand it back to Elon is I want to say at that level one, again, it doesn't matter, level one, location one, layer one, these are all interchangeable. And again, we're just naming it. It doesn't even mean that these levels truly exist. There's a sense at that like less conscious level, less aware level, that life is happening to you. It's like you are a kite in the wind. You're kind of a victim of your circumstances. Everything that changes, that doesn't fit into your realm of your expectations, just creates upset in your life. And so the response from that level is to try to create and control more of life. And I don't know about you guys, huh?
How does that work?
Yeah, and here's the truth. We all know this kind of like, intuitively, is that like you can't control life. You just can't. The one thing, and even that, I'm not exactly sure, is like the one thing you can get good at is how are you going to respond to what's happening. But I can tell you, even the responses that you have biochemically, you're not in control of those either. They just happen. If something goes down in the room and it creates upset for you, you're going to be upset. The real question again, and what you do have some sense of control over, and I hesitate to use that word, is can you now work with what's arising in the system instead of squashing it, burying it, trying to manipulate it? Like that's not being present. That's not the truth of your reality in that moment. You might have really good systems for these things, ways that you manage it, like Elon talked about. However, in essence, when you're managing things, what you're really doing is you're bypassing the actual experience that you're having. People call that compartmentalizing. Oh, I'll compartmentalize my anger with my spouse to later. Cool. Tell me how that works and let me know that that doesn't show up later in ways that you didn't want it to when they do the next thing that throws you off and then you explode much bigger and you're like, where did that come from? Well, it's that thing that you didn't deal with that you compartmentalized or managed, right? So it's like we are having an experience. It is a human experience. We are animals with biochemical, intense emotional responses. And until we understand how to elevate our consciousness to a higher state of awareness that is outside of the conditioned mind, we will always be stuck in this matrix of this conditioning. And that's what truly our work is all about, is showing people how to locate higher states of consciousness so that as those situations arise, as those emotions and feelings and sensations and distortions arise, is that you build a confidence and capacity, a new foundation in your awareness to sit with and experience those things from let's call it like your spiritual self instead of your small human self. And until you've located that bigger mind, that bigger awareness, you're always going to be stuck in that game. I don't care how much information you have. I don't care how many books you've read. I don't care how many Tony Robbins courses you've gone and done or whatever else that you've gone and did. Like all that is good and will serve you as you clear things from your system and have to integrate a new life into you. Like all that stuff is fundamentally beyond important to know and to have that basis in. And that's why we actually teach both, right? Because we do think they're both important. However, if you are truly here in this lifetime and here right now watching and listening to this, we don't think it's a coincidence. You're here most likely to create more well-being in your system, to fundamentally change how you feel internally, which is to feel more safe in your body, in this world, in your spirituality, in your communication, in your self-expression, right? And to connect with people in an authentic way. And if that's what you're here for, then we have not been able to find anything outside of the realm of energy and awareness that allows for people to do that.
And something Guy said before about, doing this work on your own. Look, if I could tell you that you could do these practices on your own and get there, I would. I would love to get to that place where I can just show someone, hey, like go do these things and here you go. The truth of the matter is this. You, however much work you've done, you are still a product of a human body. The human body is connected to a human mind. The human mind has been tasked from a very, very young age to protect you from all of these things that you have been running away from for decades. And so even when you do mindset work and you how many of you guys know when you found that door? You know the door you need to walk through, right? Like think of maybe a relationship or something that has to do with your self-worth or something that has to do with like the part that self-sabotages. You know the door. It's not new. You can guide me to it. You can tell me I've walked to this, but the opening it and walking into that darkness of the unknown, that's where the mind's like, are you kidding me? Oh, hell no. This is what I've been protecting you from for the last 20, 30, 40, 50 years. You want to walk there? Are you mad?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And so here's the difference. Like when we do work with people, I want you to imagine, so there's that scenario, you trying to walk through that door by yourself, or imagine this. Me and Guy holding your hand, walking next to you on either side. Coaches, people in the community, everyone walking, surrounding you, walking through that same door.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think you're going to have way more courage to be able to walk through that, knowing that, you know what? I'm not alone this time. This time I got friends, family, support. Like, I don't have to do this alone. And that is where we create these two incredible healing. Like the incredible healings happen because we're finally able to walk through, right? Every spiritual text you've ever read, the only way out is through.
Yeah.
Right. And mindset tries to get you to this promised land by finding all of these like ninja cheat codes, but like it doesn't work because the only way out is through. So until you walk through that door into that darkness, into that unknown, you're just going to keep looping these things over and over. And so back to the levels, right? It's like once awareness can shift out of here and into here, we can begin to witness through awareness what is actually the body communicating. Because in the same way that the mind remembers everything, so does your body. And when the body gets hit with a certain energetic charge, it's going to clamp up in a certain way to try to protect you. And this is what the mind is actually responding to. So when you're doing mindset work, I want you to get it's amazing. And it's always in response to the reaction, never to the actual thing that is reacting. So at level 2, now we begin to bring that in there. And you start to really shift into like, wow, this world is really happening for me, not to me, but for me. And you begin to witness all of these things that happen on the inside and liberate from your system by the virtue of you witnessing them with this agendaless awareness. Now, I know you guys we're throwing a lot at you today, and that's okay. This is really for you to kind of map where you are, right? The how-to, I don't want you to get fixated on. The how-to is what we teach in our Awareness Effect Academy. We're not going to go into that today, but this is like the map so you can kind of sense of like, oh, wow, this is where I'm at. This is where I'm stuck. This is why I'm feeling this, etc. Now, once you start to shift awareness into here, that dip that you might be experiencing begins to shift, and it starts to shift and it goes up. And once you can marry the mindset work with the energetics, with the awareness effect, it's like napalm on an open fire. You will begin to grow so quickly as you begin to cultivate these practices. Okay. And now you get to reach into another level. There's actually 4. I'm going to touch on 4 for just a second, but here's where things get really cool. So the first step is, we call it like level 2 is like the self-to-self healing practices, right? This is the self-to-self. The next level is, once you get a really good understanding and a really good felt sense of this, what you are then able to do is hold some awareness here and now begin to shift awareness out into your environment. So for anyone that is here because you want to make a difference, you want to make a difference with your kids, you want to make a difference with your husband, you want to make a difference at your workplace, you want to make a difference with your family or in community or whatever it is, once you get a good sense of this and you begin to liberate these things, and there's practices of self-love and compassion, which bring more peace and ease into your system, if you are a vibrational frequency that is walking out through this world, then guess what happens as you begin to change, like with little dials, the frequency that you are in the world? That's going to start to impact people. You ever walk into a home where people are just like stressed, or an environment where everyone in that environment is stressed, and you cannot help but be sucked into that environment where you're like, I don't even know why, but I feel like all like, ugh. Versus if you walked into a room, maybe you've gone to a seminar, or you've been to like a meditation training or a yoga training, and these beautiful places, and you literally walk into this place and it's like, oh, like your entire system, just, you feel it down regulate. You can be that transmission for people in your life. That's what begins to happen at level 3. You can't get to level 3 though until you understand me, until you can feel that distinction of like me, not me. You can't impact that environment because everything is whiplashing you. You don't even know what's yours, what's theirs. Am I working on mine? Am I working on theirs? You have no idea. And when you start to shift into that level 3 awareness, where awareness can be here and there, now your environment begins to shift. Okay. This is where things get really, really cool. Like, I mean, stories abound from our clients, some of who are here. The level of mind blown magic that shows up in your life is it doesn't even, like, you sit there and the mind is trying to process what is happening. For example, like, you'll be with someone in your life that the relationship has always been very, very challenging, like always just combative, but you've worked on your parts, right? Like, you've healed and liberated those parts, and you walk into that room and that person is a completely different person. Like, the words coming out of their mouth is different. The way they talk to you is different. The things they offer you is different. You think that you're getting punked. You're like, am I getting pranked right now? What is happening? Who is this person? What do they do? And it's all because not because you had to have like some difficult conversation with them and be like, you know what, mom, every time you say this to me, blah, 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 this happens. And right, like, you don't even have to do any of that anymore. They just shift as you begin to shift. So now you're on this like parabolic rise, because every time you do a meditation, not every time maybe, but like very quickly, new things open up. We call it the awareness effect. It's almost like opening an aperture where you just start to perceive more and more and more of what's happening in here, more of what's happening out there, more what's happening in the energetic world, in the field, and everything becomes, this is kind of what level 3 is. It's not just happening to you, it's happening through you. It's like you are the frequency vibration that things are moving through and starting to paint your reality. And this is where things become so, like, Alex was saying, like, unexplainable. It is so beyond what your mind, because your mind works in linear fashion. This does not work in linear fashion. This is like, I was here, I am broke. Now I upgraded to this other timeline, and in this timeline, all my money worries are concerned.
And I just want to say about that, it's because the conditioned mind is a linear mechanism, but reality itself is quantum in nature, right? That's why we have quantum physics and then regular physics, because physics is measurable in a conditioned mind reality. But when you get beyond that, you start going into a quantum realm, and you got to get that awareness. And this is, you can literally prove it to yourself, is free of time and space. Yeah. There's no location to it at all. And so it's free to move faster than the speed of light anywhere into the universe that's perceivable, right? Which is really to say infinite time space. And so because of that, kind of like, Alex is saying here, she's saying, I'm manifesting everything within days, clients showing up out of nowhere, making more money, working less. I could go on. Again, I want to just say what we typically say here, which is, these were, a lot of times you go into programs and they'll tell you these results are not typical. You have to do this and this. Like, here, it's about consistency, right? Like, if you want to master something, guess what? You got to be consistent. You guys can come to our weekends. It'll be an amazing experience, alter your life for sure. And if you want it to be sustainable, like, guess what? Like, the people who are really getting a lot from it, like anything else, they got to be consistent with it. However, the consistency we're talking about here is not great effort on your part. We're talking like 5 to 10 minutes a day of doing anything. If you can't find 5 to 10 minutes a day to do something in your day that's going to build a new habit, then I'm just going to tell you flat out, you're not committed to transformation. You're not really committed to anything. Maybe you're committed to the suffering, and you got to get real with yourself about that. It's like, if I'm not making any habitual changes, then what I'm committed to is what I have. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. And then you should, continue to do that and whatever, it is what it is, right? I don't want to go down this path. But my point here is that, like, you start accessing things that you're just aligning to in your system, and then they can reveal themselves in a quantum fashion. Then you don't really do much. There's not really anything you specifically need to do to make that happen. But in the conditioned world, when we read books and we do the courses and you read most headlines in the marketing or business space, it's like, here are the 5 steps you need to achieve this, or the 3 steps to do that, or the 7-step diet to lose 30 pounds, right? Like the mind and people know this, so they take advantage of it in the marketing space. And that is a way to get there, but requires a lot of work. And that's what we often say, is that we've been misled to believe in this reality that the only way to achieve something is to work really, really hard for it. Now, I'm not putting down hard work. We have evidence for people who work very, very hard and achieve things. However, there are plenty of people in this world who work their asses off and they don't have much to show for it. And we have a lot more of those people than we have of the people who are working really hard and getting there. And so what we really want to get in our reality and in our knowingness is that your reality, right, is what we call reality, is really an organic type of hologram, right? It's this like virtual reality experience. And the way that it works, it's literally communing with you. It's actually communicating with you. And the way that it communicates with you is through vibration and energy. Okay? I don't care how much you understand through the mind, you're not at vibration and you're not at energy. And so what actually gets to shift in order for something to liberate and for these like magical serendipitous things to kind of magically show up in people's lives is the organic hologram is waiting for your energy to shift, to align itself and to reveal itself through that vibration. And so if you are externally focused person on your circumstances, then all you ever do is change your circumstances, but that doesn't change the vibration inside of the system, not one iota. And that's why people end up managing a lot and feeling like they're taking on so much. It's because it's like, this is not changing, but they're taking on more and more and more out here. And it's fucking debilitating, right? Like the difference between being a child and an adult in our world, it's like the adult just feels like they're being compressed. The child is just living from purpose and vibration and frequency. Reality shows up however they want it to. In any moment, it's spontaneous and sporadic and novel and exciting. And then the adult is like, responsibility, like this and that, right? And starts putting all this stuff on themselves, and life becomes a burden. You know, it is happening to you, and then some people get to, it's happening for me. But what we're really talking about here is an actual perceptive experience that life is actually moving through you and being generated and coming through your system as a vibration and then arising as a reality hologram that you can sense through your awareness and 5 senses, but that's always transferable, always evolving, always can change depending on your ability to move through the experiences that are arising in your system. And that's what this work is really about. It's like, how can I build confidence in my system that no matter what arises, I actually know how to feel through it, be aware of it, and learn from what this evolutionary process is really teaching my system.
Yeah. So guys, again, just to recap everything that we shared, right? Levels in the beginning, shooting out of the cannon, so excited, etc. Then we kind of find that like plateauing area. We get into that little bit discouragement phase. And this phase is very, very important because what you choose to do from here is going to change whether you continue down or you can turn this thing and go back up. If you continue doing what you've been doing, which is trying to acquire more information and gather more information, then chances are you're going to keep going down because all the books start sounding the same, all the videos start sounding the same, all the coaches start sounding the same. And you're like, I've heard that already. I've heard that. It doesn't make a difference. You keep seeking, right? When you shift awareness from stuck in here into out here and into body is when that transition begins to happen. This is like the new playground where you begin to learn in. And I promise, once you're there, it really is this never ending scale. We are being taught right now, just so you guys know, with people who have meditated in the Himalayas in caves for 50 plus years, like reincarnated Rinpoches, okay? And they're constantly growing, right? There is no end to what awareness can be aware of. You are just tapping more and more into source. You are finding more and more who you really are, the purpose in life, the clarity in which you can just make things appear that were not there before. So again, if this is something that you want, then again, Guy just put this up. Just type in contact me. We have an amazing team: Tobias, Sarah, Jasmine, Corey, Nikki, Sarah, like they're all here to provide you with anything that you need. If you type contact me, someone will be in touch. They're happy to even jump on a quick call with you and just answer some questions and see if what this work is a fit for you. I just want to let you know, this is not for everyone. Like, this work is for people that really are ready to have this level of healing. Like, if the books are satisfying you right now, keep reading books. You know, maybe you haven't gotten to that place yet where all of a sudden this makes sense. But if any of this resonated with you and you're like, wow, this is exactly where I'm at, take it from me. Do not wait till your 15th year to have an epiphany and go, oh shit, I've done this now for 15 years and I still keep feeling stuck, because someone telling you from experience, like, you can't inform your way out of this. We hired coaches in the multiple six figures and could not get out of this, right? That doesn't mean that things that I learned didn't help me. Don't get me wrong, they helped. But that stuff kept looping and looping and looping and looping and looping. And I was like, I can't do with this anymore. I want to feel like a complete healing. I want to be liberated from. I want to move on to the next thing. I don't want to keep dealing with this thing over and over and over. So if that's you, you just type in contact me. Someone will be in touch with you and we'll go from there. We have multitudes of ways, right? You can come and test this thing out at a 2-day event, which we have at the end of June. And after that, we have, like I said, the 3 levels of the Awareness Effect Academy. And depending on where you are in your life, I promise you that one of them is the perfect fit for you to get you moving down this path. So we hope you guys enjoyed this. If this is your first time with us, again, thank you for being here. For all of our other, amazing clients, thank you guys for being here and always sharing your perspective. I think it's more important for people to hear from you than from us. And truth be told, I'm just going to put them out there. But if any of you guys resonate with anything that one of them said today and you're new here, I'm sure they'd be happy to chat with you. Just reach out to them and be like, hey, can I ask you a quick question or two? And I'm sure they will be more than happy to answer anything that you guys want to hear. I always say better to hear from people that have gone through the work than just from us. So thank you guys as always. Thank you for being here. Looking forward to more and seeing you guys in person, hopefully.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for joining today's Civil Society seminar dedicated to the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. My name is Marie-Therese Bitterlich, and I work in communications here at the ECB. I'll be moderating this event today. I'm delighted to be joined by Frank Smets. Frank is the Director General Economics here at the ECB and as the coordinator of the strategy review process, able to share your first-hand insights onto the strategy review process and, of course, on the new monetary policy strategy itself. We're delighted to have you. To get a better understanding of what this new strategy is all about, what has changed, what has remained, and what it means for us as citizens, we'll be structuring this seminar slightly differently than usual. We'll be starting with a conversation between Frank and myself for about 25 minutes before we'll be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour of this event. A little bit of housekeeping just before we get started. In case you have any technical problems or questions, please feel free to reach out to the colleagues in the background via the chat function and just make sure that you're chatting with all panelists. As we mentioned in the invitation of the seminar, we'll be recording the seminar and uploading it to the ECB's website afterwards. With that out of the way, let's get started. Frank, last week the President announced the outcome of the ECB's strategy review. The President referred to the new strategy as a strong foundation that will guide us in our conduct of monetary policy in the years to come. Can you explain what this new strategy is all about and how it differs from the previous one?
Sure, Marie-Therese, and let me first of all welcome the participants to this webinar on the new monetary policy strategy. One way of describing the new monetary policy strategy is to use the words of Chair Powell of the American Central Bank when he introduced their new strategy. It is to say that it's an evolution, not a revolution. And the main reason for that is that, of course, the strategy is anchored in the treaty. which gives the primary mandate to the ECB of maintaining price stability. So the ECB is requested to stabilize, to maintain the value of our money, of our currency, the euro. And that's the best way in which it can contribute to the welfare and the well-being of euro area citizens. And of course, that's very much an anchor. I mean, the strategy in the end is about how to achieve that mandate. But of course, the last strategy was about 18 years ago in 2003, and many things have changed. And of course, and for that reason, an update of the strategy was overdue. And this is really why President Lagarde, when she became president at the end of 2019, sort of initiated this whole process. I mean, the biggest change is probably that we've moved from a relatively inflationary environment into sort of a low interest rate, low inflation environment. Why is that important for central banks? And this is a global phenomenon. So everywhere in the world, central banks were constrained in terms of using their traditional interest rate instrument by this low interest rate environment. Why? Because interest rates can go negative, but not infinitely so. They cannot go very negative. And so central banks have used other tools to try to achieve their price stability objective in that context. So that's one important reason. There have been many other structural changes in the past two decades. One is the process of globalization. Remember the integration of China in the world economy. That has put downward pressures on international prices. Another important structural change has been digitalization. Think about the emergence of e-commerce. Again, everything else equal, this has a downward impact on prices. And so it was important to analyze those phenomena and to see what are the implications for our monetary policy strategy. And now I have not yet mentioned, of course, what is probably the biggest challenge for humankind in the coming decades, which is climate change and the policies to combat climate change. That's also a part of the strategy. And so the purpose of the whole process was really to make our strategy fit for purpose for the coming years.
Thank you very much, Frank. What do you think is the most important change that came with this new strategy?
Well, there have been a number of changes, and we can talk about those. But let me maybe first focus on what is the core of the ECB monetary policy strategy, and that is how to formulate and maintain price stability. I mean, the most visible change is probably the 2% symmetric inflation target. So the Governing Council considers that in order to maintain price stability, it best aims for inflation to be at 2% in the medium term. And let me emphasize two aspects of this target. First of all, there's a small inflation buffer of 2%, which is important in order to reduce the risks of deflation and to give some policy space for interest rate policies in response to these inflationary shocks. The other feature of this target, which is very important, is that it is symmetric. So the Governing Council, the ECB, views upward and downward deviations from this target as equally undesirable. We don't like high inflation, we don't like deflation or low inflation. And so this is a very important part of this announcement that the 2% is not a ceiling, which is sometimes how our previous sort of definition of price stability was perceived. 2%, of course, is very much a norm amongst central banks in the global economy. If you look at the Fed, the Bank of England, Bank of Japan, they all have 2% inflation targets. The second important change in the strategy statement is that the Governing Council recognizes that in order to maintain this symmetric inflation outcomes around 2%, it has to take into account the effective lower bound on interest rates. Again, the fact that interest rates cannot go very negative. I mean, the current policy rate, most important policy rate, is minus 50 basis points. We probably can reduce that more, but not by much. So what are the implications of that recognition? I mean, the first implication I already mentioned, and that is that we need other instruments. And that's, again, that's the asset purchases, that's the forward guidance, that's the lending operations, the refinancing operations towards banks. And so part of the statement is to recognize that these unconventional, what used to be called unconventional tools, are part of our tool set, in particular in the vicinity of this lower bound. A second implication that you will find in the monetary policy strategy statement is that the fact that the central bank is more constrained in responding to negative shocks to inflation means that it has to take especially forceful and persistent actions to avoid that these negative deviations become entrenched, that they affect inflation expectations, that they de-anchor inflation expectations. So this realization that when you are close to the proximity of the lower bound, that policy needs to be persistent, that it needs to be patient, that you should avoid a premature tightening, is a very important part of the overall framework. And of course, in those circumstances, it can also mean that inflation for a temporary period is moderately above the inflation target because of these patient policies. And the third implication is that, other policies can help in those circumstances, and particularly fiscal policies. And that is something that we have seen in response to the pandemic. Fiscal and monetary policy have worked hand in hand to provide sort of the bridge to companies, to households across the pandemic. And particularly when interest rates are concerned, fiscal policy seems to be more effective in stabilizing the economy and helping also to increase the space for monetary policy.
Thank you very much, Frank. You explained the change in the 2% and also the importance of the zero lower bound. Are there any other topics that are relevant to European citizens that are mentioned or addressed in this strategy?
Yes, I would like to here mention two specific topics. The first one is the concern that we've heard in many of our listening events, particularly by young households, about the costs of housing, of shelter, and particular the owner-occupied housing. This is something that the Governing Council took very seriously, and therefore it recommends to Eurostat, which is the European Statistical Institute that is responsible for the construction of the price index, to actually include measures of owner-occupied housing in our HICP index, the index that we use to measure in inflation. Now, of course, the ECB realizes that this is a multi-year project, and in the meantime, we will continue to use the HICP, so the main index, to measure inflation and price stability, but we will also include initial estimates of owner-occupied housing costs in our set of indicators that we regularly use to measure inflationary pressures. And so that should allow over time to have a more representative index of the full cost of living. The second important concern, of course, that we heard was climate change. And of course, also there, and this is really a new element in our monetary policy strategy. Also there, the Governing Council has committed to take into account climate change considerations in all aspects of our monetary policy and of central banking more generally. And it has basically committed to an action plan. There was a press release last week which sort of gives some of the details and the timeline of that action plan to do so. This is a crucial element of our monetary policy strategy for a number of reasons. I mean, first of all, climate change and the policies to combat it, to address it, do have a profound impact on the economy. I mean, we all are witnessing the weather shocks that we face. They affect harvests, they affect prices, and so they affect the working of the economy. And as a central bank, we need to upgrade our tools to really understand the impact and take those effects into account when we make monetary policy decisions within our mandate. The second reason is that climate change, of course, comes with risks. There will be sectors that will be affected, that will benefit. Some of them will have to change their business model. So it's important that as a central bank, we have a big balance sheet, that we really assess those risks correctly. And so risk assessment, upgrading our risk assessment is another part of our sort of action plan. And a third reason is, or a third element I would like to highlight here, is the importance of disclosures and making clear that indeed the transparency about where those risks are is important, and how to take those into account in our collateral framework and in our asset purchase program. So I would highlight these two sort of important additional elements of our new strategy.
Thank you. As part of the strategy review, the ECB reached out to many stakeholders. On the one hand, you have the experts, the academics, and also citizens and civil society organizations. What do you think has the ECB learned from listening or engaging with all of these different stakeholders as part of the review?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, a big difference in this strategy review compared to the 2003, in which I was also involved, is indeed the enormous outreach that we have done to many stakeholders. If I counted correctly, we had like 17 events organized, not only here at ECB, but also by the national central banks of the Euro system. And of course, we received many suggestions and comments by citizens all over the Euro area. We also listened to expert audiences, to academics, to analysts, the European Parliament, civil society organizations like the ones you are representing, and as I mentioned, individual citizens and also our own staff. Of course, the messages were sort of diverse and depended very much on the personal perspective of the respondents. But many of the issues that we heard, we already discussed in our conversation. I mean, one is climate change. Another one was the affordability of housing particularly for young people. Of course, the employment situation during the pandemic is an important concern for many citizens. And then finally, also the side effects of our non-conventional policies like the negative interest rates was an important question and concern. So many of these elements we have looked into and we have analyzed. But one element that I would like to highlight at this point is also the importance of clear, consistent and credible communication. Because clearly our often technical style of communicating may be okay for experts and for academics, but it's not always easily understood by citizens and civil society more generally. And so one of the lessons learned is indeed to improve our communication, both of the decisions that the Governing Council makes, but also about what are we as the central bank for the Euro area about? What are our goals? How do we try to achieve them? because that's very important to maintain the trust in our institution, which is really important for the effectiveness of our monetary policy. And so going forward, we will, on the one hand, try to have sort of a more direct communication, more accessible communication, also more visual communication on our monetary policy decisions, on the one hand. And on the other hand, we have had a very good experience with the listening events and hope, and the Governing Council commits to continue this type of bilateral outreach.
Thank you very much, Frank, for elaborating on the pillars of this new strategy. I am sure that by now, many of the participating organizations will have questions or comments that they'd like to raise. So we'll now be opening the floor to your questions for the remaining half an hour. You can start raising your questions by raising your virtual hand. Your virtual hand should be a small button that is located on the right-hand side of your screen. It should be located underneath the participants list. And once I see that you've raised your virtual hand, I will call your name and my lovely colleagues in the background will connect you. So just bear with us for a moment or two, as it might take a while to get you upgraded. And then whenever you're ready, feel free to take the floor. You'll be automatically unmuted, and we do encourage you to turn on your camera as well so that we can see you when you ask your question. Please introduce yourself first and your organization before you address your comment to Frank. And do remember to lower your electronic hand after you've asked the question, as this makes it easier for us to identify if you'd like to take the floor again. And with that, I'm going to take a look to see if we've got somebody who's raised their question already. I can see the first question comes from Ms. Orintuya Batsaikan. I hope I pronounced your name correctly, and I apologize in advance if I did not. Please bear with us for one moment, and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you very much. I'm Urintoya Batahan. I'm an economist here at Positive Money Europe, an NGO based in Brussels. I have a question on the targeted longer-term refinancing operations. Given its volume, the TLTROs represent one of the most important ECB monetary policy operations, yet they were not included in the climate roadmap. Also, green TLTROs in particular have been deemed as an interesting idea by President Lagarde at the European Parliament during the monetary dialogue in September 2020. So my question is, was there any discussion on greening the refinancing operations during the strategy review process? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, on your question on green TLTROs, so of course, in the work stream, we had a work stream that looked into how the relationship between climate change and monetary policy, a number of possible measures and modifications of our operational framework were looked into. This initially included some of the measures that you mentioned, but in terms of the actual action plan, the Governing Council decided to focus particularly on the issue of disclosures, because this can have a very beneficial impact also on sustainable finance by increasing the transparency of the market and sort of openness about where climate exposures and climate risks are. And secondly, by focusing on both the collateral system, which of course is part of our lending operations, and the corporate sector purchase program. So our existing programs, rather than setting up new programs, which of course also in the context of our price stability objective at this point would not be granted. On the question of sort of green asset purchase program, again, basically it's the same answer. It was seen as more important to actually look into our existing corporate sector purchase program, where, as you may have seen from the action plan, we will have a work stream looking into the issue of market neutrality and market efficiency and how that may lead to sort of alternative benchmarks for our purchase programs. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got the next question coming up from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace.
Hello?
Hello. We can hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Me?
Yes.
Yep.
Hello?
Hello.
I can't hear you.
Maybe that's a technical problem.
That's strange.
We can hear you and see you very well. Maybe we will try to sort out this technical problem and continue with the next speaker for the moment. And we'll try again to upgrade you at a later stage to hear your question. So we will take the next questioner for now. This next question comes from Ms. Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money again.
Hello?
Hello, hi, I hope you can hear me and see me.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Hi, again, it's Alessia Del Vasto from Positive Money Europe. As an organization, of course, we recognize the importance of setting inflation target at 2% right now. But, well, unfortunately, the ECB has constantly missed the target in the past year. So we were wondering whether, well, if the ECB continues to struggle with reaching the inflation target, will it consider introducing new instruments, new policy tools such as helicopter money? Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, at a general point, I mean, the statement does explicitly say that obviously not only did we look into the existing instruments and sort of confirmed that they are effective and that they have contributed to avoiding risks of deflation and supporting the economy and the reflation of the economy. But also, if necessary, the Governing Council, as it has always done over the past years, will of course consider other tools if appropriate to achieve its inflation target. And of course, that's where sort of the commitment to, particularly in response to negative shocks, to have an especially forceful and persistent response and action is important. That's where that is backed up by this commitment to use other instruments. Now, on the specific example of money drops, of course, there it very much depends on the details, but we didn't look in as part of the strategy review into the details and the parameters of particular alternative instruments. This was seen as part of sort of the stance discussion rather than the strategy discussion. And of course, particularly money drops in some variants has a number of legal and economic questions and also interact with fiscal policy which would raise concerns. But in terms of the general stance, the Governing Council is open to consider alternative instruments.
Thank you. We're going to see if we have anyone else who would like to ask a question. Please feel free to raise your electronic hands now. And then when you've raised your hand, I will be able to pull you out and my colleagues will be able to upgrade you so you can take the floor. We have one more question from Adua de la Costa, also from Positive Money, I believe.
Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
That's great, thank you. I'm Adwa de la Costa from Positive Money Europe, and I have a question on the engagement with the public. So recently, from May 21st to July 2nd of this year, the Bank of England has opened a consultation on options for greening its corporate bond purchase scheme. And the bank will implement its new approach on the matter on the fourth quarter of 2021. And in the past months, President Lagarde has affirmed the ECB intends to increase the involvement of the public. And today you have confirmed this by highlighting the success of the ECB listening events. Indeed, the large participation to this scheme and to the consultation on a digital euro have shown society's great interest in being involved in the ECB decision. So my question would be, would the ECB consider a consultation on the corporate sector purchase program to improve its engagement with the public? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. I mean, in the press release and the annex, which consists of the action plan, the various elements, and also the timeline of the various areas in which we, as a central bank, will take into account climate change considerations in our strategy are very much laid out. At the same time, and this is also has been also made very clear again in the statement, the Governing Council has indeed committed to have a regular exchange and outreach with civil society, with the general public, and of course, I think differently from what we had over the past year, it should not only be about listening, but also about explaining and interacting. Whether this type of exchange will be explicit in terms of on a specific program, I mean, that's something that at this point I can't really say, but for sure there will be interaction on the various aspects of the action plan.
Thank you very much. And it seems that we can try again with Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace. Please bear with us and you should be upgraded shortly.
Hello, can you now hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Smith, for your presentation. And just let me comment that from my point of view, the strategy, at least related to your climate plans, don't seem to be very ambitious to me. But perhaps you can convince me otherwise. So I'm really excited. And I have two questions. The first question is, what is the concrete implication of the new climate strategy that you proposed? I mean, you provided a plan, but I think it's quite vague, no? So therefore, for example, it would be nice to know, for instance, what concrete changes the strategy will be for your CSPP portfolio. So could you elaborate a little bit on the potential changes we might see? And the other question I have is, why haven't you taken any concrete actions yet? I mean, you mentioned the urgency of the climate crisis, but your plans, like your timetable, doesn't seem to be very ambitious neither. So why haven't we seen any concrete results? And therefore, a third question, from a kind of precautionary perspective, wouldn't it be necessary to end at least some support for very carbon intensive companies right now, until you have a detailed plan? So thank you, and happy to listen to your answers.
Okay, thank you very much for this question. I mean, I would beg to differ and sort of claim that the action plan that the Governing Council has decided on is quite ambitious and with clear sort of timeline and deliverables. What's of course true is that still a lot of work needs to be done in order to take some of the concrete actions that you seem to adjust. And of course, I should also emphasize that some of those actions also depend on the progress that is being made at the European level, in terms of the various initiatives that the EU has taken. So we're not acting in isolation. But if you look at, first of all, the timeline, which is ultimately within a 4-year period, but there's two steps, but also the breadth of the actions, then I think we compare very favorable to any other central bank in terms of the ambition that we have. In terms of concrete actions and quick wins, I mean, let me just remind you that we have already taken some actions. For example, in terms of including sustainability-linked bonds in our asset purchase program, in terms of announcing that we will disclose the climate risks in our non-monetary policy portfolio, and probably one of the first actions that may follow relatively in the first part of this timeline will be to do the same for our monetary policy portfolio. So it's not just words. We actually are also following up and acting. And I believe it is sort of a wide-ranging action plan that covers, of course, the core of our business, which is how can we better understand the impact of climate change on our mandate to achieve price stability, but also our risk assessment. I mean, part of the action plan, for example, is also to examine and investigate and make sure that credit rating agencies have the relevant methodologies to take into account climate change risks. So there's a catalytic role here that the bank ECB wants to play. But finally, then we are also looking at what I think are probably the most important parts of our operational framework. That is the corporate sector purchase program and our collateral framework. In terms of your last question, I mean, should you already exclude? I mean, this is, again, it will be subject of what is it, line 9 of the action plan, point 9. But it's not obvious that that is actually the most effective way of in terms of reducing climate change risks, because many of those comments will actually have to be some of the drivers of change, we hope. So extreme decisions like that may not be the most optimal.
Thank you for that, Frank. We have the next question from Mr. Roger Casale from the Europe People's Forum. This is just a kind reminder to please lower your electronic hand after you've taken the floor so that we can see if you'd like to take the floor again, and an encouragement for everybody to raise their electronic hands and take the floor.
Thank you very much. I think you can hear me. I'm not sure you can see me. Sorry.
We can hear
We do
you
hear
well.
you.
You can hear me. Okay. So, well, thank you again, and thank you also for in the earlier presentation, both in the question and in the answers, for the discussion around the engagement of citizens and civil society in drawing up the strategic plan. And I think all of us who are engaged in this enterprise of promoting citizen participation, something that we focus on at Europe's People's Forum, are very well aware that it's an easy thing to talk about and it's a difficult thing to do. So I wonder if you could comment on the challenges and the difficulties that you faced in reaching out to civil society and to citizens in particular, what you have learned from how you went about doing that, that you would want to apply in relation to how you conduct future consultations and engagement of citizens. You mentioned that there's going to be another phase of the consultation, and that's very welcome. I'm sure you agree that it's very valuable information that comes about from the engagement with citizens and civil society. Perhaps there's even, and this would be my second question, the thought in your mind that it would be good to put such consultations on a more permanent basis. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and particularly on the last suggestion. I mean, I will just take it as a useful suggestion. I mean, in terms of our experience in reaching out to various parts of society in the euro area, of course, I mean, the first thing that comes to your mind about what are the challenges and the difficulties for an institution, European institution like the ECB, is that, of course, the audience are very diverse in a number of ways. But I mean, first and foremost, in terms of language and culture. I mean, our union is about unity with diversity, and so to ensure that sort of that diversity is acknowledged and that we can reach out to the different parts of the society, I mean, is a challenge, even a bigger challenge than I would say in a national environment. Fortunately, we are not only an ECB here in Frankfurt, but also a system, the Euro system of national central banks. And I mean, it's obvious that the NCBs, the national central banks, will continue to play a key role in this outreach to local audience. I mean, at the ECB, of course, our comparative advantage is to reach out to pan-European civil society organizations like yours, to the European Parliament, to other European institutions, and of course, more generally through our communication on our website. But an important role clearly has to be played by the national central banks. And so they are, of course, very much on board on this commitment to have more regular outreach programs with citizens. I mean, the other challenge I would sort of highlight, and I think I already mentioned it in the introductory Q&A, comes from this diversity, but is also more general about the difficulties to reach out to citizens in a sort of a direct, clear, coherent, easily accessible fashion. So what we learned is that actually the knowledge of the ECB, of the central bank, of the euro is not very great. And so we need to really make more efforts in explaining really what we are about. And so that's another important challenge that hopefully in the coming months and years we will try to address. So I would say these are probably the two most important challenges that come to my mind.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we have the next question from Mark Beckman, also from Positive Money.
No. Can you just confirm if you hear me well?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Thanks a lot. I just wanted to come back to the last question actually on citizen engagement, because we as Positive Money have been organizing a big outreach project called the European Citizens Bank, where we built a platform similar to the Conference on the Future of the European Union, where we put up content on the monetary policy issues, where we organized webinars where citizens could learn about current debates, and where we organized citizen assemblies, where we drew citizens into a 1-day, 2-day workshop and let them discuss monetary policy issues. And so we've been doing that project in several countries, and some countries are still to come, and we're assembling the recommendations that citizens formulate in these assemblies together. And so my question would be, if you are in the spirit of your commitment to public engagement with the citizens, would be interested in meeting with the citizens who came up with these recommendations, and maybe to have a session where we can compare and contrast what the citizens in our outreach program have come up with, and maybe the outcome of the new strategic review that you now finalized. Thanks.
Thank you. Of course, we are aware of your initiative, and particularly our communications department very much sort of follows what is going on. And I would say that it's very important to have those initiatives, because basically I think it can help better understand what the ECB, what monetary policy is about, and of course subject to sort of what the communications department is doing. I'm sure we would be happy to interact and to contribute where we can.
Thank you. So this is just to let you know that we have got a little bit more time in case anyone else would like to take the floor. Please raise your electronic hands now. Otherwise, allow me to take the floor, Frank, and ask a question. Seeing as the last review was such a long time ago, do we already know when the next review is going to take place?
Yes, in the sense that the Governing Council, in its statement, indeed also announced that from now on, it will periodically assess its monetary policy strategy. And so initiatives for future ideas and so on will be very useful as an input for these future assessments. And it has announced that sort of the next sort of meeting point will be in 2025. So in about, expected to be in 2025. So in about 4 years time. And we very much hope, I mean, this is very much in the spirit, you know, of continuing this conversation about what we as a central bank are about, and how we go about in achieving price stability and achieving the mandate in the best way for the well-being of citizens in the euro area.
Thank you. I can see that we do have one last question, and this question comes from Mr. Mauricio Vargas from Greenpeace again.
Okay, yeah, well, I'll take advantage of the chance to ask a second question. It's, of course, related to your climate action plan. And there's another thing which I think remained very unclear, and would be very happy if you could help me to understand what's meant with the following sentence in when it comes to the CSPP, the ECB or you were writing that corporates have to be aligned with at minimum EU legislation implementing the Paris Agreement through climate change related metrics, or, and that's what I really don't understand, commitments of the issuers to such goals. I think it's really a good thing that you refer to EU legislation and the Paris Agreement, but I totally don't understand why you implement a sentence where you're saying, and on the same level, you accept commitment of the issue itself to such goals. So what's the meaning of the second part of the sentence?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand sort of the subtleties of those two parts. But I mean, the sort of idea in general terms is indeed to make sort of commitments of some of the issuers to and implementation to the EU legislation that is related to the Paris Agreement, to make that sort of an eligibility criteria. Now, the way in which one does that, again, needs to be discussed. Is it, and again, this is will also be sort of a function of making sure there is enough of a transition period. But sort of the general idea is really to provide incentives to issuers to basically commit or to align their own plans with respect to climate change with the EU legislation implementing the Paris Accord.
Thank you very much, Frank. I can see that we don't have any more questions. So with that, I would like to close this seminar. And thank you all very much for participating. Thanks to you and your active and lively contributions, we had a very engaging seminar. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to say thank you very much to you, Frank, for taking the time out of your day to explain the new strategy and what it's all about. As usual, we are very interested in hearing your feedback. So if you have one moment, we'll be posting a link to a survey in the chat function, and it should take about 2 or 3 minutes to fill out, and it would really help us to improve the way we structure these seminars better and to tailor them more towards your needs. So we would really appreciate if you could fill out the survey. And otherwise, there isn't much left for me to say other than to wish you a lovely afternoon and hopefully a nice summer break. If you'd like to get in touch with us in the meantime, please do so by sending us an email at civilsociety@ecb.europa.eu. Thank you very much and have a lovely afternoon.
Boom! It's another giveaway. This one is awesome. Check out what we're giving away for today's episode. You see this right here? It's hard to see on camera, but this is Rubber Bandits resistance bands, the best resistance bands you'll get anywhere. You're not just going to get this. You're actually going to get a whole bag of resistance bands, attachments, handles, all that stuff for free. We're going to send this to you for free. Here's how you can win a free bag of Rubber Bandits, different resistance levels, resistance bands, and their attachments. Leave a comment in the first 24 hours that we drop this episode. Subscribe to this channel. Turn on your notifications. If we pick your comment as the best comment among all the comments in the first 24 hours, we'll notify you, and then you win that free bag of resistance bands. By the way, the rest of you can get these resistance bands at the Mind Pump store, so you'll see the link right here. So go check that out. Also, one more thing before we start this podcast. We are running a sale on 2 of our most popular workout programs. MAPS Strong and MAPS Powerlift are both 50% off. Go check them out at mapsfitnessproducts.com. Just use the code AugustSpecial with no space for the discount. All right? Enjoy the show. You know, it's a question that we get often that I could totally relate to, and I think would be a good idea to to just communicate to. It's the following: like, what would be a good workout plan if I like to work out every day, or can I train my body every day and get great results, or would I get faster results working out every day? So I'd like to address this particular question. That I mean, I'm sure you guys have seen this.
I love this idea.
Yeah.
I love this idea for an episode. One, we've never done anything like this before. Two, we have no programs that are designed this way. But the truth is, and I talked about this early on in the podcast, that I go to the gym 7 days a week. Right now, I'm not like this. When I was consistently training back when I was competing, I was in the gym 7 days a week. But the thing that I always had to communicate to people is like, 7 days a week in the training doesn't mean that I'm like hammering the weights 7 days a week. You have to modify intensity, and then I would focus on other things. And so I've had a lot of questions about what that looks like. And so building a 7-day routine for the audience and those that actually love going to the gym that often or exercising that often, this will be fun.
Well, I do want to be clear to everybody, just so you know right out the gates, you are going to get a free 7-day-a-week workout program from this episode. So that's what we did. We put it together for you, and we're going to literally lay it out. So by the end of this show, you're going to have a workout, 7-day-a-week workout. Now, here's what's important when you're working out. Actually, well, this is always important with your workouts, but it's especially important if you're devoting this much time to exercise. The programming is key here. It is very easy when you're working out daily to overdo a certain component of your workout, which can cause joint pain, inflammation, or just cause overtraining, or cause too much of a stress response, which will result in your body actually not building muscle, but rather losing muscle and setting itself up for more fat storage. Because when you're stressed, when your body senses too much stress, it wants to protect itself. Two ways to do this. One is reduce its caloric requirements, because for most of human history, stress meant we didn't have enough food. And number two, improve its ability to store more body fat, because body fat is an insurance policy against the most common form of stress for most of human history, which was not having enough food.
The irony is that the more days that you're training in the gym, the more technical, the more challenging your running your program is.
Totally.
If you're only lifting 2 to 4 days a week,
Much more basic.
It is more basic, and you can get away with the routine looking pretty similar. You could get after it the same those 2 to 3 days every time you're training and be okay as far as intensity, as far as what you're training. But you start getting 7 days a weekend, the frequency that you hit the muscle group, the intensity that you do it, the type of training you do every time in there, it gets more and more difficult, which the reason why I find that ironic is that I think people would think that, 7 days a week, the more I train, the more results I'll have, or the better it will be for me. And no, I actually think the more you're in the gym, the more difficult it is to know how to program correctly so that you don't run into what you call the recovery trap, where you're just kind of spinning your wheels all the time.
Yeah, the irony with that is you're in the gym and it's difficult to kind of program that. But on the other end of that, the consistency is something that's a lot easier, because when you break it up throughout the week and you're only there, let's say 2 to 3 times, during the week, it's really the motivation to keep that up, to keep up that routine tends to fall down quite a bit.
Well, this is exactly why I did it. So, and Sal talks about this, right? Sal talks about, his consistency, and like he knows that if I didn't train in the morning, I wouldn't be as consistent as I am. And so he's carved that time off. That's his time. Nothing gets in the way of that. This is what I felt about getting ready for shows was I had to decide, like, this is my time. Like, I had a very strict routine in order to be consistent. And so I didn't like the idea of, a 3 or 4 day a week training program where I've got 3 or 4 days where I'm potentially off or not going to the gym. I needed, I know that every day, and back then it used to be 12.
It's dialed in.
Yeah, 12 to 2, I'm going to the gym. Nothing gets in the way of that. I built all the rest of my life around that time, so nothing got in the way. But I know that I can't go to the gym and train the same way 12 to 2 every single day, but I'm going to go to the gym, and I found that it was easier for me to stay consistent with something like that.
This is, by the way, this is a documented psychological phenomenon. So on one hand, working out every single day means that you have to carve out time every single day. On the other hand, it is easier to stay consistent because it's a daily routine. But your drug manufacturers knew this a long time ago. So, like, for example, old school birth control pills for women, right? They'll take the birth control. This is the old way of doing it. A lot of birth control now has changed. But in the past, they would say, okay, take these birth control pills for X amount of days and then create an artificial period where you go off for 7 days, you get your period, and then you go back on. Here's how they design the birth control pills. You take them every single day.
Yeah,
7 of them
are sugar pills.
Right. Yeah. Why did they do this? It dramatically improved and increased the consistency, because when people went off for 7 days, had to remember to go back on, you would have people messing up their schedules. Now, supplement companies know this as well. There's a reason why supplement companies will often attach their product to a daily routine. Take this in the morning, take this before bed, take this with lunch. Things you do every single day, because you're more likely to be consistent. So working out every day or carving time out every single day for a lot of people is actually easier to stay consistent.
I agree.
Than it would be to only have 3 or 4 days when you could say to yourself, well, I've already worked out twice. I don't think I'll work out tomorrow. Before you know it, it builds up, and now you missed your workouts for the week and you got to start over the following week. So let's talk a little bit about the components of what a 7-day-a-week workout routine would look like. By the way, this routine is designed to maximize muscle building, performance, fat loss. Essentially, this is a routine that's essentially going to train your body to look really good and move really good. And we did it this way because most people watching this are probably in that category. They want to look really good. They want to perform really well. And that's generally most people's goals.
Yeah, it just sort of covers the broad base of, getting that kind of functional strength, also building muscle, but like applying adequate recovery and, implementing that so you have structure for each one of these days.
So I love this too, that we're doing this, because when we started to piece this together, it looks very, very similar to what my 7-day routine is. And the first thing that we kind of agreed on is the first rule that I gave myself. So I knew one of the rules I said was, okay, if I'm going to be in this gym 6 to 7 days a week and I have a big goal, I'm trying to get on stage, do these things, I have to be careful that I don't overdo it. And so I had this hard rule of I would never allow myself more than 2 really hard training days. And by hard, I mean compound lifts, high intensity type of training.
Yeah, heavy weight going after it.
Very demanding
I
days.
wanted to separate those out by a few. Obviously, I wouldn't go hard back-to-back days. I want to give a couple days in between. I want 2 of them are my intense training sessions where I'm going after the big major lifts. I'm getting after it really hard. And then the other days I'd have to modify around.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. I think if you're working out every day, 2 days a week, hard is perfect for most people. You want to center it, like Adam said, compound lifts. This is where you do your squats and your bench presses and your rows. This is when your rep range can be between 6 to 12. You're training at, near failure. In other words, your sets, you're taking them to, 2 reps before failure. So it's a very intense working set. You're doing about 1 exercise per body part and about 3 sets per exercise. And typically you'll start with the large body parts and go down to the smaller ones. And, as we get through all of these points that we're going to make, I think, we'll give you guys more specifics in terms of what that workout's going to look like. Ideally, Adam said this, you want the 2 workouts, the 2 hard workouts, to have some space in between them.
Right.
So if I were to do a week of this, my 2 hard workouts would be Monday and Thursday, for example. So Monday, hard, heavy workout. Then I do a couple other different workouts, which we'll get into on Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday, another hard, heavy workout. So that's the first one. Here's the second piece that I think is very important.
Well, let's address the why.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Why not back to back? Why not 3 days in a row of hard, intense lifting?
Yeah. You can definitely do 3 days a week of hard lifting, but not when you're working out 7 days a week also, right? That's just too much for most people. If you're only working out 3 days a week, you could do 3 hard workouts, but not if you're working out every single day.
Yeah, and plus we know what the research says. You talked about this in a recent episode that there is a sweet spot. It's somewhere between 9 to 20 sets. If you're doing 6 days a week of just based off the math that you just said of how many sets you're doing for that, you're way beyond that. So you're training the volume that you're training at is way higher than what's needed, and the intensity level that you're potentially going after it in those days is way more than what you need also. So then the body is just trying to recover this entire time
rather than build,
instead of it building and adapting. So that is the reason why, because someone might be going well, why? What if I feel good, or why can't I just do 3 days or 4 days of hard training, or just go like that all the time? It's again, and you did this really well, Sal, the other day, is what your body can handle is different than what is optimal for
That's
your body.
right. Yeah.
So just because you can handle beating it up 3 or 4 days a week doesn't mean that's what's going to give you the most results. And for some reason, it's really tough for people to make that connection.
Think about the temperature of your house, right? There's an ideal temperature that feels the best, and then there's an extreme heat and cold you can handle,
tolerate.
Right? Yeah. So like you want to live in a house that you can tolerate the 100 and something degree weather? Of course not. The right dose will get you there the fastest. More than that, that's great that you can handle that. You're not going to get there any faster. At the least, you're just going to get there the same speed and you're just wasting time. But what's more likely is you actually slow down your progress because you're adding more stress to the body that's not necessary. Now, why have the days in between that are other workouts? Because these are hard, heavy workouts. You would like to see yourself progress with strength in these workouts. Back to back doesn't give you enough time typically to give you your body ability to adapt and build some strength. So you want to have that space.
And to that point, that's the reason why the next things that we're going to do in between are going to promote the recovery so that you can even get after it that much harder on Thursday.
Yeah. Now this next one, Justin was adamant on, and we all completely agreed, which is there should be 1 day a week. Your workout should be devoted completely to mobility.
Yeah.
So you should literally do a 1 hour mobility workout. And your goal in this workout is to increase your functional range of motion. So what's functional range of motion? Okay, so range of motion would be like how far someone could lift my leg up to my head. So how far can my hamstring stretch? Functional range of motion is how far can I stretch that hamstring while having strength and connection to it. Two very different things. Now imagine somebody putting you in a deep stretch. You don't have very much connection to that. If you had to move real quick, you'd probably tear your hamstring or injure yourself. So what we're looking for is functional range of motion, functional mobility. So you own all of these ranges of motion, reduces injury, and maximizes those hard workouts that we talked about earlier.
Right. There's nothing passive about these days. And, to address sort of a misconception that this is sort of allotting a very like easy, nice, relaxing type of a workout. No, this can be something very challenging and intensive. And you're actually you're working completely on a different focus. And that is to be able to really hyper connect to your central nervous system, to be able to have these like secondary type of muscles respond to protect the joints. And so, and also to maintain certain posture and maintain optimal positions in the joints. So that way, when you go back to your compound lifts, you have an increase in performance.
Now, in a perfect world, this mobility day looks very individualized for the people, right? So in a perfect world,
it's impossible to do though with how many people are watching this right now, right?
Exactly. So, and our goal of this episode was to give the audience something tangible that they can go and do themselves and start to apply to see what kind of results they get from it. So, a great place for the audience to go start at is our primeprowebinar.com. It's absolutely free.
That's your workout.
That's right. I take you through 50 minutes. Literally follow that routine for this day. So for now, and what's great about that is I pretty much address from the ankle to the
address
neck.
the grossest offenders.
Yeah,
That's right.
You pick the stuff that probably 80 to 90% of people are going to benefit
And that's
from.
why I did it. I figured I'd put together a routine that I knew would benefit damn near everybody that goes through it. It'll benefit everybody that goes through it, and some people it'll be tremendously beneficial. Now, as you get better and better at this, or if you're somebody who owns Prime Pro and you understand what mobility things you should be doing, you've already figured out your areas of dysfunction and you know what areas are helping you the most, stick in that. But for the listener who is not familiar with putting together a mobility day and what would that look like, that routine is perfect for you to start. So start with that and follow that for the beginning.
Now, what's good about this is when you follow this routine, because here's the deal with mobility. For most people watching and listening, doing it right is actually quite challenging if you've never done it before. Because what we're used to is stretching. What we're used to is, I'm going through a movement. But intention is so important with mobility work. And it's so valuable to have someone coach you through the mobility movements while you're doing them so you really understand how to make them effective. At primeprowebinar.com, that's exactly what Adam does. He's literally coaching you. So you're watching him and he's coaching you through the movements. So to give you an example, it's like and this is not a mobility movement, I'm using a silly example. Let's say I put my chest in a deep stretch. I have to, with my intention, now that it's in the stretch, connect to the chest, connect to the rhomboids, connect to the rear delt, connect to all the muscles that support that new range of motion so that I own that deeper range of motion. So similarly, what Adam does is he takes you through all these different, very valuable movements, and then he coaches you through the movement. And trust me, okay, this is not like a Sunday stretch session where you're playing music and you're out in the sun, you're relaxing. You're going to sweat.
No, you're going to sweat.
You're going to You're going to feel this. It is a workout, but the goal of the workout is to improve your functional mobility.
Now, I want to sell this to my young audience that's listening that doesn't have joint pain, feels like they move optimally and perfect already, and that are going to want to go, oh, well, I don't really need that, so I'm going to throw another day of weight training in here. I don't care what and what I want to sell you on is that it isn't just for, improved mobility and movement and joint support, everything that Justin was selling and telling you. It's also going to facilitate recovery.
Yes, 100%.
So it's also going to support that high intensity, heavy compound lifting day that you just did before. This is going to help speed up recovery for you to build more muscle and prepare you for Thursday again to get after it.
Yes, and it's going to make your compound heavy lifts more effective. If you can imagine a point scoring system that's awarded to exercises and ranks them in terms of their value, right? So let's say a squat is 100, right? 100 points, maximum, benefit from a barbell squat. That doesn't mean that you're going to derive 100 points of value from the squat. It only means that that's the max potential of the squat. Now, what determines that potential? Your ability to connect, your ability to move, your range of motion that you have function over. That's what makes that squat worth 100. What makes you better at getting closer to that maximum benefit of the barbell squat? Your functional mobility. So doing these functional mobility days will make your other workouts far more effective. All right, here's the third piece that we think should be included in your workout. You should focus on getting a pump about 2 days a week. So 2 days a week, you're working out in the gym or at home. The goal isn't heavy, high intensity like with the compound lifts. You're not working on functional mobility like with the mobility day. Your goal is to get a pump and add some more volume and frequency while minimizing the damage that you produce to the body, right? Because you don't want to cause too much more damage, but I still want to send a muscle building signal. This is where bodybuilding, some of the things you learn in bodybuilding can become, quite valuable.
Yeah, and this is smart because too, in terms of practice and teaching your body, to be able to express that muscle contraction, more frequently, you're going to get better at a lot of these lifts, and your muscles are going to respond accordingly. But not the key is the appropriate amount of intensity, and that's something that we scale through this process, and we're able to kind of focus in on that a little bit more, to the individual groups. So we're a little bit more single joint focused.
So what this is starting to shape up to look like is Monday we have these hard compound lifts. So this is the day we get after it, the big lifts. We're more strength training focused. Day 2, we've got an hour of mobility that we're doing, which is you follow the Prime Pro. Now, day 3, we're moving into what we would call like a focus type of session where we're doing more isolation type. So this is like cable push downs and bicep curls and lateral raises and a lot of movements like that. Very similar to anybody who's bought or gone through our MAPS aesthetic program. We have what are called focus days that complement the foundational days. The compound lifting that you're doing on Monday, that would represent like our foundational days that we build in most of our programs. What we're talking about right now would be like our focus days where your rep range, they're higher rep range.
Yeah, 15 to 20.
That's right. We're up to 15, 20. We're searching up. The mindset's different now too, right? So when you go into this, it's not the same as when you're going after the 6 rep range and we're doing compound lifts, we're trying to move weight. We're trying to move weight, and the intensity and the focus is completely different. When you go into the isolation days, now it's about getting the pump.
Yeah.
It's about time under tension, controlling it, slowing the repetition down, doing these isolation exercises, and training that way for this entire hour.
Yeah, and I did that this morning, in fact. I came in and my body's feeling a little stiff and I needed to go lighter. And so what you would have seen me doing is I'm going much lighter and I'm doing more isolation exercises. So like instead of doing a heavy bench press, I might do some cable flies. I may do a dumbbell chest press, but light, where I'm focusing on the squeeze, right? So higher reps, lighter weight, focus on getting the pump. And you're doing, again, 1 exercise per body part for about 3 sets. Now, the next day, this one's also very important. And this is what we would call a functional day. So functional exercises tend to involve the entire body, and you tend to move into different planes as you're doing this exercise. What do I mean by planes? Okay, so if I do a curl, I'm moving in one plane, right? I'm not twisting. I'm not, moving behind me. I'm just moving in one plane. Functional movements tend to get you to move in different ways all the way through to get your body to communicate. So to get your upper body to communicate with your lower body, to get your left to communicate with your right, to activate what's called proprioceptive ability. Where's my body in space, right? So like a good example of a functional exercise that would fall in this category would be like a Turkish get-up. You do a Turkish get-up, it's not a shoulder exercise per se. It's not a core exercise per se. It's not a leg exercise per se, although all those muscles are activated and more. But what it's doing is it's getting the whole body to move and communicate together.
And this is important because our joints are capable of so many different angles and has so much range. And if we're not expressing that, then our body starts to sort of downregulate and starts to prune off the abilities that we have. And this is just trying to reinforce, a lot of the capabilities that we already have. So we need to be able to train that and plan that out. So, I can get them to respond appropriately, going back into these regular barbell type lifts.
Well, it also lends itself so well to getting great at the compound lift. So going back to these intense days that are your biggest bang for your buck, or what are probably going to build the most amount of muscle on you, you get really good at a Turkish get up, and you go back and see what your overhead press or what your squats look like. You'll see that movement.
There's carryover.
Yeah, there's carryover to that. And that's why I like movements like the Turkish get up, because in order to articulate that entire movement, it's broken in like 8 parts and components. And you literally, from your toes to your neck, everything is being stimulated. And in order to do it properly and really well, it promotes good shoulder mobility, it promotes good hip mobility, good trunk stability, but the ability to rotate in multiple planes. You have good control through that entire thing. Then you go over and do something that is actually a lot easier as far as the amount of movement that's involved, like a squat, and you'll see how much carryover is into that.
Well, and this is so important because in real life, you're faced with all kinds of like weird, unique angles. And if you're super strong in the gym, that's great. But now that's going to be your hardwired response. So let's say like now you have just a little bit of rotation in there. How does your body respond? It might over respond the wrong way. And so this is going to help to teach it to support your joints, but also maintain your strength.
And it also makes a lot of sense to structure it this way, where it's like a full functional day in a routine like this. Because what I don't want to do, because I just did a focus session, I've already had a heavy compound lifting day, I don't want to tax individual muscles the same way. I want to get a full body workout. I want to promote blood flow. I want to promote recovery. I want to work on control, stability, range of motion, get stronger. All those things are going to come from this functional day, but I'm not going to get my triceps hella sore from a Turkish get up.
No.
Your shoulders are going to get hella sore, or your legs are going to get hella sore from a movement like that.
No, you're not stressing the muscles as much as you're stressing the communication between the muscles and the movement, which benefits all the other workouts and has value in and of itself. I remember when we first started the podcast, Justin was definitely a very functional, he's still, right, very functional training guy. And he convinced me to give a windmill a try. Now, I've always been able to deadlift a lot of weight, very strong in that exercise. I went to try a deadlift, and I couldn't even get, a windmill, and I couldn't even get in the position. It's like my body didn't know that movement. So I'm like, I got to practice this, right? So I started practicing the windmill, and I got to the point where I could do it with like a 70-pound kettlebell, not a ton of weight, but huge improvement from not being able to do it at all. I was blown away that my deadlift went up. Yeah. I was stronger in my deadlift. Now, I could break it down and be like, oh, my QL got worked better and things are stretching in my hip. But the reality is when I did my deadlift, I just felt more stable in my lift. And I didn't expect that. I didn't do the windmills to get a better deadlift. I did the windmills because I couldn't do that movement. It, kind of freaked me out. But the side effect was I got better at my deadlift. So there's lots of value for muscle building and strength performance. So even if you're not a functional person, you don't really care, you just want to build muscle, one day a week of this, you're going to still touch all the muscles of your body. So you're still sending somewhat of a muscle building signal, but it's going to make your body move better and communicate better with itself. So when you do those other lifts, those heavy lifts that are building muscle, you're just better at them.
And I want to stress this to the audience that this will be new to. is fall in love with the process of improving the movement more than trying to prove that you can do more weight.
Yes.
So just because I'm strong enough to go out there right now and grab a 60 to 100 pound kettlebell and hold that and do a Turkish get up, I know that I won't be able to move through the whole exercise beautifully. And that's the goal on these functional days, is to really improve the movement of it, not necessarily, oh yeah, I could do a 100 pound kettlebell when I do a Turkish get up. It's like, yeah, but if it looks like shit, who cares?
Yeah.
So when you do these functional exercises that we're going to lay out for you, the goal is to get great at the movement. So notice that all these days have different mental focus. That's the challenge of 7 days a week. 7 days a week, every time you go in the gym, you got to switch your mindset. It's not always going to be the same. You're not going in with the same mindset all 7 days. Each day you have to kind of change, like, okay, this is the focus today. Today it's all about mobility. It's all about the intention of the movement, and it's about connecting really well and moving controlled and slow. When I'm going after compound lifts, I'm getting after it. I want to move as much weight as I can. When I'm going into these isolation days, when I'm doing more of the pumping exercises, it's about time and attention and control and form and feeling a pump in the muscle. Now I'm on functional day. Functional day is all about the movement. Can I make this movement beautiful? Can I make it look perfect?
Organizing and putting it all together.
Yeah.
So
and that doesn't mean that you can't scale up or progressively overload.
But the goal is the movement.
That's right. Perfect the movement first before you start to add load to it.
Totally. Don't add load to a crappy movement pattern.
Right.
That totally defeats the entire purpose. All right. So this last point that we're going to make is one that now comes from our collective wisdom. Now, I know I use that word to replace the word that, old, because we've been around for a while. But the truth is, we've trained people for decades. We've been working out ourselves for decades. And this last piece is extremely valuable. Don't leave it out. And don't worry, we'll sell to you why it's so valuable. And that's this. 1 day a week, you're going to do a 1 hour hike or walk outside. That's the important part. You got to do it outside. Now, every time I talk about this, here's what fitness fanatics think and then what they say to me. So they think, oh, an hour of activity, I'm going to burn calories. This makes lots of sense. Why do I got to do it outside? It's raining, it's snowing, it's hot. Like, why don't I just do it on the treadmill? Here's why. It's not about the activity. That's nice bonus, but the reality is that it's really about being outside. What about when it's hot or cold or raining? That's going to give you even more value. We now know that challenging your body's ability to deal with the elements strengthens your body's ability to adapt in a general way. So what does that mean?
It's a hormetic stress.
When you're lifting weights or working out, what you're asking your body to do is to adapt, right? If your body didn't adapt, it would be a waste of time to work out. Like, I'm not getting any stronger no matter what I do. Like, okay, why am I doing this, right? Or I'm not strengthening my body, or I'm not burning body fat, right? All of those are adaptations. Your body builds muscle because it's adapting to stress. Your body burns body fat because it's adapting to a particular stimulus. Same thing with improving performance. Your body's ability to handle the elements, to get comfortable in the elements, is an adaptation system. And if that is weak, just like if any other adaptation system in your body is weak, it's going to affect all the other adaptation systems. Now, because modern life is so comfortable, because we have air conditioning, heating, we have atrophied this particular adaptation system. And this isn't just my theory, okay? Look at the studies, for example, that are done on hot and cold therapy. Look at the studies done on saunas. Do you know that regular sauna use, which is just heat, okay? Just heat by itself. Regular sauna use decreases all-cause mortality by something like 20 or 30%, which is insane. This is regardless of other lifestyle factors. Just that alone. Cold therapy has all the other interesting properties. Not to mention the benefit of going out and getting the sun. Not to mention the benefit of getting fresh air. And we know this instinctively. Like, how many times have you said to yourself, like, I need to get some fresh air, right? What the hell does that mean? What's the difference between the air outside and the air inside? There's a big difference. So going outside, bearing the elements for an hour, tremendous benefits for health and downstream muscle building, fat loss.
Don't you think that's why this trend has happened in the last decade or so of the hot, cold plunges and the saunas and the ice baths and the cryotherapy.
We've been removed from it.
Right. And don't you think that a lot of the research and studies that are showing all the benefits has a lot to do with that we now don't do that anymore?
Yes.
I bet you 100 years ago, you wouldn't see the same benefits that we see today. I bet you if we did research on people 100, 200, 300 years ago.
Why would they do that when that's their day to day?
Yeah, every day they were fighting the elements like that. And so their body had to adapt, had to get strong to handle all that, where we've been in this cush lifestyle for the last century that we haven't been challenged this way. So then out comes all this research to show, oh my God, look how beneficial the cold plunge is. Look how beneficial the hot sun is. Well, I think the reason why those things are so beneficial today is mainly because we've neglected it for so long.
We live in flat, like sterilized environments that don't challenge us at all because we want to make our life easier, right? That's been the whole goal with progress is to make, our lives less challenging. And when we remove the challenge, we're not stimulating the body like we need to. And we're not, we're breathing recycled air. We're not getting sunlight. We're not getting a lot of these things that spark and stimulate the body in a certain way that's going to help to protect us when we actually get challenged. So whenever you find yourself feeling like, oh my God, I'm carrying all this stress, but now all of a sudden I'm facing a new variable, how do I respond to that if I'm not training myself to respond to it properly?
By the way, it's not just like training your mental capacity to handle heat or handle cold or handle the elements. Your body actually adapts to be able to handle these things a lot better. Like I'll never forget as a kid, at the time he was in his 70-something-year-old grandfather visiting from Sicily. He's obviously old, and he's a different old than you see, today. He's an old, like poor Sicilian old. So he's been around, he's worked hard, right? He comes to visit, and he goes to work with my dad and I. This is when I would help my dad in the summers, and we're mixing cement in the summer, and it's hot, and I'm 15 years old. I work out, I got, I'm spry or whatever, and I'm dying. And my grandfather's whistling while he's mixing cement. And I'm like, this guy is made of something completely different. I remember also spending the night in their home up in Sicily with no air conditioning. He didn't grow up with air conditioning. And these are cement houses. It was sweltering, and he's smoking a cigarette inside. And I'm just dying. I can't believe it, right? I also know I've had friends who've come from different parts of the country. I had a friend who came from Minnesota, and she would, in 62 or 63 degree weather, which for a Californian is freezing, okay? 63 degrees here in San Jose. I'm wearing a sweater and sweats. She was in shorts and a tank top. And I remember asking her, I'm like, aren't you cold? And she's like, it's warm outside. She goes, you have no idea. I grew up in Minnesota. Yeah. My body's adapted to the cold. So your body adapts to these types of things. You can train this in your body. And believe me, when you train your body in a way to adapt to these things, all your other adaptation systems start to follow suit. So your body ability to build muscle, burn body fat, get stronger, actually becomes reinforced and strengthened. So go outside for an hour regardless of the elements.
Now, I want to make a point before we lay out and give exactly what these 7 days are going to look like for the audience, because I have a feeling that this episode will be one of the ones that go viral. Just these types of topics, especially since we're giving away a complete workout.
This is a free MAPS program.
Right. So since we're doing that, I know that this is going to reach a lot of people that have no idea who the hell Mind Pump is. So if you've been listening for a long time, I don't feel I need to convince or explain everything that we just went through. But what I know is if you come across this, someone shares this for the first time you've heard us talk about so that the biggest mistake or the number one mistake that will be made with this program is wanting to do more. Mm-hmm. You are going to, I feel good today, so I'm going to do this now. Or, they had a hiking day, I don't feel like going and doing that. I'm going to do another one of those Mondays.
Or what if I do a 5-hour hike?
Exactly. The idea of this was if we were going to construct a routine that you are training 7 days, an hour at a time, every single day, what type of stuff would I build for a client of mine for optimal results? This is for somebody who's trying to build the most amount of muscle, burn the most amount of body fat, or just be as healthy as they possibly can, strength and longevity wise. This is what that routine would look like. So do not fool yourself and go, I'm more of this person, so I'm going to do more of those things. Or I'm less of this person, so I'm going to eliminate those one thing. Trust the process, follow this routine for at least 30 days and watch what happens.
All right, so here's the breakdown. And if you're listening on the podcast, you can write this down. Luckily for you people watching on YouTube, we're going to flash this workout up on the screen so you can literally screenshot it.
Can we put it in the notes, Andrew, too?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's put it in the notes.
We'll save all these in the notes so someone can literally just kind of copy and paste.
Yeah, and this is literally, we're writing out the workout for you. Okay, so Monday and Thursday are your heavy workouts. Here's what your Monday workout looks like, okay? You're going to start out with barbell squats, then you're going to go to barbell bench press, then you're going to go to barbell rows, barbell overhead press, curls, dumbbell or barbell is fine, skull crushers, slow sit-ups, and calf raises. All of these are for 3 sets. All of them are for 6 to 12 reps. The Thursday workout, so I'm skipping a couple days. That's because we're going to have other workouts in between, but we're talking about the heavy compound lift workouts, right? The Thursday workout is going to look like this. It's going to start with deadlifts. Then you're going to go to incline press, pull-ups, Arnold press, hammer curls, dips, your reverse crunch, and then your calf raise. Again, 3 sets, 6 to 12 reps. The mobility workout, which you're going to follow the Prime Pro webinar, right? So you're going to do this particular mobility workout, and I think we have the mobility workout set up for Saturday, if you were to follow this exactly, is literally go to primeprowebinar.com and have Adam coach you through the workout. After you follow that for 2 or 3 workouts, you'll probably have a good idea on how to do it on your own. But I highly suggest you have him coach you because mobility is probably the most complicated or hard to understand of all these.
And this can
workouts.
be done in the gym and watching it on your phone, or this can be done on your television at home.
You don't need equipment for this.
That's right.
You can do this just on the floor, right? The pump workout. So these are the ones where you're trying to get a pump, 15 to 20 reps, more isolation exercises. Here's Tuesday's pump workout. You start with lunges, you go to dumbbell flies, dumbbell pullovers, then you go to lateral raises, band curls, band press downs, and planks. By the way, resistance bands are excellent for pump workouts. They provide very little damage to the body in comparison to weights or machines, but they still send a very good muscle building signal. Strength athletes use them all the time exactly because of this. I put bands as the trigger session workouts in MAPS Anabolic, which is very popular, specifically because of what I just said. Minimal damage, you still send a muscle building signal, and you get a great pump. Friday is the other pump workout, right? Here are your exercises. Your single leg toe touch, band flies, band rows, band pull apart, band curls, band press downs, and then band side chops, right, for your core. Here's your functional day. So that was the one that we talked about earlier where you're focusing on the movement. Your functional day is going to be Wednesday. You're going to do 3 sets of each of these exercises. The repetitions can be anywhere between 5 to 10. Let's go with Turkish get-ups, windmills, Cossack squats, and then overhead carries. You're going to carry for about 25 to 35 steps, okay? Overhead carry, you put basically a weight over your head, extend your arms, and do it down for 25, 35 steps. And then back.
We have videos for all this on our YouTube channel, I believe. I don't think there's any exercise that we've
everything that we're saying
should all be on YouTube.
It's all going to be there, right? And then here's your go outside. I don't need to break this down for you. Go for a walk or a hike, regardless of the weather. In fact, the more harsh the weather is, of course, be safe. Don't be stupid. So if it's a hurricane, please don't listen to what we said and go go walk out in a hurricane. Be smart, cover yourself up, whatever you need to do. But if the weather's bad or whatever, that's actually part of the value of this. And you're going to do that on Sunday. So that's your Sunday workout.
So 2 things I want to add that'll help the audience out that may not know this, or if you're first time finding us. One of the best ways to find out information that we've already covered, which everything we've talked about in here we've covered, is when you're on the YouTube channel and or Google, you literally put Mind Pump and then what you have a question about. So if there's an exercise you're unfamiliar with, you don't know the form and technique, put Mind Pump, then that exercise, it'll populate on YouTube. The second question that I know is going to get asked by a lot of people is, how do I choose my weight? I did a video a year or 2 ago about how to choose the right weight for you. We'll do maybe Andrew can post it up right away so somebody or you guys can see that and switch over to the link on that. If that's a question for you, search that to help you figure out where to start. But one thing I want to say about all of this, when you're doing this form, technique, start lighter first, get good at it before you start to scale up the weight.
Yeah, thanks for saying that. Okay, real quick overview. Monday, heavy workout. Tuesday, pump workout. Wednesday, functional workout. Thursday, heavy workout again. Friday, pump workout again. Saturday, mobility workout. Sunday, outside workout. By the way, this is the first time we've really created a free program and giving it away on an episode. So it obviously costs you nothing. Copy it. You're gonna see it on the video. You can screenshot it, write it out, follow it. This is your 7-day a week.
Share this with your
routine.
friends and family. You know, obviously, the more people you can get involved, the better you have accountability wise and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you're going to get great results. Look, if you like this information and you want more, you want to learn more from Mind Pump, that's free. Head over to mindpumpfree.com. We have more guides, more information there that can help you with all of your fitness goals and desires.
Hi there. I am sitting here at the airport, at one of the airport lounges actually at Munich Airport, and I was fuming, you know, just a few minutes ago, or let's say half an hour ago, because due to an accident and traffic jams, I missed my flight. I came to the gate actually, and the flight had just closed, and even though the airplane was in front of the gate or at the gate for some time, I couldn't get in anymore. So that was very, very frustrating, and I was fuming actually, and now I had to rebook my flight, 230 euros down the drains, etc., etc. So the thing now is that I think we as entrepreneurs and as leaders, we can learn from these experiences, because if you're missing a flight, or if you're losing a deal, or if you're disappointed by an employee, there is no point, you know, in getting too frustrated about it. So what you can actually do is, first of all, let the frustration out. The best is to go to a separate room. So I just went to the toilet and let it out, just to free yourself. That can be one approach. And then just to say, okay, listen, what did actually happen, you know, to get on another level? What can I learn from that? And obviously also in the situation when something goes wrong and you need a solution, take care of the solution first, and then be happy about the solution. So 3 steps. First of all, create the solution. Secondly, let the frustration go away. Whatever you want to do, go for a walk or shout, go to the forest and shout and cry and curse, or whatever you want to do, and then ask yourself, what can I learn from it? That's the best way. That's what we as entrepreneurial leaders should always do when these kind of unexpected situations come across. You should obviously also be prepared. I once had a boss who would always take actually not the ideal flight to get to a meeting, but one flight before that, just to be on the safe side and not to be late. That can also be an approach to avoid surprises like the one that I have just had. And yeah, so you know, there's a proactive part to it. You know, you can plan for things as for unexpected situations. And secondly, there's also a reactive part, because there will always be frustrations in your entrepreneurial life, and you can actually handle them with the 3 steps that I mentioned. First of all, find the solution. Second, let the frustration out. And third, think about what you've learned from it. So that was Armin L. Rao from the airport lounge at Munich Airport. I'm now off to London. Hope that I can make a video for you there and have a good time. If you would like to have more help on your leadership challenges as an entrepreneur, just click on the link below this video and apply for
Well, hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us for yet another episode of KB Insider. And this is the show where we try to get a sense of what's going to be happening next in the Kubernetes kind of ecosystem. As I've often said on this show before, and as I'm sure many of you have experienced, getting a sense of where open source projects are going can be a little challenging, because the engineers, or the people who kind of work on the project, not just engineers, docs, tests, release engineers, et cetera, have a lot to do with what actually gets shipped. Sometimes in alignment with groups like product management, and sometimes not so much, because it's an open source project. They can just kind of deliver what they also are interested in, maybe on nights and weekends. There's no set code base. So as long as the community thinks it's important, it can be added to the system. And we So for this show, what we like to do is interview people who are kind of actively contributing to the work in various ways, so that we can try to get a sense of what's going on. So by way of introduction, so this is the Cube by Example Insider Show. So if you go to cubebyexample.com, you can find us under community. And, we do an episode every month on the last Tuesday of the month as a way to remember what it is at, obviously, this time, 10 a.m. Eastern, other times elsewhere, as you might imagine. And I'm Langdon White. I'm a clinical assistant faculty member at Boston University. I basically teach introduction to data science, as well as support a bunch of practicum classes. Currently this semester, I'm working on a class with a bunch of students called Data Science for Good, which is a bunch of social science students, as well as a bunch of tech type people. And they are working to build a system to help do police accountability. So that's kind of what we've been working on this semester. And I would like to introduce my co-host, Daniel O, who had some technical challenges this morning, but hopefully are resolved in his lovely home, which, sometimes it's a toss-up whether Daniel's actually at home. And then we'll introduce Andrew. So Daniel, who are you?
Hi, everybody. Yeah, thanks. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I'm really late joining because I got technical difficulties this morning. But yeah, everybody always having the technical difficulties. So yeah, my name is Daniel O. I'm based on Boston, and I'm working for Red Hat as a developer advocate and pretty much like a CSF ambassador to help many people to build their own CS, like a cloud native stuff.
Awesome. And Andrew, why don't you, because, I worked at Red Hat for a long time. I am well aware that it is a terrible idea to try to figure out exactly what your title is or what department you're with, as it regularly changes. So if you want to introduce yourself, and, then we can maybe start talking about the Kubernetes.
Absolutely. Thanks, Landon. Thanks, Daniel. Hi, everyone. My name is Andy Blanc. I'm a distinguished architect at Red Hat's Services Global Office of Technology. What does that mean? It's a kind of a mouthful. It means that I not only work with customers globally to implement Red Hat solutions, but I try to unify all of our solutions across the board. So what we're doing here in North America is the same in APAC, in EMEA, and wherever we happen to have our delivery teams working with our customers. And very much into working with open source projects and in the community, and we can talk about a number of the projects that I'm working in. And I guarantee, especially if you're in the Kubernetes ecosystem, you've probably used at least one of them.
Right. And of course, as we were chatting a little bit before the show, so where are you currently?
I am in Houston, Texas, in our Edge Solution Center. So this is not fake. This actually is real. If I go ahead and if you throw something, it may break something instead of being a virtual background. So, yeah.
And so just by way of a little bit of context, I don't think the term edge has actually pervaded terribly well in kind of our industry. So can you just say what you mean by edge computing?
Edge computing really depends on the context. Holistically, it's basically anything outside of a traditional data center. So in the telco world, it could be a facility that has a couple of 5G antennas. It could be a back store of a grocery store. It could be a device on a platform in the middle of the Atlantic, an oil rig.
Gotcha.
It can be anything. It's basically anything that can be outside the data center traditionally.
And at least, what I think is, why it kind of gets its own category, not just for buzzword effect, right? But also it changes how development works, right? Because you have, it's actually like a lot of the problems we had, because I'm going to date myself here, in the 90s where, things like throughput and RAM and, network access and all that stuff can be much more limited. And so as a result, you kind of have to change some of your development approaches.
Think about it. We have our phones and we're tied to it constantly. Think about it when you go on an airplane. You have to either turn it off or you have really, really, non-trusted connections. You may come up and may go down. You have to design your solutions so that there is no guarantee for network access, as well as other considerations regarding the amount of footprint that you can actually put on these devices. Those of us who take these devices for granted, that have gigs and gigs of memory, that's not necessarily the case when you're working in edge workloads and in edge environments.
Right, exactly. I actually just gave what we call a tech talk on about edge computing at BU the other day, and when I was preparing for the talk, I realized, oh my goodness, a lot has changed in the last like 3 years since I really looked into this particular space. So I think it's particularly interesting. It might be something that we should probably delve into more in a future show. But maybe today, I think we wanted to talk to you specifically about Helm. And if you could, maybe we could start with like, can you describe a little bit what Helm is
Yeah,
for people
absolutely.
who don't use it?
Yeah, so Helm itself is a package manager for Kubernetes. Think about when you're trying to deploy any resource to Kubernetes, you're going to have a set of manifests. It's going to be a deployment, a service, maybe a config map, a secret, a couple different objects. Traditionally with Kubernetes, it's always been a challenge to deploy these resources. They're all independent. They're not necessarily packaged into a single atomic unit. You can install each one of these manifests independently. But what Helm brings is a way that you can package all those resources up together and manage dependencies accordingly. But in addition to that, it also gives you a templating engine as well. So you can add dynamic capabilities to these resources. They're no longer just flat and static.
Gotcha. And so why, or let's kind of change it all around. What are you expecting to see happening with Helm over the next, I don't know, 6 months or a year, or what would you like to be seeing with that?
So I joined the project really focusing in one area specifically, and that is around OCI integration, the Open Container Initiative integration. Helm integrated and introduced a concept where you can store charts inside OCI registries. An OCI registry you can think of as a container registry these days. So Docker Hub, Quay, your Artifactory, Nexus, your local corporate repository can do more than just store container images. You can actually store other resources. So one of these resources are Helm charts. You can distribute Helm charts a couple different ways. One of them is storing them in a traditional HTTP server, but a newer way that's still easier is to store them all within the same same registry that you store your container images. And I came into the project to really focus on bringing it over the finish line from what they were calling experimental status to full GA. And then we were able to actually achieve that last year. So on the project today, I'm working on hardening our support around OCI, but also looking into how we can integrate more of our secure software supply chain technologies into Helm. So looking at technologies like SigStore and other signing capabilities into hardening the provenance of the lifecycle of Helm charts.
That's awesome.
Gotcha. Yeah, go ahead, Daniel. Sorry.
Yeah. Thanks, Randall. Yeah. So also I got some question from like a developer and a platform engineer. Sometimes they're really looking at Helm, but they also looking at like Ansible or operator stuff. And then I think that you got a ton of experience to use Ansible, operator, and Helm chart as well. Is there some little bit tips? What is the differentiating between those technology?
Well, okay, it's interesting that you mentioned it because every single one of those that you mentioned, Ansible and Helm, are supported by the operator software development SDK, the software development kit. So you can make use of every one of those technologies and package them all into an operator. But what I think about is if you're going to develop an operator, have a reason for developing it. Is there a reason for having to manage the resources beyond day one or some high level day twos? An operator is very powerful. However, it's somewhat complex to develop and maintain an operator. So especially if you're just deploying a simple application, do you need to develop a whole operator to manage it? Probably not. A Helm chart is really easy. There are tooling available. There are IDEs that some companies have created that really simplify and abstract a lot of the concepts for creating it. Monocle is one type of company and technology that I've worked with in the past that offer an option to make the process of managing Helm charts easier. If you look into OpenShift has an entire user interface that allows you to manage the lifecycle of your Helm charts, as well as includes a number of Helm charts that come out of the box. For those of you who have worked with OpenShift for a while, you may remember templates in OpenShift. Yep. So those are great. Trust me. When they first came out, they were brilliant because Kubernetes had no templating mechanism whatsoever. But nowadays, developers and platform engineers are really looking for trying to make it easier for developers and platform personnel to create dynamic environments, dynamic capabilities. That's what Helm provides over templates, which are still somewhat structured because while there is some templating in OpenShift templates, you can't dynamically and programmatically determine, let's say, I don't want this secret in this environment, or I want to do some more conditionals. There really is no conditional logic that's baked into OpenShift templates.
That's cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing the insights.
I would like to point out a project that was done a number of years ago at Red Hat by, me, as well as a bunch of other people, called Atomic App, which does a lot of what you're describing, which was basically ship a container and then deliver containers, or deliver a kind of a template for an application. I think we might have been a little before our time, but yeah, I am a strong believer in that kind of model.
I mean, I look into OpenShift really being the foreground of a lot of Kubernetes technologies. Look at Ingress. They had the routes in OpenShift never existed before Kubernetes even thought about internal access from external resources. Deployments, when Kubernetes first came out, there was no deployment resource. There was no way to easily just deploy an application. It was all just basic pods and replica sets, replicas.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's gotten it's really interesting where, I mean, this is kind of goes back to why open source is really cool, right? Is that there's all kinds of innovation going on that, sometimes kind of eventually lands, or some variant of it lands but because there's no block, right, to kind of try new stuff to when you're kind of working in an open source world. I think it makes a big difference, and it can make the software a lot better. I was going to move in on a little bit, as it seems to be coming up as a thread a lot in our episodes lately. But I guess, have you done some work with Backstage?
I have. I've actually worked with one of the projects that Red Hat's sponsoring called Janus. So Janus is helping the community around Backstage. So I've worked on a number of integrations around the security space and making the developer lifecycle a little easier for those not only getting into the IDP concept, but also looking at deploying it on OpenShift. So if you go to the Janus IDP blog, we can post the link in a second. I had written a number of articles out there. Now. Yeah, I've written a number of articles and there's a lot of interest around this space right now. So it's great for those of you who are tuning in. Take a look at it and join the community. We have a very healthy open source community. Have a Slack, have a GitHub organization. It's a great place to just collaborate around the internal development platform initiatives, because that's really getting hot right now in the Kubernetes space.
Yeah, and I think it's there's the Janus blog. There's also a bunch of GitHub GitHub repos under a GitHub org called Janus as well. And so we actually have a question from the audience, which is Backstage a replacement for dev spaces?
No. So Backstage Backstage itself is really just a portal. It allows a framework for you to build portals. Dev spaces is a way that you can do active development.
Yeah, I think it's one of those distinctions which, everyone kind of, or I think a lot of people expect whenever you talk about developer tooling, you mean like an IDE, right? Or like a place to code. But I think what Backstage is actually kind of setting out to do, and maybe eventually there'll be plugins that do some of that, but really Backstage is trying to say, hey, here's everything you need to know about this particular project. And so it might have docs, it might have GitHub repos, it might have whatever. And then it has a bunch of plugins as well. But we've actually been looking at it. Why I kind of brought it up with a guest a couple of episodes ago was we as BU with the Spark organization that I'm affiliated with, what we do is experiential learning at BU, right? So we do student teams on projects for third parties. Obviously, like any other consultancy in a sense, right? We get repeat customers with repeat projects. But we have, my joke is we have like the worst turnover of any consultancy in the world, where basically we flip 300 employees every, 3 months. And so as a result, trying to get the continuity of content between the projects, or between the cycles of the projects, right? It's the same project. It's very hard. And so we're hoping the Backstage will be able to give us kind of one place where we can do that content and have it so that it's just there, and we don't have to explain to every new team, oh, you got to go to this Google Doc, you got to go to this GitHub repo, you got to go to this Trello board, etc. And we're really hoping that that's going to deliver for us. When you said security, though, for that, what kind of aspects of security are you dealing with Backstage?
Yeah, so this is just an issue that has really just open source mentality that I've worked with, is that, okay, everything, we just want to get working. But what about making it secure? And that's always very similar to like doc writing, comes second or third or fourth. So Backstage, there are integrations for like robust access control and integrations with other providers. But what I've been working on is adding support for like federated authentication using an OIDC provider called Keycloak. So if you're familiar with Keycloak as the SSO server, develops an integration for Keycloak, bringing in not only a way that you can authenticate from Backstage to Keycloak, but also bring in data like organizational data like users and groups from Keycloak into the Backstage catalog.
Yeah, that's super nice. And then, the really nice thing coming from the developer side, not the security side, but the other nice thing right then is then I can say, hey, let me just put this user in this group, right? And then now I can have a plugin to Backstage or something which will actually go and manage access to all the things that they are supposed to access for a particular project, I presume.
And what I love about Keycloak is that you can abstract the backends that your source of data. So you could actually have your users stored in GitHub or GitLab or even Microsoft Azure for AAD, but they can still all come through Keycloak as your single source of truth. So Backstage you just talk to Keycloak, and Keycloak does all the hard work integrating with the backend resources.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's really cool. Like I said, we're pretty seriously wanting to like implement it. As you might imagine, working in a university, it's a lot easier to do things in the summer. So we may not get to it for another couple months, but it is definitely on the to-do list. So kind of the next question we want to kind of talk about, Daniel, do you have anything you wanted to add about kind of Backstage in general?
Not really, but maybe it'll be helpful for us to understand who actually has no experience of Backstage before. So sometimes so Andy, you got a lot of experience with the Backstage stuff. So you think is that Backstage is for targeting platform engineers only, or even developer, they can use the Backstage for their daily job?
I mean, it's built for developers. You're trying to make this environment available for your development teams to start consuming. So that's really what we want to look at, is making the developer process in Kubernetes easier. I mean, you look at Kubernetes, and it was developed for a infrastructure mentality. It was never developed initially by Google for developers. It was just there to run workloads. It does a great job doing that, but you have to build a developer experience on top of it to make it consumable. And for the first 5 years of Kubernetes, we always worked very hard to make that possible. And we made some strides, but it could certainly continue to be improved upon. And Backstage and other IDP tools, I don't want to just say Backstage is the only one out there. There are plenty of others out there in the space. I mean, I went to the last KubeCon, and like everyone was talking about IDPs and internal development platforms. I can only imagine what it's going to be next month or a month and a half. When we're all together in Amsterdam for the next KubeCon, how many companies that either exist now are going to announce something at it? We have a lot of the vendors who have been in the Kubernetes space. Are they going to announce something? That's always something that's always good to see when you have conferences like this.
Yeah, that's cool. And then, so I've heard that you recently created a Helm chart for the Backstage stuff. And then, can you tell us a little bit more why you actually created the new Helm chart for the Backstage, and then what kind of benefit specifically platform engineers and SRE and even developer can earn some kind of really cool stuff from your Helm chart on Backstage?
Yeah, so when I first got into the Backstage community, probably 6 to 8 months ago, there was no easy and streamlined and holistic way to deploy Backstage. It was everyone and their brother created their own Helm chart or deployment mechanism. So while working with some folks from the Spotify group, because they're the ones that originated Backstage, it's in their GitHub organization. It was initially. Worked with them and the community to create a canonical Helm charts, because the Janus project, we created our own just to have something out there as well, because like everyone, we had to create one since there was no centralized one. So what we've done is we've worked with their communities to take some of the concepts and best practices from a number of the different charts and communities that were out there deploying Backstage using Helm, and brought it into an actual chart that the community can start to leverage. So if you go to github.com/backstage/Helm, I think, or chart, it's one of the two. You can go ahead and look at the repository for it, and it's also published to a traditional Helm repository, so you can just add it in a repository and just install it that way. And you can integrate this with any GitOps tools like Flux or Argo CD, OpenShift GitOps, and the OpenShift space that can easily be integrated into the Helm chart for Backstage. And what I've been doing is I've been demonstrating how you can take that chart that the community and all of us work to develop and deploy it using different paradigms. So everything from how do I just do a hello world Backstage chart to I want to deploy it to OpenShift, or I want to integrate it with some of the plugins that I mentioned earlier, the Keycloak plugin. How can I do that and do it all with using the same tool, but still be able to reuse the same asset? And that's really what I've been writing about.
That's really awesome. So, so since the Keycloak Detroit, I tried to by myself to install Backstage on my laptop, but I got a really hard time to make that happen. But Helm tries to pretty much make me easier in my life. And then I think it's that all developer and even platform engineer have the same benefit to give it a try to Backstage experience on their own local environment, even the Kubernetes or OpenShift stuff with your Helm chart.
I mean, look, to take a step back, let's go and move back from where we started in the conversation. Where if you want to get started with Kubernetes, how easy was it initially? Okay, it's hard because I have to figure out what a deployment is, what a service is, and figure out networking. And then how do I take dependencies from one or more applications and bring them together? So look at Helm. Helm helped bridge that gap by introducing folks to Kubernetes. I can deploy, let's just say the most canonical Helm chart out there is WordPress. I want to deploy WordPress. Okay, WordPress is a multi-tier application. I need a front end and I need a database. Well, stitching that all together manually is not easy. If you're getting into Kubernetes, it's quite difficult to take not only how do I deploy one application but two and tie them together. What Helm does is very similar to how I just install a package in your operating system. DNF yum install X, install WordPress. It goes ahead and gets all the dependencies, installs and configures it out of the box. That's what Helm does. That's what we did for Backstage. And look how it makes your life easier, Daniel, to get Backstage running in Kubernetes.
100% agree.
So I wanted to kind of ask you a Helm kind of question. Somewhere along the way, I picked up, I want to say it might have been from Tomas Tomacek, using makefiles basically to kind of build and deploy my containerized applications. I've kind of played into, I've kind of tried around kind of getting into Helm to, kind of do the casual things that I'm doing a lot, right? Another kind of similar concept, right, or whatever, is like Docker Compose kind of model. Every time I've kind of looked at Helm, I didn't find it as simplistic as doing either of those kind of choices. Obviously Helm is bringing a bit more to the table about ensuring how those deployments happen. But do you think that has it started to get to that level of simplicity, or like what can I do, or where can I learn how to make it so that I can kind of in my casual tool chain or whatever, or even less than casual, we've been working on deploying a containerized application to do basically data set management that we want to offer as part of our organization to the public. How do I get there kind of, or how do I get started with Helm such that I can make it as simple as if I have some Docker Compose experience, or I use Makefiles or whatever? Any ideas?
I always just start with just getting started with Helm, looking at the documentation for the getting started experience, talking about how to install the CLI. There's a CLI that comes with Helm. So that's how you interact with Helm. Helm initially was a client-server model. There was a server-side component that you had to deploy to Kubernetes. And that was a bit of a security concern because you had to give it elevated permissions to be able to manage the Helm charts across multiple namespaces. With Helm 3, the most recent version of Helm, we've eliminated the entire server component. So it is just client-side. So all you need is the CLI. But there are also, if you're really a developer, there are an SDK that comes with Helm, so you can integrate Helm into your applications and your workflows. So that's one of the other ways that you can get into it. Like if you're, Landon, you mentioned, being from a developer standpoint, that's another thing you can do is you can look at how you can abstract that process within your own workflows. We're actually going to talk about that. If you are going to KubeCon or if you're going to watch KubeCon afterwards, there's going to be a session that the maintainers are putting on around developing and integrating with Helm from a development standpoint, because we talked about our last KubeCon talk from the maintainers track. We talked about the different light ecosystem around Helm and all these different projects that are working with Helm. But now we're going to talk about as a developer, how do I go ahead and leverage the tooling that Helm provides to make it easier to be able to work with Helm in your own ecosystem.
Gotcha. Yeah, that would be, I think, really handy. And just I was while you were talking, I was looking for the link. But if you want to go see his talk, oh, that's not a deep link. That's annoying.
Oh, it's at least a link gets you in the ballpark.
Yeah, right. So in the ballpark, if you, I searched for block and I found you as in the top 4 as a result in the schedule search. It's kind of like searching for Langdon. It's usually pretty easy.
It's nice to also be at the top of the alphabetical order as well.
Right. That does helpful. Yeah, white is not good for that. So I am mildly jealous. So yeah, I think that's also one of those things where kind of going and listening to, or like kind of watching somebody demo it or workshop it or whatever can be really helpful.
And that's exactly what we try to do is with these maintainer talks, we want to make it so that we invite a welcoming community, so that if you are involved with Helm itself, want to get interested in not only active development, but just from a consumption standpoint, how do we organically grow the ecosystem around making it easier to deploy your applications to Kubernetes? That's what we really want for Helm. That's the mission of Helm, is how can we streamline the process for deploying apps to Kubernetes?
Right. So my next question, of course, is like, because I'm going to toss those guys under the bus. Have you talked to the Podman team about kind of adding to their generate feature? Because right now they'll generate kubeyaml from Podman. So the nice thing about Podman, right, is that you can actually create pods in Podman intuitively enough. So it's a lot closer to actual Kubernetes than Docker is. And so, but it'd be kind of handy if I could say Podman generate from, the pods that I have set up, Helm charts.
I mean, one of the great features of Podman recently is around Podman Play Cube. I love that feature, especially if you're coming from a tradition. And we talked earlier about edge workloads. We have a lot of these applications that were originally developed for Kubernetes that run at, in traditional data centers. But let's say you're deploying your application to Kubernetes and you want to deploy it at the edge, and you may not have a full Kubernetes environment. Podman Play Cube is great because you can take those same manifests, those same deployment manifests, and bring those into the Podman world without having to necessarily have Kubernetes. But you can still, from a developer standpoint, use the same set of manifests.
Right. And for, people like me, that's a good thing. YAML frightens me in general. So
it could be worse. We could be talking about SOAP.
That's true. Or
I'm just
actually
saying it could be worse.
That day.
And I feel like the Helm chart is now some kind of mandatory technology and background knowledge for individual developer as well as like operation team. So any recommendation how to get started to learn Helm chart? If you could actually promote your Helm chart book as well. But
yeah,
I'm just wondering,
you kind of took the words out of my mouth there, Daniel.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering, everybody wants to run the Helm chart, and where is the perfect place for like how to get started, the Helm's learning path?
Yeah, so I'll put a number of different paths out there that folks can get interested into Helm. Number one is if you want to just go to the helm.sh, which is the website for Helm, that has a great getting started. There's a book that I and another colleague of mine have written called Managing Kubernetes with Resources with Helm. It really dives into a lot of the capabilities and features around Helm development, and CI/CD, so looking at tools like Argo CD to manage it. And then finally, if you love Slack, like I do love Slack, I think I have about 8 workspaces that I'm in every day. You can join the Kubernetes Slack channel, and inside there, there are 2 channels of interest. One is Helm-users and Helm-dev. So if you're really interested in learning about Helm development and actually getting introduced to the community and just getting help and support and just chatting, showing those two mediums, they're great. And then obviously we want to be able to get more people involved in the Helm ecosystem, because like any technology, Helm isn't done. Helm, we're just at a step in our entire development process. We want to make it easier. We have a number of thoughts around what we want to do for Helm 4, which is the next version of Helm. And I'm sure we might be able to touch upon some of those in our last 25 minutes today. I'm sure our audience would be interested in where's Helm going.
Yeah, that was actually, I think that is exactly correct. Yeah, so what do you see on the horizon for like Helm 4, and what kind of time frame is that, do you think?
So I'm going to leave time frames out of it. I'm going to put my project manager hat on. I don't put time frames out there, but a couple of them out there.
It'll get released when it's ready.
Yeah, exactly. So two areas. One is, and I mentioned security is an area that I really focus on. So I would like you to look at integrating new methods of signing Helm charts into this Helm ecosystem. Right now, it's using traditional GPG-based signatures, but I like to introduce other means. SigStore is one that I would promote, because SigStore is a technology that makes signing content easier. You can even use GPG with with SigStore, and actually we have a plugin in the SigStore community that allows you to take a signed Helm chart in the traditional sense, and make use of some of the SigStore technologies like Recore, the transparency log. So you can go ahead and take a signed Helm chart and publish it to the transparency log and do verification in a similar process that you can do in container images. You can also just sign the Helm release artifact as well using the SigStore tooling, but there is some more integration that's direct from the Helm ecosystem. So aside from signing and security, probably templating in languages. Right now, Helm uses Golang-based templating language to manage the templating capabilities, but there are others in the community that want to introduce additional frameworks. Qlang is one that I've heard of interest, but just providing a flexible way to deploy and create these type of resources in a dynamic fashion is something that I know a lot of interest from the community.
I was just going to post as well a prior episode we did about SigStore, because I think that is definitely another one of those kind of up and coming technologies that is.
Did we have Luke Hines potentially speak?
We did. We did.
Ah, excellent. So yeah, great. Luke's great. He's amazing guy to work with.
Sorry, so I was typing, so I got a little distracted. So yeah, so I think some of the I think that kind of verification signature kind of stuff is super nice, because I think that's where you can kind of the temptation is to kind of just kind of install anything, right? Sometimes, and so it can be really handy to kind of say, okay, here are my trusted sources, right? And I'm going to go and approve those signatures, kind of whatever, and then I can kind of fall prey to that, trying things out and just kind of running them. But then if I get prompted, hey, this is a new one, do you really want to go there? I think that's a really nice way to kind of give you that freedom of kind of exploration, but also, hey, this may not be as far into the woods as you want to get to today.
And when we talk more about SigStore, more into now how we actually gating what gets deployed to our deployment resources. So in Kubernetes, do I want this container image and these deployment manifests to actually go out to my environment? Do I want to do provenance and actually do some attestation verification before allowing it to be deployed? When we look at some of the technologies out there, we have everything from, Red Hat has advanced cluster security that provides some capabilities for ensuring that your images are signed, to other policy frameworks like OPA and Kyberno, Gatekeeper. There are a number of different projects out there that are attempting to address the same space, and being able to then integrate that with like Helm is another way that you can do that too. So how we can bring all these technologies together to make it more secure to operate and develop for Kubernetes environments.
Right.
And
right.
and even just regular, traditional environments. I'm working with a number of teams within Red Hat. We're doing some work around Ansible. So how do we make Ansible, signing, collections? Ansible has some collection signing right now. How do we do the same thing for like some of your project data for if you're using Ansible automation platform?
Right, exactly. I mean, one of those things, kind of speaking again, I kind of come much more from the developer background than I do kind of ops side, right? And so, and then particularly in consulting, one of my biggest paranoid fears, right, was that we were going to get through building this whole project and then find out that the ops, team was not going to want to deploy it for X, Y, and Z, probably perfectly valid reasons. But knowing in advance, right, that what's available in my ecosystem, as tools for when I want to deploy it later, is a very nice thing. And I think these tools I think they get correct, whatever, like kind of value statements or whatever about how they're used in operations. But I think developers don't realize that it's also really useful for developers to kind of be able to get a good sense of what is the ecosystem that the ops team is comfortable with, and how do you have ways to know what that is.
So you mentioned ops, but you've always started to scratch the surface. Ops is, when you talk about DevOps, that is your first hurdle into bringing these two groups together. But if we talk more about the SIG side of the world, we're also going beyond DevOps. We're talking about DevSecOps. So we're actually bringing in another group, security, into this process. But then if you then add in a lot of the governance around how I actually determine what policies I want to employ and govern which assets are being able to be eligible to be deployed, that's actually going even a step further than DevSecOps into more of a modern governance, automated governance side of the world. So really, we're all going down this journey of lineage of how we bring these different various dispersed groups within organizations together to make operating our software much more secure.
Well, I mean, it's funny because we started the conversation about edge computing, right? And edge computing in some ways is really driving this, especially kind of the SBOM kind of idea, right?
Yep.
So secure bill of materials, or is the S officially secure, I guess, but
software. Software.
Yeah. Okay. So, but no, I thought there was also, isn't there one that's it's secure bill of materials versus like unsigned or signed bill of materials?
As they say, it's all alphabet soup. So who knows?
So yeah, but long story short is that when you're talking about deploying applications, right, at the scale you need to do it, I found out that this building has 700 plus thermostats, right, that all run software. They do PoE for the internet traffic, and because this building was just built and it has, it's very, very green. It's like the highest level LED certification, and so when you're talking about doing deployment at that kind of scale, you need to be able to completely automate all the things that we think of traditionally as having to happen in the data center, of getting software from point A to point B, but then making sure that what landed at point B is valid, is what you expected to get over there.
Now, another area that, for those of you who are mainly data center centric, is this convergence of another concept. Now, we've mentioned DevOps being really the focus, but if you're working with edge workloads, you're actually working with another convergence of IT and OT, in your traditional information technology, but then operational technology, bringing in these different groups together, because they very much like IT, like Dev and Ops, they work in silos.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. One of the, it's funny, you go to the Phoenix project, right? And you kind of wonder, it's like, okay, we need to see the rest of the series. It's like where is security? Where is quality assurance? We need the rest of the books someday. To have the novels about the, kind of the rest of these silos that we've built in the technology world, which, I always go back to that technology, particularly software, right? It's such a young field. And, even in the early days for me, is I had to know about basically everything to be able to get an application deployed. But then as we got specialized, everyone started to striate. And what we never really figured out is how do we keep the collaboration that we had when it was all one person who knew everything in their head. But because you need all these different aspects, but you need these people to work together rather than thinking of it as like something you're throwing over the wall every time. I did want to address, there was a question from the audience, which is basically, are Helm charts fully switchable between OpenShift and Kubernetes? And could you take a Helm chart and just use it in OpenShift or vice versa? I think I know the answer to this question, but Andrew, please share with us what your opinion is.
The answer is it depends, because a Helm chart will contain a number of different Kubernetes resources. Some of those resources may not be available on either environment, whether it be a Kubernetes environment, because if you're leveraging custom resource definitions, they may not be available on the other cluster. Because if you're just deploying custom resources, but not the definitions themselves, they may not be available on the environment. And then OpenShift includes a number of resources like routes and deployment configs and other type of manifests that are not available in traditional Kubernetes environments. But a lot of the charts that have OpenShift support typically have parameters. So one of the benefits of Helm is these, we talked about these templates, but these templates, the actual values that you inject are called parameters. And they usually have parameters that have toggles for OpenShift. So there are features that will actually be enabled. Chart developers are actually creating opt-in and opt-out of OpenShift features. So that makes it really easier. I look at Istio. Istio is one great example that has specific support for OpenShift. You can actually use one of the values to turn on OpenShift, and it'll go ahead and configure the charts with OpenShift support.
Gotcha. So, like so few things in the technology world, the answer is usually it depends. So, did you want to add anything else, kind of about Helm or where you think Helm is going?
No, I think that's at least the starting point. What I have seen, so I've been around Kubernetes for a while. I've been here since the pre-1.0 days. Helm had a slow burn in terms of popularity. Operators, probably about 4 or 5 years, about 3-4 years ago, got really hot because it was this concept like, oh my goodness, I can manage my custom resources. Kind of like when custom resources started taking off too. But I've actually started seeing Helm popularity. The uptick has gotten much greater recently. And I think it just means it's either because of one of two things. One, teams are starting to reflect where operators and other more complex workflows are, because it toil, as I mentioned, to have to manage a lifecycle of an operator versus I just manage a Helm chart. But they also see that more not only developers are getting into the Kubernetes ecosystem, but more vendors are starting to distribute their applications in their content via Helm.
Gotcha. Yeah, that's, I think, one of the really nice things, right? I mean, that in some ways, that's what really made Red Hat Enterprise Linux take off, right? Was the ability for vendors to have a well-defined way of distributing, even proprietary software to a platform in a well-known way that was enterprise ready, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that when you have it's like, it's always all about the ecosystem, right? So, it's super useful if you have well understood ways of building and deploying, even proprietary applications on, kind of that infrastructure, such that you can run it in ways that you want to as your enterprise, rather than some custom, mess or whatever that, some proprietary vendor has decided is how they're going to distribute their software.
And especially if you're working with teams, and like you have like one lead platform engineer, well, if he either gets hit by a bus or plays musical chairs and decides to head to a different company, then you're left with some proprietary way of deploying software versus Helm. Very rich community, very easy to get support in terms of the community. Some vendors are starting to provide more support around Helm too. So being able to look at a tool that can be supported regardless of either your workforce situation or just the technology, aptitude of your teams.
Right. Although I will say I do prefer the wins the lottery versus the hitting by the bus metaphor. But the
wins the lottery works too. But someone like myself, they would say, "What would you do if you won the lottery?" Nothing. What would I do different? Nothing.
I know. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. Yeah, it's hard being a nerd. But
we love what we do. Sorry.
Yeah. So we have to close out with we know you travel a lot, and we know where you're going to be in April for KubeCon. But is there anywhere else that you're particularly looking forward to that's coming up for you?
Yeah, I'm actually going over to Romania in a few weeks. It's the first time I've been in that part of Eastern Europe, so looking forward to that. I'll be in London early April. Be in Copenhagen next week, so doing a lot of European travel, but then I'm probably going to focus a little bit more on the APAC region in the US summertime. As travel opens back up and I'm starting to reconnect with more of the teams and customers in these different regions. I have taken on more of a newer role within Red Hat in the last year. So we had some of our work muted because of the pandemic, but as more of these regions start to open back up, more customers are looking to have more of the partners come work with them, being able to actually get out to meet these folks and actually hopefully not with not only our customers, but also the communities. I love speaking at some of these, developer days that are out there. So trying to coordinate my trips also with these different community days and seeing the Kubernetes community starting to have more of these Kubernetes community days out there and aligning with that.
We actually talked about those last episode, I think, with Chris Short, and the contributor summit was the main focus of the episode, but we were talking about the community days, and I helped to start the DevOps days in Boston, and what was so nice about DevOps days, right, was there was like a pre-packaged whole website and everything else, and you just kind of like set it up and then you went out and kind of did the conferencey stuff, but you didn't have to do what I think a lot of people who want to run a conference find difficult, which is kind of the building all the marketing tools and that kind of stuff.
And especially like you wouldn't have any idea how to run a conference. You only do that in August timeframe.
Right. Yeah, DevConf US. Let's see, but DevOps Days was actually before all that, because I think I helped start that in I don't know, had to be 10 or 15 years ago. So it's been a while. But yes,
is it at least easier now?
Oh yeah, well, particularly seeing is someone who you may be familiar with, Urvashi Mahani, and who does a lot with Podman, and Sally O'Malley, who does a lot with kind of containerization. I think she's been doing a lot of kind of bill of materials stuff too lately.
I've been working with her and her team actually quite a bit these days. As I mentioned, I'm working with the Sigstore community as well as some of the work we're doing here within Red Hat. So I work with Sally's team, and Sally's fantastic.
Yeah, well, so I convinced both of them to help co-chair DevConf US with me a couple of years ago, and they are really starting to run with it. I might be picking up that emeritus title soon.
Well, that's good.
I can just show up and look pretty, and I don't have to.
You can enjoy the conferences instead of having to run around like a chicken with your head cut off.
Exactly. Yes, my running joke is for the first 2 years of the conference, I literally blew out a pair of shoes at each one from just how many, and I've done as part of the trivia, I've done how many steps did Langdon take over the course of the conference. So yeah, I think unless we have anything else we wanted to talk about, Daniels, do you have any other questions you wanted to ask?
Maybe one question. So I think Andy got a lot of experience to customer meeting and the customer engagement so far. So is there any interesting story your customer actually looking forward to adopting Backstage or some use case or the other stuff? I know so Backstage is pretty early stage right now, but yeah, it'll be very helpful for us if you share a little bit about the kind of the real story.
Yeah, so there's a lot of interest right now around integrated development platforms and portals out there. I'm working with some of the folks within Red Hat to talk to some of our customers who are very interested in leveraging Backstage within OpenShift. And some of the work that we're doing here within Red Hat is providing a way that you can deploy the Backstage ecosystem into OpenShift confidently. So working with our product management and engineering teams to help not only from the community side of things, which I care very much about, but also from our customers to also provide an enterprise-grade experience that they can trust.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. Sounds like your next session topic in conference, the Backstage stuff.
Yeah,
right, definitely.
Yeah, we it's actually interesting that you mentioned the interest in developer portals, whatever. I actually have a student who is proposing an independent study that they'd like to do about looking at some of the research around. I guess there's some growing concern about IDEs may be not the best way for new developers to start to get, and maybe that it's like too handholdy. which I thought was kind of interesting, but just kind of in the same vein. So I don't know, maybe future episode we will have the output of her potential research into that topic. She's talking about doing it for the summer, so I think that might be really interesting.
Nice.
Because I think as a longtime engineer, right, I need all the help. I want all the help, right? But at the end of the day, I know how the code works. But I thought that was kind of an interesting perspective. Well, thank you. I really appreciate your time, and obviously, and also all you do for the community, which is, as many people know, quite a lot. And I think we finally met in person, right? Like sometime in the last 6 months, right?
It was DevConf. last time.
Oh, okay, yeah. And so that was kind of interesting, because I think we've crossed paths off and on for at least 8 years, maybe 10. So, but it's kind of random.
I know that I've met a number of colleagues of mine, either in airports, hotels, or conferences,
Right.
and they've actually lived in the same city that I have lived
Yeah,
in,
yeah.
but
Yeah.
I never see them except for when I'm at the
Exactly. So whenever I go to Chicago, I never ever met Andy at once.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks all, and we will see you in about a month. That'll be our last episode before KubeCon, I believe. And then we're going to do some more driving interviews at KubeCon. So if you haven't checked those out, you should go see our interviews that we did at KubeCon NA, where we borrowed a car from Ford and drove around people and did interviews about Kubernetes.
So the question is, are you going to go ahead and have, instead of being in a car, you're going to be in a bike because it's Amsterdam?
So that was the hope, but the problem is, if you think about like a tandem bike, how do you interview somebody, right? Or you could do 2 bikes, but then you have to have both people able to ride bikes,
That's
which may
true.
or may not be, So we did toy with that. Then we also toyed with, could we do a boat? But like a canal boat, right? But then, but to kind of give it the same feel, that means I have to drive said boat, which doesn't sound like a good idea.
Well, no, they do have some of the things where you'll have someone pedal the bike, but then you're sitting in back.
Oh, that's true, like a pedicab.
Yeah.
We could have done. Oh, that isn't a terrible idea. I think, however, we might be doing another fancy electric car by a customer relationship that Red Hat has that I don't want to mention because I'm not sure how confirmed it is. But I am now sorry we didn't think of pedicabs. So maybe for the next thing.
There's always future sessions.
Exactly. So thanks everybody for coming, and we will see you next time.
Thanks everyone. Thanks guys.
Thanks a lot.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in this world. We are here again for another Coffee with C. How to let go of anger and resentment. We all have negative things that happen to us. People betray us. A random person is rude for no reason. As a result, we end up walking around bitter, angry, and upset. The thing that we don't realize is that the longer we carry this baggage around, the longer it will weigh us down. The best thing we can do is drop that baggage now. Whether the betrayal happened 10 years ago or 10 minutes ago.
Well, see, they betrayed me. They took advantage of me. They broke my heart. That's why I have all this resentment and anger with me. Are you just telling me to just let it go and tolerate the bad things that they do?
My friend, they hurt you once or twice. Don't let them to continue hurting you by you thinking about it. As long as you keep dwelling on that, they will continuously hold you back from peace and the happiness that you deserve. What I've learned is that emotions do not give us good advice, especially on the tough times that we are in. Knowing this, you have to know how to control your emotions. You should not let your emotions dictate what you have to do. Yes, what they did sting. It was the worst that ever happened to you. I get it. I really do. You have the right to be angry. You have the right to feel the pain. And you know what? Regardless of how much you contemplate and think to yourself why they did what they did, you will never understand. Because you are not like them. We have different values and experiences in life. You will never know the reason why. These are just many things in life that you don't have answer for. And if you keep trying asking yourself, you will get stuck and be more frustrated. Of course, there is a wide scale of how extreme that could have been. The lesser scale where they yelled at you or said something bad about you, all the way to the extreme of physical abuse and being continuously victimized by somebody. So here's what I want you to know. Being victimized, powerless, helpless is the reason why you are feeling that resentment. That's why you want to get even. You want to revenge because you are powerless, and your initial response is to get your power back ASAP. But my friend, that is not the right way to get your power back. In fact, if you stay in a position of resentment, you will stay powerless because you will keep battling with this cycle of anger, resentment, and unhappiness. I know people who carry their resentment even what happened was 10 years ago. Guess what? The person who did you wrong could not care less about you. In fact, they're living their life without thinking about you. They couldn't care less about how you feel. They are now happy living their life without a single thought of you. Now, if you really want to get out of that powerless situation, I want you to shift your mindset. Are you ready for this? Okay, here it is. What I want to do is to equip you with the right mindset why you should let go of resentment. Now see, how can I get my power back? Here's the answer to this, my friends. Let it go. By letting go, you are positioning yourself to gain that power back. Letting go of that resentment frees you up. You are just about to drop that heavy burden that kept you stuck for so long. I want you to understand this, that letting go of that resentment is for your own self. You are not doing this to the person who did you wrong. What do I mean by this? So let's understand, why do you feel that resentment? What causes the resentment? Resentment comes from a situation where you felt victimized, betrayed, or powerless. Someone did something to you that he or she shouldn't have done. It made you feel victimized and powerless. Look, when you let go of that burden of resentment, you start to welcome forgiveness, peace, and happiness. There is no way for all of these to get to you if you let resentment block all of them. You will get your power back by being able to control your emotion, let alone that situation. You now get to decide how the situation will affect you now and in the future. All right, what happened, happened. What you felt about it, you felt about it. What that person did to you happened. You have acknowledged that already. You went through the pain, the anger. And now it's time for you to get your power back. Now, from here, from the new place that you are in, how would you go about it? From this, who do you want to be? How do you want to move forward? How long will you let this affect you? How can you take your power back and say, okay, this person did this terrible thing, but you know what? I want to get up. How can I take control? I want to get my power back. I am going to turn this situation into something positive. I am going to turn this into something that will make me learn and grow. I will use this to make me stronger and more capable. I am back and I am here to get my power back. So that's why I am moving forward. I am no longer going to allow this to make me feel bitter, angry, helpless, and powerless. I will let it go and get my power back by not letting it affect me ever again. I will take charge of my life, of how I feel, and how I will move forward. Keep your requests, your topics, comment down below. I create videos every week for my Coffee with C community, and your topic may be next. Until next time!